Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3108. Lu Yin calmed himself down. Someone had once said that everyone respected the progenitor, but once they saw him and understood him, they would realize that he was completely different from what they imagined. Was this what he meant? A chatterbox? After some time, the progenitor's voice startled Lu Yin. You're out, old friend. Don't blame me. It's not that I don't want to use you, it's just that I can't. You'll have to suffer a little and live in that kid's head. What? He's not worthy. Don't be so blunt. Lu Yin was helpless. Was it fun to talk to himself? Just as he was thinking about it, he felt a chill between his eyebrows. He suddenly sat up and gasped for breath. He could move? Lu Yin turned to look at the progenitor, his pupils constricting. What was this? How much damage could a person endure? Lu Yin didn't know. He had endured attacks that would have killed him, but he had never suffered injuries that couldn't kill him even if he wanted to. At this moment he looked at the progenitor. Not a single part of his body was intact and his back was covered in wounds. His flesh was overturned, and a dark red energy surrounded his broken arm. It was obvious that it was the eternal race's divine power. The most serious injury was his neck. Half of it had disappeared. Was he really still alive? Back when he had been outside Primeval City, he hadn't been able to see the progenitor's injured neck or the wounds on his body. But now he was so close that he could touch the progenitor's body and see everything clearly. The progenitor had suffered unimaginable damage. And yet, he was still biting the sequence's string. Lu Yin stared blankly at the progenitor. The progenitor turned to Lu Yin. What's wrong, kid? Are you scared? Don't be afraid, it's just some superficial wounds. What? You're asking me if it hurts? Are you kidding me? It doesn't hurt, it just itches a little. Now Lu Yin could see that the progenitor hadn't spoken at all. Half of his neck had disappeared and he couldn't speak at all. He had only transmitted his voice. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor and said in a hoarse voice, Junior Lu Yin greets the progenitor. Fertile Earth's descendants are so well behaved? Now that I think about it, that little guy called Lu Qianni back then was very well behaved, and so are you. Not bad, the little guys have all grown up. Back then, Fertile Earth was the most mischievous of all the children. Sigh, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Kid, your name is Lu Yin, right? Lu Yin nodded. Lu Yin, you can call me Little Seven. My original name is Lu Xiaoxian. Little Seven, it sounds familiar, but your name isn't too good. You have to know that there weren't many people at the beginning of the origin space. I'm afraid that the little fellows will die, so names are very important. Cheap lives are easy to feed. How about I give you a name? Just do it. No need, progenitor. Lu Yin is a good name. He thought of Wu De Chuhiizi, Fertile Earth, and De Huang. These names made him feel a little panicked. The ancestor said regretfully, Oh, then forget it. I wanted to call you Pillar, meaning that you are the pillar that holds up the origin space. Look, the meaning is good, you are easy to raise. No thank you, progenitor, Lu Yin said again. Alright, it seems like you don't understand art. So many people begged me to name it, but I refused. How tiring is that? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow and touched his forehead. Progenitor, is your weapon first dust in between my eyebrows? Yes, it said that you are not worthy. Don't mind it. Lu Yin coughed. This junior went through a half-step progenitor origin tribulation and encountered first dust, which formed the mortal world. This junior has been looking for a way to transform mortal world into the ancestral world, but I have no clue. Don't worry, you are still young. Time waits for no one. True, even first dust thinks that you are not worthy of it. It is better to break through earlier. Progenitor, can we not talk about being worthy? I don't want you to mind it. I will not mind it. Alright, I think you are a little angry. Lu Yin sighed. This junior swears that I am not angry. I believe you, you are a good child. By the way, what did you ask me just now? Lu Yin's face twitched. How can this junior transform mortal world into the ancestral world? After all, this inner world is similar to your weapon, first dust. This junior doesn't understand. I see, I don't know either. Lu Yin was stunned, staring blankly at the progenitor. Was he messing with him just because he didn't like the name? Don't look at me like that, Zhu Zi. I really don't know, you have to figure it out yourself. My path is different from yours, but perhaps it is the same. Let me think, is it the same? Different? Same, yes, different, definitely different. I can only give you 4 words. Gather all living beings? Lu Yin was confused. Gather all living beings? Yes, how you interpret it is your problem, but I feel like you have fallen into a misunderstanding. Who said that breaking through to the progenitor realm requires all 4 inner worlds? Lu Yin's eyes widened, a thought flashing through his mind. That's right, who said that all 4 inner worlds had to transform into the ancestral world? He could completely block them and only allow 1 or 2 to transform into the ancestral world. Look at you, you really fit the name I gave you, Zhuzi. Sometimes don't think too much, it's easy to get confused. Progenitor, this junior is not called Zhuzi, Lu Yin corrected. The progenitor fell silent for a moment. Alright, you really don't understand art. Progenitor, what about progenitor dust? Don't think too much about it. Once you break through to the progenitor realm, you will naturally be worthy of it. Lu Yin was a little tired. This junior is asking how to use it. You can't use it for now, just leave it between your eyebrows. Perhaps the transformation of your mortal world has something to do with it. Many things will naturally happen when the conditions are right. Relax, no one can calculate everything accurately. Nyonyo was the last to break through because she thought too much. I wonder how she is now. Lu Yin was surprised. Nyonyo? Destiny? You know her? Right, you have the power of Chuhai and Wuda, so you might know Nyonyo. Wait, you have Nyonyo's power? You even have Nyonyo's power? I didn't look closely, but Zhuzi, you're not bad. Lu Yin was about to speak when one of the sequence strings in the progenitor's mouth suddenly broke. The broken string lashed out like a whip and left a bloody mark on the progenitor's back. Lu Yin was shocked. Progenitor? The progenitor's voice did not change. It's nothing, the Eternals just broke a sequence string. It's a small matter. Lu Yin looked at the bloody mark on the progenitor's back. A small matter? How could it be a small matter? That was the string of the sequence, an item that maintained the stability of parallel spacetime, forming the string of the sequence of the spacetime. Lu Yin could not imagine how strong the progenitor was, but the sequence string had managed to leave a bloody mark on his back. If it had hit Lu Yin, he would have been split in 2. The sequence string stabilized parallel dimensions like a rubber band. It was fine if it was not broken, but once it broke, it would lash out in 2 directions. The progenitor bit down on one end, so the broken string would naturally lash out at the progenitor. Lu Yin finally understood why the progenitor's back was torn apart. There was not a single piece of unharmed flesh. It was the sequence string that had whipped him. The sequence string could break flesh and bring about pain. The pain was not what the progenitor had described. The Eternals had not only destroyed the sequence string to destroy the universe, but also to hurt the progenitor. Lu Yin clenched his fists. He could not allow the sequence string to break again. Every time it broke, it would hurt the progenitor. Zhuzi, you're thinking too much. Just like Nyonyo, it doesn't hurt at all. I'll let you feel it when I have the chance. It's just a little itchy. The progenitor rolled his eyes and smiled. He looked relaxed. Lu Yin's voice was heavy. Progenitor, I will do my best to stop the Eternals and eradicate them. Don't be too burdened. Learn from your master Mo. He's very open-minded. I don't see him sad when all the creatures on his side die. Which side? Lu Yin heard this name again. It has nothing to do with us. By the way, you're in a hurry to break through, right? I'll take you to a place where you can find everything you want. Perhaps it can help you break through. Lu Yin hesitated. I'm in a hurry. The Eternals have activated the 3rd God's commandment. I know, but there's no need to worry too much. The divine commandment lasts for a long time. Since they've activated the divine commandment, it means that the current human race is qualified enough for them to activate the divine commandment. This means that the human race is very strong and won't be defeated easily. There's no need to go back. Mr. Mu appeared. Lu Yin looked over. Master. Mr. Mu looked at Lu Yin. You killed one of the 3 pillars in Lu Hao and injured another. 2 of the 7 sky gods have died, and the eternal strength has been greatly reduced. The most important thing for you now is to break through. Otherwise, you'll only be able to surround and kill the 7 sky gods every time. Can you guarantee that you'll succeed every time? Or can you guarantee that you won't die every time? Lu Yin fell silent. Indeed, they had to constantly surround and kill the 7 sky gods. It was too tiring and it was very dangerous. If they wanted to succeed, they had to be fully prepared and be able to figure out their opponent's trump cards. Otherwise, they would fail just like when they tried to kill the corpse god. Even if they succeeded every time, the humans would still consume a lot of their strength. Not to mention that only one of the 3 pillars in Lu Hao had died, and there were still so many top experts left. If they really relied on encirclement, who knew how many times they could succeed and how many people would die? It was too difficult. With your strength, once you break through to the progenitor realm, you might not need to encircle and kill them. You're too well-rounded and you'll have an advantage against anyone, Mr. Mu said. Lu Yin nodded. I understand, Master. Your disciple was too anxious. Juzi, there's no need to be anxious. The humans won't be defeated so easily. Calm down and cultivate properly. That place is definitely suitable for you and it will have everything you want. Of course, there might be some dangers as well, but it's up to you. However, cultivators fight against the heavens, and dying in the process of cultivation isn't a big deal. Mr. Mu was astonished. Juzi? Luin corrected him again. Progenitor, my name is Luin. You can also call me Little Seven. Understood, Juzi. Don't worry, I'll miss you when you die. Luin felt that this name might follow him for the rest of his life. When he thought of this, he felt a little depressed. Progenitor, where are you sending me? A good place. We'll call it the Mirage Domain. Thank you. Brother Jia. Thank you for all your support. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. He had just finished writing when he heard the sound of firecrackers. It was a different feeling. Mid-Autumn Festival, New Year's Day and New Year's Eve. Sui Feng had never stopped writing and he had spent them all writing. His brother's support was his greatest motivation. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3109. Mist floated between the mountain ranges and circled around the bamboo forest, giving off a quiet and elegant feeling. Not far away, a breeze blew past and Luin looked over to see a surging river. This was the Mirage Domain. He had never imagined that the Mirage Domain that Mr. Daheng had tried so hard to reach would actually be sent here by the primogenitor and Mr. Mu. Was this what the Mirage Domain looked like? Luin stood in place without moving. Before coming here, the primogenitor had warned him that the Mirage Domain had everything he wanted, but there were also unexpected dangers, so he had to be careful of everything he saw. The primogenitor's warning told Luin that this place was far from being as beautiful and elegant as it seemed. Even the fog in front of him might not be fog. He had seen too many things that were similar to fog, but they weren't fog. As for the river not far away, Luin wanted to get closer to take a look, but he could only vaguely see through the mist. Since a river flowed, there had to be an upstream and a downstream. Water gave birth to life, and although he hadn't been in the Mirage Domain for long, he hadn't seen any signs of life yet. At that moment, the wind suddenly grew stronger. The wind blew away the fog behind Luin, revealing a stone tablet. Luin looked at it and saw that there were 9 words written on it: Primordial Realm, Transcend Suffering, Obtain Eternal Life. Was this the stone tablet that the Bai family patriarch had seen? The first time he had learned about the Mirage Domain was through old deranged old man. His master, the Bai family patriarch, had accidentally seen the Mirage Domain and entered. After leaving, he had madly searched for legends related to the Mirage Domain, constantly muttering those 9 words. His death had also been caused by the Mirage Domain. Chen Lu had been the one to kill him, but Mr. Daheng had been the one to give the order. Mr. Daheng had been searching for the stones that would lead to the Mirage Domain, and he had even competed with Luin several times. Now that he thought about it, Luin suspected that the one searching for the Mirage Domain might not have been Mr. Daheng, but rather the Star Toad. The Toad would not do anything without benefits, and it had nurtured Mr. Daheng and become his backer. It definitely had a request. Otherwise, why would it care about a mere Mr. Daheng? If the Mirage Domain could attract the Star Toad's attention, then this place was rather unusual. But why had the primogenitor sent him here so easily? Did the Mirage Domain belong to him? Luin had not told the primogenitor or Mr. Mu anything about the Mirage Domain before coming here. It seemed like they wanted him to discover and explore it himself. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that the Mirage did not affect time. This was something that Mr. Mu had told him. In other words, time within the Mirage was still. Unlike the parallel spacetime where the flow of time was different, there was no concept of time here at all. No matter how long one stayed here, it would not even be a second in the outside world. Of course, one would still pass through that period of time and this would not change. Otherwise, if everyone was brought to the Mirage Domain, everyone would be immortal. As he approached the stone stele, he raised a hand and touched it. The stone tablet was simple and unadorned. It was unknown who had carved these 9 words on it. At this moment, another gust of wind blew past, dispersing the fog that was heading towards the river. Luin walked towards the river, and when he got a clear look at the river, he was completely stunned. This was not a river at all, but the long river of time. In the beginning, the river of time was just a concept that everyone referred to as the passage of time. There was no such thing as a river of time. It was only when Luin gradually came into contact with the power of time, especially when he underwent his half-ancestor origin tribulation, that he was able to see the truth. There was indeed a long river of time. Big Sis had lost her strength in the River of Time. He had never thought that the River of Time would actually be within the Mirage Domain. What exactly was the Mirage Domain? Could this be what the progenitor meant by saying that where there is a river, there is a shore? The progenitor had said this before, but Lu Yin did not understand it. Now, however, he did. Since the River of Time existed, then there must be a corresponding shore. It was just like how the power of destiny could transcend the River of Time and see the future. It was normal for a river to have a bank and a bridge. But how could a normal person think of this? Lu Yin looked at the flowing River of Time. Was this the river that the progenitor wanted him to fish? The Mirage Domain is a good place. Everything you want is there, but there are also unknown dangers. There is a river there, and with a river there is a shore. Pillar, go. It is a good place to fish. Your body is the rod and your skill is the line. Enjoy the fun of fishing. Back then, Fertile Earth, Blackie and Nyonyo all went there. I hope that you will transform after you come out. Pillar, work hard. Lu Yin repeated the progenitor's words in his mind, and he smiled bitterly. Fishing? Fishing for the River of Time? Was this a matter of hard work? Fishing for the River of Time was not fishing at all, but fishing for the past of the River of Time. The body as the rod and the skill as the line. So that was how it was. After a while, the fog was blown towards him by the wind. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he took out Mount Supreme from his cosmic ring and dragged Ju Yi out. Ju Yi was one of the 12 Elysium sect masters from the Above Heaven era. He had seen the Grim Reaper and believed himself to be the Grim Reaper's disciple. When Lu Bujing, Fate Maiden, and the others were unfrozen, Ju Yi had also come out. He had worked together with Lu Yin and also fought against him. In the end, he had joined forces with the Celestial Beast Empire to scheme against Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had severely injured him and imprisoned him in Mount Supreme. Dozens of years had passed since Ju Yi had been imprisoned, and Lu Yin had neither killed him nor let him off. After all, Ju Yi had once been one of the Elysium sect masters, and even if he was useful, he was still a half-ancestor. Even if he was useless, he was still a half-ancestor, to the point where Lu Yin had almost forgotten about him. Now it was time to use him. When Ju Yi came out of Mount Supreme, he was confused at first, but when he saw Lu Yin, his expression changed. He did not say anything and just stared at Lu Yin. Dozens of years was just a snap of the fingers for someone with his cultivation. It did not feel long. Lu Yin looked at Ju Yi calmly. Being imprisoned must not feel good, right? Ju Yi's expression sank. What do you want? As he spoke, he looked around. Where was this place? He originally thought that he would be in the Above Heaven when he was released, surrounded by Lu Bujing and the others. Moreover, this kid could also borrow Ancestor Chen's strength. Otherwise, why would this kid think that he could suppress him? After dozens of years, his injuries had already recovered. Don't worry, this is not the Fifth Mainland. I am the only one facing you. Lu Yin looked at Ju Yi with interest. You can try to escape. Ju Yi squinted his eyes. At this moment, his gaze went past Lu Yin and saw the surging river behind Lu Yin. He frowned. It looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Rivers were actually similar, but the River of Time was different. This was because the water in the River of Time was grayish-white and gave off a completely different feeling. Suddenly Ju Yi recalled something. His face turned pale as he stared at Lu Yin in shock. That is the River of Time. Where is this place? Lu Yin did not reply. Ju Yi's entire body trembled. The River of Time was behind this kid. Even an idiot would know that something was wrong. Where had this kid come from? Why was he able to come into close contact with the River of Time? That was the River of Time, a taboo of the Above Heaven sect. Ju Yi had only read about it in ancient texts. In the 3 realms and 6 daos, someone had drawn out the River of Time after crossing an ancestor's origin tribulation. In the Above Heaven sect, the appearance of the River of Time was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Why was this kid beside the River of Time? Ju Yi looked around and felt uneasy. His scalp went numb. Where is this place? Lu Yin sighed. You can try to escape. Ju Yi immediately refused and said decisively, I will not escape. Tao Master, although I have done something wrong, I am still one of the sect leaders. I can accept any punishment. Lu Yin could not help but laugh. This guy was quite shrewd. For the River of Time to appear here, no matter how one looked at it, it was not normal. Being able to come into contact with the River of Time, Lu Yin gave Ju Yi an even more abnormal feeling. Ju Yi was very sure that once he escaped, he would either be killed by this kid or die in this strange place. Could it be that this kid wanted him to scout ahead? Lu Yin praised, as expected of an expert who could cultivate to the Heaven Sect leader level. Your judgment of danger is very accurate. However, today you have to escape whether you want to or not. I have indeed given you a chance. This is the only chance for you to survive as the Heaven Sect leader. If you can escape, I will not stop you. If you want to live, that is your fate. However, if you continue to oppose me after escaping, don't blame me for being ruthless in the future. Jianghu gritted his teeth. I will not escape. You can give me any punishment, you can even deprive me of my strength. However, it is impossible for me to escape. Are you that afraid of this place? Luin asked. Jianghu's eyes flickered. He had cultivated from an ordinary person to a half-ancestor. The hardships he had experienced were unknown to others. His perception of danger was extremely strong. No matter how he thought about it, the river of time should not be a fixed river. However, it was fixed here. This was already a power that he could not understand. It was beyond his understanding. Right now, the best place for him to go was to return to Mount Supreme. Nothing good would happen if this kid released him. Seeing that Jianghu was determined not to escape, Luin had no other choice. Since that is the case, I can only force you to escape. Jianghu, we have not seen each other for decades. Are you curious about my strength? Jianghu's eyes twitched. Master, I am willing to atone for my sins. After all, I am a half-ancestor at the same level as the Heaven Sect leader. In the future, I might break through to the ancestor realm. I've seen the Grim Reaper before. I am his disciple. Escape. This is your only chance. Luin did not want to listen to Jianghu's nonsense. Jianghu did not know his current level. Grim Reaper? The Three Realms 6 Daos were peak experts. The Grim Reaper had been unimaginable to Luin, but now he could see it. The 3 powers and 6 Daos were comparable to the Three Realms 6 Daos. Although Luin did not feel that he could compare, the difference was not too great. As for the 3 powers and 6 Daos, he had killed 4 and killed 3. He dared to point at the Grand Empyrean and curse at the sole true God. He had also survived a primogenitor's attack. His current level was far beyond what Jianghu could comprehend. Jianghu's knowledge was just child's play to him. Luin raised his hand and placed it on Jianghu's shoulder. Give up on resisting and I will throw you out. If you don't give up, then escape. You have no other choice. Jianghu was unwilling. Master, can you really not give me a chance? This is the chance I am giving you. Luin's gaze was piercingly cold. Jianghu had ambushed Luin in the astral beast domain and tried to kill him. Luin should have been killed, but now he could only grasp the opportunity himself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3110. Luin didn't know how dangerous this mirage was. Perhaps he would be able to escape, or perhaps he would die here. Either way, it was his fate. Humans had to be responsible for their own mistakes. He didn't immediately kill Jianghu. Jianghu was very decisive. When he saw the river of time, he knew that things weren't looking good and had immediately begged for mercy. Now that he saw that Luin definitely wouldn't let him off, he immediately attacked. No matter how strong Luin was, Jianghu had to go all out. However, it had been a few decades since they last met, and Jianghu was already at his peak state. Luin might not be able to do anything to him. Jianghu immediately released his inner world's death realm, and a deathly aura surged out and enveloped Luin. The gate of death opened, and a phantom image of the Grim Reaper appeared behind Jianghu. He was visualizing the Grim Reaper. Luin could tell that this wasn't the Grim Reaper, but rather an imitation of the Grim Reaper. He hadn't been able to tell in the past, but now, Absolute One's methods seemed like a joke to him. He allowed the gate of death to open wide and swallow him whole. The surging aura of death surged towards him, and then all of it flowed towards the starry sky in his heart. The pressure from the death realm was meaningless to Luin. He stood in his original spot without moving, as if the death god had really descended. Back then you and I had a battle. In the past I could withstand the death realm. Why do you think that I can't withstand it now? Jianghu was dumbstruck. Impossible, how could this be? He knew that Luin could withstand the death rain and even absorb death chi, but that was only under the death transformation. He had been waiting for Luin to use the death transformation. After being imprisoned in Mount Supreme for dozens of years, he had constantly thought back to his battle with Luin and found a flaw. After Luin used the death god transformation, he reversed the death aura and caused the gate of death to no longer release death aura. Instead, it devoured death aura and suppressed the power of the death god transformation. He had been waiting for this exact moment, but now, Luin hadn't even undergone the death transformation, and all the death energy within the death world had been absorbed by him. How had he done it? At this moment, Jianghu found it difficult to comprehend Luin's strength. Luin could also tell that Jianghu had never given up on attacking him. This person wanted to wield the power of death and become the true successor of the death god. Unfortunately, the difference between the two of them was too great. His unparalleled talent could allow him to cultivate to become the leader of the Elysium. If he went one step further, he might even be able to break through the ancestral plane. As for himself, even Mr. Mu did not know what heights he would reach in the future. A few decades to Jianghu was a very short period of time, and there wasn't much change. However, to him, it was already a height that Jianghu couldn't imagine. Golian appeared in Jianghu's hand, slashed the heavens. Golian viciously slashed at Lu Yin's shoulder, intending to cut him in half. However, Golian's blade didn't even touch Lu Yin's body. There was only a centimeter between them, and this 1 centimeter stopped Golian's advance. Jianghu's countenance paled. He could tell that this young man wasn't someone he could fight against. Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it in front of Jianghu. Go. Bang! He exerted force in his palm, scattering the deathly aura around Jianghu's body and shattering the Golian, pushing his entire body into the distant fog. Jianghu fell to the ground, causing the fog to disperse. He spat out a mouthful of blood and propped himself up with his arm. He looked at Lu Yin. You. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he stared blankly at his arm. Lu Yin also stared at Zetsu's arm. Jianghu's arm suddenly withered as though it was dehydrated. Following that, it shrunk. At the same time, every part of his body was constantly changing. His head, legs, feet, etc. Some became bigger, some became smaller, some shrunk, some became the size of a child. Changes were constantly occurring. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. Time was changing. As expected, there was a problem. This fog wasn't actually fog, but rather time itself. Once touched, the time represented by the fog could be accelerated or reversed. It could turn Jianghu into an old man with 1 foot in the grave, or it could turn him into a child. The most important thing was that the different positions of the fog represented different changes in time. Jianghu's entire body wasn't changing at the same time, but rather different parts of his body. Lu Yin watched as Jianghu's legs turned into dried bones. This was time acceleration. The position of Jianghu's legs accelerated time by 10,000 or even 1,000,000 years, while his head turned into a child and reversed time by 10,000 or even 1,000,000 years. Jianghu's entire body was sluggish as he allowed time to torture him. Finally, every part of his body turned into white bones. First, it was his legs, then his abdomen. He watched helplessly as his abdomen turned into a skeleton. Suddenly, his head turned into a skeleton and fell to the ground, shattering. His arm was still pointing at Lu Yin as it continued to change. Finally, his arm also turned into white bones. Lu Yin saw that not far away, Jianghu's entire body had turned into white bones. He had been erased by time. The entire transformation lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. During this transformation, Jianghu couldn't move at all. After turning into white bones, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he reversed time. This made Lu Yin shiver. Lu Yin's scalp felt like it was about to explode. He looked around and saw that the fog was time itself, and it could devour living things. It was even more terrifying than poison. His hair stood on end as he slowly retreated. A gust of wind blew past and the fog began to move. Lu Yin was startled. He hurriedly sent out a gust of wind, but his wind couldn't disperse the fog. The fog slowly drifted towards him, causing his mouth to dry up. Fortunately, there was a large empty space around him, and the wind didn't appear often. The fog was constantly dissipating and it couldn't cover the entire area. This allowed Lu Yin to breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't want to die like Jianghu. He looked at the white bones again and his eyelids twitched. This was a mirage domain. He couldn't imagine how the bi-family patriarch had managed to return alive. The progenitor had actually sent him to such a place. It was too irresponsible. At the very least, he should have warned Lu Yin. If he hadn't been cautious and not touched the fog from the start, he might have been unlucky. Lu Yin had originally wanted to explore the mountain forest, but now he completely abandoned that thought. How could he go? What if he was entangled by the fog? He considered whether or not he should leave, but in the end he didn't. No matter what, his cultivation needed to increase, or he wouldn't be able to deal with the third battle of the divine commandment. Ruin's death might cause the Eternals to erupt, and they had to be vigilant. The Eternals already knew that Lu Yin had allied with many civilizations, and with their intelligence, they would definitely have a way to deal with him. The best way to deal with this was to increase his own strength. Lu Yin took a deep breath and sat by the side of the river of time as he pondered, completely calming his heart. After an unknown amount of time, he looked at the river of time. Since this was a fishing ground, then he might as well start fishing. He didn't know what he would catch. His body was the rod and his techniques were the line. Then Lu Yin's astral source flowed out from his body through his arm, forming a fishing rod that lay across the river of time. His astral source connected to his body, and his body was the rod, followed by his techniques. His limitless inner world was released, and he followed the astral source fishing rod to the top of the river of time. The mirage domain had everything that he wanted. Let's see what he could obtain. When the river of time descended from his limitless inner world, an invisible force tugged at the fishing rod. It was a strange feeling, as if there was some sort of force present, but also as if there wasn't. Instead, it was time itself that was pushing. Suddenly, droplets of water splashed out from the river, flowing out from his limitless inner world and spreading out. A starry sky appeared above the river of time, and within it, two giant figures were fighting. I'll give you one more chance. With your talent in cultivating the giant's clones, I'll let you become a giant, and your strength will definitely increase. You're just one of his 9 clones. Are you really willing to be devoured by his main body one day? One of the giant figures roared and punched out, smashing into the other giant with a deafening boom. A giant is enough. I'm just a strand of consciousness from when I was young. Corpse God, you're a powerhouse of the sequence laws, yet you still can't take me down after so long. Aren't you a failure? I'm giving you a chance. If you don't want it, then die. Boom, boom. The stars were being toyed with in the palm of his hand as the giants fought above the heavens. The 2 giants were one of Progenitor Chen's 9 clones and the other was the Corpse God. Lu Yin had not expected to actually fish out this information. He was well aware of the strength of Progenitor Chen's clones. They had even fought against the envoy's origin tribulations, and only one of them had not appeared. However, Lu Yin did not know what had happened to these clones, and he had not asked about them back in the burial garden. Many people said that Progenitor Chen had died, but it was likely that only one of his clones had died. In that case, had all of his clones died or had only a few died? At this point, Lu Yin knew that Progenitor Chen's Heaven and Earth Furnace clone was definitely dead. Otherwise, Yi Ro would not have been able to form a symbiotic corpse. The one in front of him was a giant clone. An endless inner world represented strength, and the clash between the 2 giants also represented strength. This was strength fishing out strength, and Lu Yin was witnessing a battle that had never been recorded in the annals of history. Progenitor Chen's giant clone was extremely powerful, and although it had not reached the realm of Palm's battle force, it had still cultivated the realm of warring states to the point of perfection. The Corpse God was strong because he was a powerhouse of the sequence laws. With the sequence particles in his body, he was undying and indestructible. When the 2 clashed, Progenitor Chen's giant clone was no match for the Corpse God. However, he was not completely powerless to retaliate. The Corpse God was also beaten until he coughed up blood, and his sequence particles were scattered. Progenitor Chen's giant clone walked the path of pure physical strength, and he had cultivated his physical strength to an unimaginable level. With a flick of his finger, he could shatter the heavens. It's a pity that you haven't cultivated for long enough to reach the sequence laws. Otherwise, I might not have been able to defeat you so easily. Even so, you still stole the fortunes of the heavens. It's a pity that I killed you. I'll ask you one more time, do you really want to die? Lu Yin had killed the Corpse God before and knew how powerful he was. At this moment, the Corpse God was definitely at his peak, but even so, he was forced to retreat every time he was struck by Progenitor Chen's giant clone. Nonsense. I'm good at fighting. Who knows, I might just break through as we fight. Perhaps these words provoked the Corpse God, or perhaps the Corpse God already had some misgivings, but he showed no mercy and attacked with all his strength. Absolute strength was unstoppable, and in the end, Progenitor Chen's giant clone was still beaten to death by the Corpse God. Even at the moment of his death, Progenitor Chen's giant clone was still standing, but his heart was no longer beating, and his consciousness had completely disappeared. This battle lasted for a long time, and Lu Yin just sat on the banks of the river of time and watched the scene unfold. This continued until Progenitor Chen's giant clone's corpse was taken away by the Corpse God. A drop of water fell into the river of time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3111. That scene had happened in the past and Lu Yin had just happened to catch it. His heart sank as even the giant's clone had died. Had Progenitor Chen's clone died as well? Then was that Progenitor Chen's main body in the cemetery? The final scene made Lu Yin curious. The Corpse God had taken away Progenitor Chen's clone's corpse, but what did he want it for? The Yi Ro had the ability to create symbiotic corpses, But could the Eternals also use Progenitor Chen's clone's corpse? That was not a good thing. Although Progenitor Chen's clone had lost to the corpse god, it was still the corpse god, and its laws were indestructible. Even so, it had been beaten to the point of coughing up blood. If the Eternals had faced Progenitor Chen's clone, they would not have had an easy time. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it, continuing to fish. His limitless inner world followed the fishing rod into the river of time, and the rod suddenly shook as a drop of water splashed out. The same scene appeared again, and Lu Yin saw another spacetime, a scene that came from the flow of time. It was a huge creature that seemed to be in a deep slumber, snoring loudly. Every snoring shook the stars. This creature was shaped like a whale, and its size could not be seen through the scene. The creature suddenly flipped over, causing the void to collapse from the pressure. The collapse of the void extended into the distance, revealing a deep, black world of nothingness. Lu Yin's expression changed. Just a slight movement had caused a world of nothingness to appear. Just how big was this creature? He had actually caught such a scene with his own strength. Fishing in the river of time allowed one to catch people, events, objects, and everything that had happened in the past. As long as it appeared in the river of time, it could be caught. Fishing with strength allowed one to catch the passage of time that was close to strength. The battle between the corpse god and Progenitor Chen was a battle of strength. And this creature was a representation of strength. Lu Yin had never seen anything that could cause a world of nothingness to appear just by flipping over, and he did not know where this creature was. The water droplet fell into the river of time, and Lu Yin continued fishing. He believed that he would be able to catch the passage of time that would be helpful to his cultivation of his limitless inner world. At the same time, he did not forget to keep an eye on the mist. He could not be touched by it as he did not want to die yet. Time did not flow within the mirage, and the river of time flowed outside of the mirage. Lu Yin was not in a hurry, and he slowly used his strength to fish until there was a possibility that his inner world could transform. Then he used flowing light, the mortal world, and the wordless heavenly book to fish. By the way, would the wordless heavenly book fishing fall into the river of time? Droplets of water flowed out from the river of time, allowing Lu Yin to see many things that had happened in the past that were related to strength. It was as if he was looking at different paths of life, and he found joy in doing so. He didn't know how much time had passed, and he couldn't remember how many times he had fished. When the water droplets splashed out again, this time he actually saw an ancient god. The river of time recorded the universe from the beginning to the future. The beginning and end could not be seen. It was not easy to see familiar people or things in the vast river of time. Fortunately, the people he wanted to see were not ordinary people. The first time he had fished, he had seen the corpse god and Progenitor Chen's avatar. Now he had seen the ancient god. The ancient god's body was covered in Palm Realm battle force as he fought against a person. Lu Yin did not recognize this person, and he did not know if this person was from the Genesis space, but this person was not weak. To be able to fight against the ancient god, he was definitely at the level of the 7 sky gods. Even the weakest among them would not be able to fight against the ancient god, and they would be instantly obliterated. The battle was intense, and Lu Yin saw the ancient god use the hell-suppressing arena, Palm Realm battle force, and even the Palm Realm of the Void, using space to chase after time. Only then did he defeat that person. He was about to kill that person, but that person had already lost consciousness and fainted. Finally, the ancient god stopped and threw that person into a parallel space. Lu Yin watched this scene. Why did the ancient god not kill that person? It was obvious that that person had not held back against the ancient god, and every move was a killing move. The ancient god threw that person into a parallel space and suddenly raised his head to shout, "The feeling of time? Who is it? Come out." As he spoke, he punched out at the astral dome. This punch carried a terrifying power, and it was accompanied by the full eruption of Mastery Realm battle force. There was also a valiant pressure that Lu Yin had never felt before, causing the astral dome to shatter in all directions. A single punch shattered the starry sky. Lu Yin's infinite inner world was instantly shattered, and his fishing rod broke. He took a step back and spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. The ancient god had punched him through the river of time, a punch that he had not felt even during the battle of the first domain of calamity. The ancient god still had some hidden strength. This was one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms, the leader of the 7 sky gods. Lu Yin looked at the flowing river of time and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he panted heavily. Fortunately, it was the river of time and not this punch. Otherwise, he would have been finished and would not even have been able to escape. That punch had shattered space-time, and from Lu Yin's perspective, Its power was not inferior to that of a 9-star civilization's 9 stars reboot. Who was that person? The ancient god had spent so much effort to defeat him and then let him go. That punch was not only because he had been spied on, but also because the ancient god had guessed that someone had seen him let that person go. Lu Yin stared blankly at the river of time. For some reason he had an absurd guess. Could the ancient god have been planted by the humans among the Eternals? They had always guessed that there might be human spies among the 7 sky gods. Now that the witch spirit god and the undying god were dead, only the ancient god, the corpse god, the forgetful ruins god, the white god, and the black god were left. The corpse god should not have been the culprit as he had almost been killed. Furthermore, he was a giant and had nothing to do with the Genesis space. Giants did not care about the lives of humans. The white god was the most mysterious, and even now no one knew who he was. However, countless human spies and redbacks all came from him. If he was a human spy, then it would be too laughable. There was no need to do such a thing. The ancient god had never been suspected by Lu Yin and the others because he was one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. If one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms betrayed the Genesis space, then he would definitely be watched by the sole true god. If he was a human spy, then the sole true god would be too laughable. Lu Yin had suspected the forgetful ruins god, but he had pulled Wang Xiaoyu and Wang Fan into the Eternals, which had basically caused the entire Wang family to bear infamy. Wang Xiaoyu was also the greatest redback in the history of the 5th mainland, so it should not have caused a war between the 5th and 6th mainlands. The most suspicious person was the Black God, as he had given Lu Yin 100,000 years to consider. But now Lu Yin was at a loss. The ancient god's actions were a little strange. It would be great if he could find that person and learn his identity. Lu Yin did not feel good after being punched by the ancient god through the river of time, and he even spat out blood. He needed to rest for a while. Around him, wind picked up and fog drifted over, scaring Lu Yin so much that he quickly changed his position. Although he had not calculated the time since he had entered the Mirage domain, it should have been several years since he had entered it. As his cultivation increased, time would become less important to him. When he had entered the Daosaur sect's main hall and traveled through spacetime with the help of the progenitor's sword, it had been 20 years since he had returned. A mere 20 years was meaningless to him now. After a long time, Lu Yin's injuries recovered, and he continued fishing. He had discovered the joy of fishing the river of time. Since ancient times, how many people had actually fished in the river of time? Lu Yin had been envious of the sword sect's sect master Lu Chenjua's ability to fish in outer space, which was why he had occasionally fished in the above the sky sect. Now, if Lu Chenjua knew that he had fished in the river of time, who knew what kind of expression he would have? In any case, Ju Yi would be so frightened by the river of time that he would not even dare to flee. He placed his fishing rod across the river of time, and an endless inner world fell down as he continued fishing. Perhaps a few years or even a dozen years had passed, but Lu Yin had seen many scenes of the past, and he had also seen some familiar faces. He had no choice as he knew quite a few people who could be drawn out by his power. He had even fished up his own half-progenitor origin tribulation. He had given up the moment he had fished up this past, as this past had included a grand empyrean and a true god. These people might even come out of the river of time and attack him, which would not be as powerful as the ancient gods. On this day, Lu Yin had fished up a shocking scene. An enormous continent was constantly cracking apart as a giant elephant let out a low roar and crashed into the continent, knocking a huge figure into the shattered continent. There was also a tree on the continent, the Mavis divine tree. That was the scene of the second continent shattering. And that giant elephant was naturally the immovable celestial king elephant. This past had lasted for a very short period of time, and Lu Yin had also seen ancestor Lu Yuan. The one that had been knocked into the second continent by the immovable celestial king elephant was most likely the corpse god. This was a terrifying past that could not be withstood. Even though it was separated by the river of time, Lu Yin did not dare to take a closer look. It was as if he had seen his own half-progenitor origin tribulation. He let out a breath. One day he would also become a powerful existence that even the river of time would not dare to spy on. Right, he was lost in thought as he looked at the river of time. Since he could see the past through the river of time, then could there be someone else who could also see his current self through the river of time? Lu Yin suddenly looked up. He was surrounded by fog, so he did not know. But if someone could spy on him through the river of time, then that feeling was very unpleasant. He continued to fish. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin saw spacetime shatter. That spacetime had originally been very calm, and there were many stars rotating. But for some reason, the stars had suddenly collided with each other and shattered, as if they had been disturbed by an unfathomable power. The stars in the entire spacetime had collided with each other, and each collision had created a huge force that led the other stars to continue colliding with each other. These collisions had spread throughout the entire spacetime, causing it to be destroyed. Lu Yin sat on the shore of the river of time and stared blankly at this scene. His brain was throbbing non-stop and his eyes were lifeless. This scene gave him a sudden burst of inspiration. The collision, the force, the pushing force, and so on. Every star that collided with each other and the force that was driven by each collision left Lu Yin perplexed. His gaze grew more and more perplexed. He should have seen something and he should have been able to comprehend something, but he was so close, so close. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:12. The water droplets fell into the river of time. This was just a past where spacetime had been shattered. There were no people, things, or even intelligent creatures, but this scene left Lu Yin in a daze for a long time. He just sat there without fishing and sank into deep thought. Even when the wind blew the fog near him, he did not sense it. At the most dangerous moment, the fog touched his hair and caused a chunk of it to disappear, but he did not move. His eyes were still sluggish, and his mind kept replaying the scenes of spacetime shattering and planets colliding. These scenes were brought into his infinite inner world, and he began to deduce them countless times. Finally, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, and his confusion completely disappeared. He suddenly stood up, and the fog floated in front of him. Lu Yin was startled and hurriedly dodged. When did this happen? How long had he been sitting there? He had almost been covered by the fog and had almost died. He was still afraid. He changed his position and distanced himself from the fog, and an infinite inner world appeared around him. The power lines constantly flickered like meteors streaking across the sky. It was a beautiful sight. Every time a power line fused into his inner world, his power would increase. The power lines in his infinite inner world seemed endless, just like the starry sky. No one could count how many stars there were. Powerhouses could destroy spacetime and destroy stars, but no one would count them because there were too many of them. The destruction of the starry sky was caused by the collision of stars. In that case, could Lu Yin's infinite inner world also produce new power through these collisions? The starry sky was boundless and contained all the stars. To the power lines, the infinite inner world was like a boundless starry sky. This was using the infinite to encompass the limited. If the starry sky was fixed, then there would be a limit to the number of stars, but the collision of stars would be enough to destroy the starry sky. This was turning the limited into the infinite. Using the infinite to encompass the limited and turning the limited into the infinite. This was the profundity of the infinite inner world. In the past, Lu Yin had not understood this. He had only wanted to rely on visualizing the fifth mainland to continuously increase its power and expand his infinite inner world to achieve his goal of metamorphosis. But now he saw spacetime being destroyed by the stars themselves. The power generated from the collision of stars was simply limitless. So what if it was born from spacetime? Spacetime was limitless and so was its power. With this limitless power, it could destroy the infinite starry sky. As he thought about it, the meteor-like energy lines in his boundless inner world began to change and collide with each other. In the beginning, it was very difficult for Lu Yin to control the collisions, and he could only allow them to collide with each other. This resulted in his infinite inner world becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Yes, a new power had appeared in his inner world, but if he couldn't control this new power, it would only backfire on him. Fortunately, the new power produced would also become lines of power because it was in the inner world. In other words, once the collision began, the power lines would increase without limit. Forefather Qianni had told him that Lu Yin wanted to expand his inner world by visualizing the fifth mainland. This was one way. At this moment, he was using the collision of power lines to generate power. His power would transform into power lines and increase infinitely. This was also a path. In fact, these two paths did not conflict. One was to expand the range, while the other was to increase the power. What he needed to do now was to visualize the fifth mainland and expand the scope of his limitless inner world. At the same time, he could also control the power generated from the collision of the internal energy lines. Once he could do that, it would be impossible to predict just how much power his limitless inner world would bring him. And this process was bound to be very long. Fortunately, this was the Mirage domain and there was no time here. This was the most suitable place for him. A period of time passed as Lu Yin observed his limitless inner world. He began experimenting with the collision of two power lines. Once they collided, there would be a chain reaction that required time. What he needed to do was to control the power lines that appeared during the chain reaction and then control his entire limitless inner world. During this time, he tried to control the collision of two power lines and then slowly increase the number of power lines. For 8, 10. More and more. He did not know how much time had passed as he did not keep track of it. This was true seclusion for cultivators. Time was a luxury, which was why powerhouses always preferred parallel spacetimes with different flows of time. The progenitor had actually sent people to the Mirage domain. Had those people from Primeval City also been here? If more and more people entered, wouldn't their strength increase rapidly? That shouldn't be possible, as there had to be some kind of restriction. Lu Yin did not think about the others as he only wanted to perfect his limitless inner world. There was no need to expand the range for now as it was already difficult to control, so there was no point in expanding it. Another period of time passed, and Lu Yin changed his position dozens of times. This fog was too annoying and he tried to use something to block it, but what could block time? In the end he gave up. Finally, one day the power lines around Lu Yin's limitless inner world collided continuously, creating new lines that also collided continuously. There was no limit to the number of lines. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as the lines continuously merged into his body and collided with each other. His power continued to increase and new lines appeared endlessly. Lu Yin was currently enduring an unlimited amount of power, but his body had a limit. Not long after, his body could no longer bear it, and he had no choice but to use the extreme matter reverses technique. This was one of his experiments. His body definitely had a limit to what it could take, and that was to use things in the opposite direction. Using things in the opposite direction to withstand extreme pressure, not only could he withstand more force, but he could also rely on things in the opposite direction to absorb the pressure's damage and then use it to form a second attack. His limitless inner world suddenly disappeared and Lu Yin punched the sky. He squatted on the ground and panted heavily. He raised his hand, excited that he had succeeded. What seemed like a single punch had actually contained two destructive forces. One came from the superposition of his own power, and the other came from the extreme matter reverses technique that absorbed the pressure. It had to be known that the extreme matter reverses technique had an extremely high upper limit. If even the extreme matter reverses technique could not withstand it, then one could only imagine how much pressure the superposition of his limitless power had placed on Lu Yin. To put it bluntly, the destructive power of the extreme matter reverses technique had already reached Lu Yin's own limit. This was a limit that not even ordinary powerhouses of sequence laws could reach. In addition, he had released his own power with this punch. There was no need for visualization anymore. His power had already transformed, and he could clearly see his limitless inner world. In the future, his limitless inner world would definitely become the strongest force in the universe. Lu Yin was confident that his punch could destroy most powerhouses of sequence laws, and even the corpse god would not be able to withstand it. In the future, his punch would become a nightmare for countless enemies. No, it was already a nightmare. The power of this punch had far surpassed what it had been in the past. If he added the 100 shackles technique, Lu Yin would not even dare to imagine its power. However, the 100 shackles technique might be an exaggeration, but he could not use it continuously. He had to continue experimenting. The transformation of his limitless inner world pleased Lu Yin, and he was confident that he could break through to Ancestor Realm with it. Next up were his 3 other inner worlds. Each of his inner worlds was stranger than the last, and his limitless inner world was still the most ordinary. After thinking about it, Lu Yin decided to use fishing with flowing light. In the mortal realm, he did not know what the textless heavenly tome was used for. The textless heavenly tome was slightly better, as it could be used to write names and prevent the person who wrote it from being accepted by the fifth mainland. However, he did not know what else to do with it. The forefather had specifically reminded him not to reveal the textless heavenly tome. Now, it seemed that transforming into flowing light was the most practical choice. Furthermore, this was the river of time, which was the most suitable place for flowing light. Lu Yin had long since thought of a direction for flowing light's transformation, which was to go to the outer realm and search for a parallel universe with a different flow of time. However, that was just a guess and there was simply too much time to search for. How could there be so many parallel universes with different flow of time for flowing light to increase its time? He did not have the time to search for them. Hopefully, the river of time would be able to transform flowing light. Using his body as a rod, flowing light shuttled around Lu Yin's body and followed the fishing rod towards the river of time, slowly probing into it under Lu Yin's apprehensive gaze. Flowing light was space chasing after time, while the river of time was time itself. Lu Yin felt that it was very risky to let flowing light enter the river of time, but he had no other choice. If he did not do this, he did not know how long it would take for flowing light to transform. Cultivation was always a risk. When flowing light touched the river of time, Lu Yin was almost taken away. He felt like he was falling into a waterfall, and the river of time almost dragged him in. He hurriedly pulled flowing light out, his back drenched in cold sweat. He looked up. A water droplet? Flowing light wrapped around a droplet of water. That was the passage of time, and Lu Yin had seen too much of it. This droplet also allowed Lu Yin to see the passage of time as well as the endless passage of space. However, he did not see any living creatures or anything else, only the endless passage of space. What did this mean? Was this a scene of time? The scene quickly disappeared. Lu Yin had assumed that the droplet would fall into the river of time, just like when he used his limitless inner world to fish. However, this time the droplet did not fall. Instead, it was swallowed up by flowing light. Lu Yin was shocked as he stared at flowing light, but no droplet fell. That droplet, or rather, that drop of time was gone. How could it be gone? Lu Yin hurriedly retracted flowing light and continued traveling. Flowing light had originally seen 600 seconds, but this time, Lu Yin counted and saw that 5 seconds had passed. These 5 seconds were the passage of time that flowing light had just seen, as well as the endless passage of space. After the droplet was swallowed up by flowing light could see that 5 seconds had passed. There was such a thing? Lu Yin was ecstatic. He had spent a lot of effort to find parallel spacetimes with different flows of time, and only after obtaining their acknowledgement could he see that time had increased. But in this mirage domain, sitting next to the river of time and fishing could increase the time he could see that time? This was too exciting. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. He wanted to see if this was really the case. However, there was one thing he had to take note of. He had almost been dragged down by the river of time. His limitless inner world did not have such a problem. Flowing light's ability was similar to that of time, which was why there had been such an outcome. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:13. Lu Yin gripped the fishing rod tightly and unconsciously increased his strength. He stabilized himself and slowly sent flowing light into the river of time. In that instant he was almost dragged away again. This wasn't a problem of strength, as if the river of time wasn't dragging him away but flowing light. However, flowing light belonged to Lu Yin, which was why Lu Yin was implicated. Flowing light was space chasing after time, and space was the carrier of time. The flow of time drove space along. Flowing light had the ability to chase after time, but it belonged to space itself, so it was normal for it to be dragged away by the river of time. Lu Yin hurriedly pulled flowing light back, but this time he didn't catch any water droplets. He frowned and tried again. He wanted to see if he could really increase flowing light's viewing time by fishing. This was an opportunity for flowing light to transform. Flowing light fell into the river of time again, and he tried again and again, but he was almost dragged away again and again. Lu Yin could tell that as long as he pulled flowing light back quickly enough, he wouldn't be dragged away. The river of time's power to drag flowing light was stable. He gradually grasped this stability. This time Lu Guang fished out another water droplet, and Lu Yin saw another image. This time he saw a stranger that he didn't recognize. This person's face was ferocious, and he seemed to be struggling or fighting at the same time. The image disappeared in an instant, and that person's head flew off. He was dead. The water droplet still didn't fall into the river of time and was swallowed by flowing light. Lu Yin tried again, and sure enough, 3 seconds were added. These 3 seconds were exactly the time the scene lasted. Although he only managed to catch it once after many attempts, it was still much easier than trying to find a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time. Finding it was one thing, but to be recognized by that parallel spacetime took too much time. Lu Yin was excited and continued. He continued fishing and he caught a few more scenes. However, he didn't care much about them as they were merely images of the passage of time. Some images showed people, some images showed strange creatures, and some images showed nothing at all. It was complete darkness. Until this time, Lu Yin stared blankly at the scene. It was the undying god. However, it wasn't a living undying god, but a heavily injured one. Could this be skipping time? Lu Yin stared at the scene and it instantly disappeared. The undying god had skipped time for only a moment. Lu Yin hadn't expected that his fishing in the river of time would actually catch the undying god's skipped time. What was it that he had been fishing for? Was it really the passing of time? No, he thought of another possibility. Could it be that what he fished up was all erased time? The river of time flowed endlessly. If he wanted to use the flowing light to fish out the past, wouldn't he be erasing everything that had happened in the past? Lu Ying had always been suspicious of this, but he hadn't thought too much about it. Now that he thought about it, this was indeed the case. The flowing light devoured the past of time, which meant that the past of time was gone, which meant that the past had been changed. Clearly, Lu Ying did not have this ability and neither did Lu Guang. What it devoured wasn't the real past, but the time that couldn't be erased by the river of time. For example, the time skipped by the undead. The undead god had skipped that period of time and denied that period of time, so that period of time could not be tolerated in the long river of time, but there really was that period of time. Then, could it be understood that it was a drop of water that was not swept away by the long river? Only that drop of water could be caught. Therefore, flowing light continued to fish. Although it had clearly fallen into the long river of time, it could never catch anything. Even if it caught something, it could devour it. What flowing light devoured was not the past of time, but the time that had been abandoned and erased. Lu Ying exhaled. If this was really the case, then he recalled Mr. Mu's tracing of the past. The reason why the undead god had been killed was because he had skipped time and had been found by Senior Mu carving. Then what did tracing of the past mean? Finding back the time that couldn't be tolerated in the long river of time? Lu Ying recalled what ancestor Lu Yuan had said. In the era of the sect above heaven, the ancestors were not allowed to reverse time and change the past. However, Mr. Mu had tracing of the past and could find back the erased time. No matter how he looked at it, these two people were maintaining the stability of the long river of time. No matter how he thought about it, his current guess seemed to be reasonable. If that was the case, then how much erased time was left in the long river of time? Wouldn't it be more suitable for him to fish with flowing light rather than tracing of the past? Faster. He had to tell Mr. Mu when he met him. The erased time was like impurities in the long river of time, and he seemed to be the creator of these impurities. He finally understood that those scenes of shuttling through the starry sky might be someone who had reached the speed of parallel time. There might even be scenes of him using reverse time. As he thought about it, flowing light continued to fish in the long river of time. The more he fished, the more Lu Ying confirmed his thoughts. He saw more scenes of him shuttling through space, but this time he wasn't shuttling through space but rather on a battlefield. Every time he encountered such a scene, he would take a closer look to see if it had anything to do with him. During this period he had spent the most time in parallel time. Sure enough, he saw it. He saw the scene of the first battle in the realm of calamity, the scene of him riding a 7-star mantis, the pure energy body, and himself. The scene of him being seen was definitely the scene of an ancient god using void realm. Time had not disappeared. Even if it was parallel time or reverse time, it still took time to achieve this. However, this time was not part of the long river of time. If the long river of time was the main body in the universe's development trend, then this time was like a branch. No matter what one did, time existed and flowed. It just didn't flow into the main body of the long river of time that everyone existed in. Some things could be erased or reversed, but time could never be truly erased. Lu Ying finally understood. He also understood many things. Why Patriarch Lu Yuan and the others had not told him, saying that it was useless. Only when he understood it himself could he truly understand it. The ancestors definitely knew this, but even if they told him, would he truly understand it? Not necessarily. At this moment he truly did understand. Then what about this fog? Lu Ying looked behind him. This fog was a form of time, so did it also mean that it could not be contained in the long river of time? Could it also be devoured by the flowing light? Lu Ying wanted to give it a try, but after thinking about it for a while, he decided against it. He was wrong. His flowing light devoured things that had already happened in the past, and the river of time was actually history itself. The fog, on the other hand, had never happened before. Unless his flowing light coincidentally touched the fog and corroded someone, then the fog that had corroded that person might be able to be devoured. However, most of the fog here should not have corroded anyone, which meant that nothing had happened. It was just pure time, and such time could return to the long river of time just like a real river. The fog was like a river. This meant that the fog could naturally return to the river. This fog should not be devoured by the flowing light. Lu Ying retracted his gaze and continued fishing. There was no need to think about the fog, as his guess should be correct. Every time he fished, he continuously increased the time he could look back. When he had first entered the mirage domain, he had been able to look back for 600 seconds. Now he could look back for 700 seconds. Lu Ying did not know how long he had spent, but in any case it was very long. It would take at least a few decades to reach this point. However, this amount of time was much better than searching for a parallel universe with a different flow of time. He did not even need to move, he just needed to sit there. No, that was not right. He still needed to move as he needed to avoid the fog. Since he was fishing in a time that could not be contained in the long river of time, it was always good to change his position. This time was like a fish in the long river of time, and Lu Yin truly experienced the joy of fishing. The flowing light had its own direction of transformation, and Lu Yin had long since guessed it. However, there was still quite some time before it could transform. Lu Yin guessed that he would need to look back for at least 1,000 seconds before he could try it out. On this day, Lu Yin saw himself appear in a scene of the past. How could it be him? Lu Yin stared at it closely. At that moment, did he seem to be an enlighter? The scene disappeared very quickly. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine as someone was staring at him. Could it be Mr. Mu? Every time Mr. Mu appeared, time would stop. No, that was not a scene of Mr. Mu. Furthermore, every time Mr. Mu appeared, the scene would last for a very long time, as if he was conversing with Lu Yin. Then who was it? Was someone staring at him while stopping time? After a while, Lu Yin saw himself again. This time he was an emissary who had just survived his origin tribulation. Who was it? It was definitely not Mr. Mu. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly as he continued to fish. A chill ran down his spine. Had someone been watching him all this time? The more he thought about it, the colder he felt. There had been a pair of eyes watching him all this time, but he had not noticed. The first person he thought of was Bai Wuxian. Of the 7 sky gods, Bai Wuxian was the most mysterious. She had appeared a few times, but she had either threatened Lu Yin or retreated without exchanging any blows. Even Lu Tianyi and the others did not know how strong Bai Wuxian was. However, if it was Bai Wuxian, then since she could watch him, she could naturally kill him. In those scenes, Lu Yin was only an enlighter and an emissary. There was even one scene in which he was an explorer, which meant that he had been watched ever since he had become an explorer. If it was Bai Wuxian, then she should have killed him. No matter how he looked at it, she did not seem like a human spy. If it wasn't Bai Wuxian, then who would be watching him like this? Was he being watched right now? Lu Yin suddenly waved his hand, and a ray of light shot back to check the time. No, but it was also possible that he had not noticed. The person who was watching him was definitely a powerhouse that Lu Yin could not touch. Lu Yin hoped that this person was protecting him and was not an enemy. This possibility was very high, but if it was an enemy, then it would mean that this person's goal was so great that even Lu Yin could not guess it. An everlasting? A powerhouse from outside the domain? Or was it a powerhouse that had existed for countless years? Lu Yin could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried, and he only came back to his senses after some time. No matter what, it was impossible for anyone to be watching him in this mirage. He had just met the primogenitor and Mr. Mu. If the person who was watching him could hide from the primogenitor and the others, then Lu Yin would accept it. This might not be a bad thing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:14. Lu Yin took a deep breath and continued fishing. His lightstream retrospect was still far from the time he wanted to try it out. Lu Yin continued to fish and watch the images. After a long time, the streamer's replay had reached nearly 900 seconds, and he saw 2 more images of someone staring at him. Each time it made his hair stand on end. No matter what he did, he was being watched. In the blink of an eye, his lightstream retrospect had increased by another dozen seconds, and he saw another image that left him stunned. How could this be? He stared at the image carefully as if he was seeing an illusion. The image lasted for a long time, but the time that it represented couldn't be swallowed up by lightstream retrospect. It was something that he had inadvertently fished up, not something that could be assimilated into the river of time. Lu Yin sat in silence for half a day before continuing to fish. One day, the fog suddenly dissipated as a gust of wind blew away the fog that led to the forest. Lu Yin looked at the forest. What kind of forest could withstand the erosion of time? Even a half-ancestor had been erased by time, but the forest was still verdant and full of vitality. Suddenly, Lu Yin's gaze trembled as he saw a wooden house faintly appear in the forest. There was actually a wooden house in the mirage? He recalled the progenitor's words. Some people had come here before, such as Fate and Wu Tian. Could that wooden house be related to them? The Bai family's ancestor had also unintentionally come here, which meant that many people had come to the mirage in history. Who was the owner of that wooden house? Someone who could build a wooden house in the forest was definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Yin wanted to take a look, but his rationality told him not to act rashly. The fog was too terrifying. He had observed it before, and with its speed, as long as there weren't any strong winds, he would have plenty of time to go and return. However, Lu Yin hesitated. It was too risky. Once the fog closed in, he would have no choice but to leave the mirage. He didn't want to give up on this place. He didn't have the ability to go to Immemorial City and find the progenitor to send him back. He also didn't want to hear the words pillar. In the end, his rationality won over his curiosity, and Lu Yin continued to fish in peace. He didn't care about the wooden house, the forest, or even the treasures of the 3 realms and 6 paths. He focused on cultivating his light stream retrospect. Another long period of time passed, and Flowing Light's reflection time was close to 1,000 seconds, which was half of what it had been when he had first arrived in the Mirage domain. However, it still wasn't enough for Lu Yin to try transforming Flowing Light. During this period of time, the wind seemed to have become more frequent. It kept blowing away the fog, revealing the wooden house in the forest. The first time, Lu Yin had been tempted, but after that he wasn't tempted anymore. He had already given up once, so it didn't matter if he gave up a few more times. Moreover, the frequency of the wind was a little strange. Lu Yin looked around, but he couldn't see anything. He shook his head and continued fishing. Finally, Lu Yin's Flowing Light recall reached 1,200 seconds, which was twice as long as before. He now had a sense of control over the flow of light, and it was time to see if his research was on the right track. Although Patriarch Tianyi had given him some pointers about the transformation of his limitless inner world, it was still something that Lu Yin had comprehended on his own. As for the transformation of Lu Guang, no one had given him any pointers. It was something that he had comprehended while searching for a parallel spacetime with a different flow of time in the outer realm. He wanted to walk his own path, and no one could help him walk his own path. Even Mr. Mu and the primogenitor could not help. They could only provide the Mirage domain. A gust of wind blew past, but the fog didn't reveal itself this time. Instead, it moved towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was on guard. The wind was indeed strange, and he looked around again. It was a pity that he no longer had his celestial eye, or else he would have been able to see if this wind was related to the laws of the sequence. Aside from the laws of the sequence, Lu Yin couldn't think of anything else that could move this fog. The fog came, and Lu Yin could only change his position. However, the fog seemed to have a mind of its own, and it followed him wherever he went. Even an idiot would know that someone was controlling it. "Who's there?" Lu Yin shouted. This was the first time he had spoken since Ju Yi's death. He hadn't spoken in so long that it felt a little strange. No one answered, and Lu Yin continued to change his position. However, the fog continued to entangle him, intentionally leading him in a certain direction. However, it wasn't the forest or the wooden house. Instead, it was moving against the flow of the river of time in a certain direction. Lu Yin's face sank as he wanted to see who was behind this. After a while, a candle suddenly appeared on Lu Yin's shoulder, and his expression changed drastically. Flowing Light appeared, and it was about to reverse for a second before suddenly stopping. He saw that the light was absorbing something. Was this time? After fishing in the river of time for so long, Flowing Light had absorbed a lot of time that couldn't be contained within the river, and Lu Yin was familiar with this feeling. At this moment, Flowing Light was absorbing the time produced by the candle. The fact that Flowing Light could absorb the time when the candle burned meant that the candle had the power of time. Clearly, someone had attacked Lu Yin, and it wasn't just time. It was time that had acted on Lu Yin's body, which was why Flowing Light could absorb it. Since Flowing Light could absorb time, Lu Yin could ignore the candle. Furthermore, he could use it as another way to increase Flowing Light's ability to look back at time. Lu Yin didn't know how to describe his current feelings. Fishing had allowed Flowing Light to continuously look back at time. He had originally thought that someone had attacked him, but an even better way to look back at time had appeared. In that case, did the person who had attacked him know? Lu Yin looked around warily. "Who is it? Who are you, little fellow? How did you get here?" An old voice sounded from the front. Lu Yin looked forward, but the fog was lingering and he couldn't see clearly. "I came here by accident. If I've disturbed you, please forgive me. You're so young, yet you lie without batting an eye. How would you know how to fish in the river of time if you came here by accident? Also, you're very afraid of coming into contact with the fog. It seems that you know how powerful it is." Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. This person's words meant that he hadn't discovered Lu Yin from the very beginning. That's right. In order to avoid the fog, Lu Yin had constantly changed his position. Perhaps that was how he had been discovered. "I spent a great deal of effort to gather some shattered stones before finding this place," Lu Yin said. "Haha, a road sign? Whether or not it is, it has nothing to do with me. Do you see the candle on your shoulder? That represents the time you've lived. When the candle burns out, your life will end." Lu Yin pretended to be shocked. Senior, why are you attacking me? You don't have to die, but you have to do me a favor. If you do well, not only will I not kill you, but I can also guarantee that you will reach the primordial realm and come to the Mirage domain. Do you see that stone tablet? Your cultivation is pretty good and you can fish in the river of time. Then you might have heard that reaching the primordial realm will allow you to pass through suffering and obtain eternal life. Lu Yin pretended to be excited. Senior, what realm are you at? My realm is beyond your imagination. If you don't want to die, you have to do me a favor. Lu Yin was helpless. I don't have a choice. Senior, just tell me what you want me to do. Smart. What's your name? Junior's name is xianxia. Where are you from? Hexagon Association. Hexagon Association? Never heard of it. Lu Yin probed. Hyperspace. Never heard of it. It's just a parallel universe. Your past identity is not important. From now on, your identity is the primordial space, the fifth mainland's descendant of the Lu family. Lu Yin was stunned and his mind went blank. What did that mean? He was the descendant of the fifth mainland's Lu family? Wait a minute, he was a little confused. Did this person see through his identity or something? Senior, what are you talking about? Have you heard of the primordial space? Lu Yin didn't hide anything. I have, but the primordial space has long since declined. This person didn't even know about the Hexagon Association. He had probably been in the Mirage domain for a long time and didn't know much about the outside world. If he did, he would have refuted Lu Yin's words. Is that so? Even if the primordial space has declined, the Lu family is still around. Kid, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. You can't make a single mistake. Otherwise you will lose your life. Don't think that you can escape. With my xuanhuan, even if you escape to a parallel universe, it will be useless. No one can save you. Lu Yin respectfully replied, Junior understands. Senior, please instruct me. The primordial space is a parallel universe in the universe. It gave birth to the extremely resplendent above heaven sect. What this person said was the same as Lu Yin's understanding of the primordial space. This was equivalent to telling Lu Yin part of the primordial space's history. Lu Yin already knew all of this. Lu Yin also confirmed that this person didn't see him clearly. He used the astral source to fish, and this person knew the primordial space so well. It was impossible for him not to recognize the astral source. This person must have seen Lu Yin as a person but couldn't see his strength clearly. They were too far apart. This distance wasn't considered far under normal circumstances, but this was the Mirage domain. Lu Yin didn't have the heavenly eye, and his range of vision was limited. Even if this person could see very far, it was limited. Otherwise he wouldn't have forced Lu Yin to come here. Lu Yin listened to this person talk about the history of the primordial space while checking his body to see if there was anything that could expose his identity. The Lu family is the strongest family in the primordial space after the four continents shattered. They are also the family that controls the fifth mainland. Do you understand? Lu Yin said, Junior understands. Then, as long as I know this, I can pretend to be a descendant of the Lu family? Of course not. The direct descendants of the Lu family have two innate gifts. One is visualization. The innate gift of the God Sealing Catalog cannot be forged, but not every descendant of the Lu family can awaken this innate gift. I can help you forge the general appointing platform. As for visualization, it isn't that important. The general appointing platform can explain everything. As for your name. After a pause, this person seemed to be thinking. Lu Yin suggested, Junior's name is xianxia. I also have another name, Yin. How about Lu Yin? Sure, it's just a code name. From now on you will be called Lu Yin. Lu Yin replied, Junior understands. This person's previous behavior meant that he didn't know much about the current world. Otherwise, Lu Yin wouldn't have dared to say his name. You are very cooperative. In the past, other people inadvertently came here. They were either too weak or too timid. They were afraid that their lives would be burned away. It's useless to ask such people for help. I have waited for a long time for someone like you. You are young, your cultivation is not bad, and you are very sensible. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:15. Lu Yin smiled. Of course. This junior hopes to reach the primordial realm. Since you're here, this junior has to do his best. It's good that you understand. If you complete this task well, I will consider accepting you as a disciple. By the way, have you heard of the Eternals? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Of course. What do you think? Enemies of the human race. What do you think? Lu Yin did not know what this person meant. Was this person from the Eternals or the human race? Logically speaking, this person should be from the Eternals since Lu Ying was a human. This person had treated him with such an attitude and even asked him to disguise himself as someone from the Lu family, so he had to be dealing with someone from the Lu family. However, if this person was not from the Eternals, then Lu Ying would be in trouble if he answered incorrectly. Lu Ying was not afraid that this person would attack him, as he could still fight back and escape. However, this person had asked him to disguise himself as a descendant of the Lu family, so Lu Ying wanted to see who he was dealing with. This junior only wants to reach the primordial realm, Lu Ying replied. The person fell silent for a moment. You're quite considerate. However, I admire people like you. Only by being unscrupulous can you get what you want. Lu Ying exhaled. Senior is right. May I know your name? With a boom, a general appointment platform appeared in front of Lu Ying. Lu Ying stared at it. General appointment platform? No, it was fake. This person had forged it. Look carefully. I'll give you some time to familiarize yourself with it. This is your general appointment platform. Use it as an innate gift. I'll remember it even in my dreams. Your name is Lu Ying, and you're a descendant of the Lu family. Do you remember? This junior definitely remembers. My name is Lu Ying, and I'm a descendant of the Lu family. Who is your ancestor? Lu Yuan. What else? Lu Tianyi. What is the most tragic thing that has ever happened to your Lu family? Ancestor Lu Yuan's son died. The ancestor could not reverse the river of time to save him because the progenitor did not allow it. Then what is the most unpleasant thing that has ever happened to your Lu family? Someone called Qingluo Jiantian injured Lu Tianyi, forcing the family to cultivate the primordial scripture to make up for the lack of spiritual force. There's another lunatic in the Lu clan. He's Lu Yuan's grandson. Remember, this lunatic Lu is a taboo in the Lu clan. Lu Ying was very confident. This junior is Lu Ying, so of course I know. Patriarch Lu Yuan and Patriarch Lu Tianyi are both my patriarchs and I've met them before. Not bad. The fog dissipated and Lu Ying walked towards the forest. It had been a long time since that person had threatened him with xuanhuan, and he had been constantly familiarizing himself with the Lu family's history. It had to be said that there were some things that he did not know, and he had never expected to be forced to learn about them by an outsider. What that person wanted him to do was to enter the forest and find a woman. The closer he was to that woman, the better. As for why he was pretending to be a descendant of the Lu family, that person didn't tell Lu Ying. Lu Ying carefully walked through the forest. A wooden house loomed in the distance, but it wasn't the same one he had seen before. This one was much further away. A small path, a bamboo forest surrounded by mist. No matter how one looked at it, it was a quiet and elegant place. He subconsciously touched the bamboo. What kind of bamboo could withstand the corrosion of the time mist? He didn't manage to figure out anything. Lu Ying continued walking towards the wooden house. Not long after, he saw a bamboo fence. There were green grasses that swayed in the wind, emitting a faint green glow. It was very comfortable to look at. There was a beautiful woman dressed in plain clothes walking among the grasses with a faint smile on her face. She didn't wear any makeup and gave off an elegant feeling, like the grasses in the forest, untainted by dust. The smile on her face made Lu Ying feel even more comfortable. She wasn't an absolute beauty, but she was definitely the type that made people feel the most comfortable. It was as if they had returned to nature. Lu Ying stood outside the bamboo fence and watched the woman plant the grasses. Not long after, she raised her head and looked at him. Lu Ying bowed. Junior Lu Ying greets senior. The woman sized him up. How did you get here? I found this mirage domain by collecting stones. Your surname is Lu? Yes. It's fake. Lu Ying was speechless. It's real. The woman smiled and pointed at Lu Ying's shoulder. You still have Xuanhuan's flame on your shoulder. Lu Ying blinked. Didn't that person say that he couldn't see it? He thought that I couldn't see, but this is my territory. How could I not see? He underestimated me too much. However, I purposely made him think that I couldn't see, said the woman. After saying that, she lowered her head and continued to plant the grass. Lu Ying was helpless. I've made a fool of myself. She sighed. I should be the one apologizing. I've implicated you, or else you wouldn't have been killed by him. I'm sorry, but I can't help you get rid of Xuanhuan's flame. Lu Ying was curious. Senior, who are you? And who is that person? There was a wooden chair inside the fence and she sat down. Just stay outside. He can't do anything to me at this distance, but it might not be the case if he gets any closer. Lu Ying nodded and sat down by himself. He looked at the woman from across the bamboo fence. The one controlling you is called Fengbua, a sinner of the human race. As for me, I am Hongyan Mavis. Lu Yin's expression changed and he exclaimed, ancestor of the Mavis family? Hongyan Mavis? Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin. I can see the shock in your eyes. He didn't tell you my identity? Or is your disguise too good? Lu Yin stared at her in shock. Are you really Hongyan Mavis? Ancestor of the Mavis family? Hongyan Mavis smiled. Ancestor makes me sound old. I've only lived a little longer. What about you? What's your name? Lu Yin hadn't expected to meet one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms in the Mirage domain, the ancestor of the 2nd continent, Hongyan Mavis. He had only heard about her from ancestor Lu Tianyi, but no one knew where she was. Many believed that she had been destroyed along with the 2nd continent and died in the universe. He hadn't expected to meet her here. Lu Yin was excited. Ancestor of the Mavis family, one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. She was a powerful person, and it was impossible to know much about her through the history of the Mavis family. In the Genesis space, the only ones who truly understood her were the Lu family. Senior, why are you in the Mirage domain? Why don't you go out? Lu Yin asked. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin deeply. How long has Fengbua nurtured you? You've acted out my surprise to the fullest, as if you've come from the Genesis space. Of course. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Hongyan Mavis laughed. Fengbua has many methods, and you're not the first one to try to get close to me. He knows that Lu Yuan helped me when the 2nd continent was destroyed, and even the Akalanatha King Elephant died for me. That's why he asked you to pretend to be a descendant of the Lu family in hopes of getting close to me. However, he doesn't know that I can see the candlelight. You don't have to pretend anymore. I haven't talked to anyone in a long time. Meeting you is fate. I can't help you break free from Fengbua's control, so I apologize again. If you're willing, you can talk to me. Lu Yin didn't know what to feel. He had thought that he could trick that person by pretending to be a descendant of the Lu family, but he hadn't expected that the person he was tricking wouldn't believe him either. He was in an awkward situation. What's your name? Hongyan Mavis asked. She really hadn't talked to anyone in a long time. Lu Yin was helpless. Junior's name is xianxia. Hongyan Mavis smiled. Where are you from? I'm not sure if you're really surprised by my identity or if you're just faking it. I'm really surprised. This junior is from the 6 Paths Association. Does senior know of the Grand Empyrean? Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Taihong? Lu Yin nodded. That's her. Hongyan Mavis let out a long sigh and looked into the distance with nostalgia. Taihong, so you're from her side. No wonder you know me. How is she? Lu Yin told Hongyan Mavis a few things about the 6 Paths Association. The 6 Paths Association didn't exist back then, but there were already Grand Empyreans. This showed just how arrogant they were. Hongyan Mavis also told Lu Yin about what had happened during the Above Heaven era. She mostly talked about the 3 realms and 6 Daos, including the Grand Empyreans. You might not believe it, but back then we almost knocked Taihong out. We almost knocked him out. Hongyan Mavis smiled happily as she reminisced about the times of the past. Lu Yin smiled. He believed it, and more than one person had told him that. Unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded, and the Grim Reaper had created the death mask battle technique. Taihong, that woman, is arrogant and disrespectful to Master. She always thinks that she's the most noble and wants to beat her up. However, she's actually quite strong and we're all lower in seniority than her. At first, we couldn't beat her even if we worked together, but things changed as we broke through to Ancestor. Everyone dared to scold her, and she was so angry that she kept complaining to Master. You don't know what happened back then? Hongyan Mavis laughed. Lu Yin didn't know how long she had been in the Mirage, but it should have been since the Above Heaven era. Rather than calling it a chat, it was more accurate to say that Lu Yin's arrival gave Hongyan Mavis a chance to talk. She spoke for a long time, and Lu Yin felt as if he had returned to the Above Heaven era and was looking at that glorious civilization. Speaking of which, was she considered a chatterbox? She couldn't have inherited it from her primogenitor, right? I'm sorry for talking so much. Hongyan Mavis was embarrassed. Lu Yin replied, I'm bored anyway. Senior can speak as much as you want. Hongyan Mavis smiled. You're a good person. So. Right, there's something interesting here. Do you want to take a look? Hongyan Mavis pointed at the wooden house. Lu Yin didn't understand. That house wasn't built by me but by Wu Tian. You can take a look at the floor. Hongyan Mavis pursed her lips and smiled. Lu Yin was excited. Could it be a powerful battle technique? Others might not have cared, but he was different. His cultivation included wuxiang, and he wasn't afraid of having too much strength. Lu Yin walked towards the wooden house and opened the door. He was still some distance away from Hongyan Mavis, and that distance was safe for her. He entered the wooden house and it was very simple. It reminded him of the wooden house he and Xianxia had shared in the food paradise. The floor? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:16. Lu Yin looked down and saw words from the above heaven era. He had specifically asked Lu Qianni to learn them. Build a wooden house for the convenience of future generations, Wu Tian. So it was you who built it? Didn't we come in together? Why are we so far apart? Lu Yuan. Convenience? You built a toilet? Who's so mean? It must be you, Chu Heizi. You usually don't talk, but you like to stir up trouble in the dark. Also, Martial Arts University, Master is too biased towards you guys. He let you guys come in first. I'm 1,000 years late, Jialan. Jialan, I'm later than you. What did you say? Guiji. Then what are you talking about now? Jialan. That's because you're useless. Leave your name if you can. Chuhei, it must be you, Lu Yuan. Fertile Earth, what does it have to do with you? Chuhei didn't say anything about you. You came in early enough. Master is biased to Jialan. It's not me, Death. It's you, Wu Tian. It's you, Guiji. It's you, Lu Yuan. Roar. Big Yellow, don't think we don't know you're scolding us. Every time you roar, you're scolding us. Jialan, you're a busybody, Lu Yuan. You've all come in? Hong Yin. Thank you, Wu Tian, for building the wooden house. It's so convenient, fate. Nyo, you've finally broken through the ancestral barrier. We've waited for so long, Lu Yuan. Fertile Earth, why are you here again? I think you're up to no good. Nyo, be careful of him, Jialan. You're so happy to build a toilet. Do you like to sleep on it? Chuhei, don't think I don't know it's you. Just you wait, fate. You've all been here, Chuhei. Lu Yin looked at the words on the floor, which stretched all the way to the door. His understanding of the 3 realms and 6 daos had changed. Were they also so happy? Everyone had always thought that the seniors were serious, unsmiling, and untainted by the mundane world. But they were once young and unruly, laughing and cursing each other. Lu Yin felt like he could see the 3 realms and 6 daos when they left these words. And now, where were they? Wu Tian was imprisoned in the martial observation platform, Jialan was nowhere to be found, and the Grim Reaper was nowhere to be found. If they knew that this day would come, how would they feel? Everyone had their own responsibilities, but they couldn't see the responsibilities of others. Patriarch Lu Yuan had let Lu Yin down and made him shoulder the burden of the Lu family, but when had Patriarch Lu Yuan ever let go of this burden? How much did he bear? He also had his best friends, fellow apprentices, and family. He also cared about these people. How did Patriarch Lu Yuan feel when he saw Guiji betraying the human race? How would he feel when he saw Wu Tian chained to the martial observation platform? Lu Yin's gaze was complicated as he looked at the words on the floor. They had all been naive and happy before. He closed his eyes and remained silent for a long time before walking out of the wooden house. What greeted him was Hongyan Mavis' calm expression. Is that the dialogue between the 3 realms and 6 daos? Lu Yin asked. Hongyan Mavis nodded. Master told us to enter the Mirage domain in batches. We can find our own path here. I've been here several times. I was very happy. Yes, I was very happy and carefree. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin asked, Senior, what happened between you and Fengbua? Hongyan Mavis looked into the distance. Fengbua is a traitor to the human race. My Mavis family once took him in and let him water the divine tree. However, when the Eternals destroyed the first continent and fought against the second, he betrayed us and gave the divine tree to the zombie god. He pushed down the Mavis god tree, causing me to lose almost half of my strength and unable to fight against the Eternals. In the end, the second continent was destroyed. If not for him, the second continent wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. It's not accurate to say that he's a sinner. He was planted by the Eternals and my Mavis family, and the Eternals have been plotting against us for a long time. Lu Yin couldn't help but ask, why didn't the above heaven sect eradicate the Eternals back then? Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin. Master's decision naturally had its reasons. But not all of the progenitors' decisions are right. If we had eradicated the Eternals back then, we wouldn't have to fight against this old enemy now. Hongyan Mavis' expression was calm. But there would still be another old enemy. Lu Yin was taken aback. Another old enemy? Hongyan Mavis' gaze was filled with disappointment. The natural world is a stable ecosystem. If the ecosystem isn't stable, then there will be disasters. The universe is the same and no species can be invincible forever. Without the suppression of an old enemy, the human race would have reached the peak, but this doesn't conform to the laws of the universe. Whether it's the Eternals or other enemies, this is the law and it's also fate. Lu Yin looked at Hongyan Mavis. If the above heaven sect had destroyed the Eternals back then, what would have happened? Hongyan Mavis smiled. The progenitor's decision can't be wrong. Although she didn't give him a direct answer, Lu Yin could still hear the answer. The Eternals had to exist. But if that was the case, then what was the point of everything he was doing now? What was the point of Immemorial City, the Hexagon Society, and the various civilizations joining forces? Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin. You're very strange and I can't tell if you're acting or not. When you see those words on the ground you seem to be grieving for us. This isn't an attitude that someone from another civilization should have. We're different from you. Lu Yin's heart sank. If the words had been left behind by someone from another civilization, he wouldn't have felt this way. It was precisely because he was from the primordial space that he felt this complicated. Senior, tell me more about Fenghua. What's his cultivation level and techniques like? Hongyan Mavis didn't refuse and told Lu Yin everything she knew about Fenghua. Lu Yin had never heard of Fenghua in the Eternals, and he didn't know if he was one of the 3 pillars or 6 voids, but he definitely had the strength of the 7 sky gods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to trap Hongyan Mavis in the Mirage domain for so many years. He has the innate gift of toppling. Anything that attacks him can topple as he pleases. It's a very disgusting innate gift. Fighting him, wind candle is his battle technique. There's a saying that describes it well. When the wind blows away the candle flame, it burns to the end. When the candle flame burns out, it's the end of life. As for the sequence laws, what I understand is expansion. It's not expansion of things but expansion of time. Time expansion is like a plane stretching. In his eyes, everything changes during the expansion of time, but to others, there's no difference in the time he passes through. This is the river of time, so the expansion of time is actually a weakened version of spacetime stop. Even so, in our era there aren't many people who can achieve spacetime stop. Although we can touch time and space, if we don't truly study it, we won't be more proficient than him. I've fought with Fenghua many times. This kind of expansion of time can only be stopped by spacetime stop. Otherwise, all of your actions will seem to slow down in his eyes, and you'll always be slower than him. Of course, this is just one of the ways to expand time. I've seen him use it before. Hongyan Mavis spoke a lot, and it could be said that she had completely revealed all of her experiences in fighting with Fenghua. She spoke very quickly, and it was clear that she had no intention of discussing with Lu Yin. It was obvious that she was just speaking, and whether or not Lu Yin understood was not within her consideration. She could not possibly think of how someone who had been controlled by candlelight would be able to resist Fenghua. She simply thought that Lu Yin was curious. Or perhaps she was just a little unwilling. Lu Yin listened quietly. He had tried to kill the 7 sky gods before, and he knew all too well how terrifying these experts were. However, every time he tried to kill them they would always have some sort of trump card. The corpse god had relied on this trump card to escape, and the witch spirit god had almost failed as well. The undying god had only been able to surround and kill the 7 sky gods because he had used tracing the past. Otherwise he would not have been able to deal with Fenghua's ability to jump through time. After so many intense battles, he had never been able to analyze all of his enemies' abilities so clearly. This allowed him to continuously simulate his battle with Fenghua. Here he could not rely on anyone else's strength, not even Hongyan Mavis. If she could deal with Fenghua she would have done so long ago. She would not have been trapped here. She had also mentioned before that she seemed to have become much weaker. The Mavis family was known for their strength, but Lu Yin did not sense the same kind of nimbleness or strength that the other Mavis family members possessed. Instead he felt a sense of weakness. Senior, why are you trapped in the Mirage by Fenghua? With your strength, you shouldn't be afraid of him even if you've become weaker. Hongyan Mavis retorted, what do you think of Fenghua's strength? Lu Yin did not hesitate, very strong. The current me is no match for him, Hongyan Mavis said. Lu Yin frowned, but you shouldn't have been trapped in the Mirage for so many years. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin, then why can't you understand that I've trapped him in the Mirage? Lu Yin was stunned. That's right, Hongyan Mavis was in the Mirage and so was Fenghua. Neither of them could leave. Hongyan Mavis smiled, I'm definitely not his opponent since I've become much weaker. However, he's not willing to let me go. He's using a cripple like me to trap an eternal expert in the Mirage. Do you think it's better for the humans or the Eternals? Lu Yin looked at Hongyan Mavis in admiration, This junior understands. Hongyan Mavis stared blankly into the distance. The humans and the Eternals keep each other in check and kill each other. Neither side can completely suppress the other. Master has her own battlefield, Wu Tian and the others have their own battlefield, and I have my own battlefield. With my crippled body, I've managed to kill an eternal expert who can fight against the 3 realms and 6 paths. Even if I'm trapped here for another trillion years, it's not a bad thing. One day I'll be buried here. She then looked towards the wooden house and smiled happily. Actually, it's not bad, right? Lu Yin looked deeply at Hongyan Mavis before looking back at the wooden house. Perhaps one day, senior, you'll meet the person you're waiting for and write a few more words on the floor. Hongyan Mavis's gaze shook, and she looked away from the wooden house with a complicated expression. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:17. Hongyan Mavis had always stayed here. Deep in her heart, she had always hoped that one day, those people would come, leave a message on the floor and take her with them. That day the fog would definitely disperse. It had been some time since they had arrived at the wooden house, and Hongyan Mavis had chatted with Lu Yin for a long time. By now, the candle on Lu Yin's shoulder was nearing its end. Lu Yin didn't care. The flowing light continued to burn the candle flame, and it was being devoured by the river of time. This candle flame was just for show. However, Fenghua didn't know this and neither did Hongyan Mavis. Lu Yin was waiting for the candle to burn out completely before attacking Fenghua, or he could think of a way to have Fenghua give him a new candle to continue burning and devouring the flow of time. He didn't know how long flowing light could last. Thank you, Fenghua. Xianxia, can you see the candle on your shoulder? Hongyan Mavis asked. Lu Yin glanced at his shoulder. I can see it. It's almost over. Once the candle burns out, your life will also end. Aren't you afraid? Hongyan Mavis asked. Lu Yin was helpless. There's nothing I can do about it. It can't be changed, so just let it be. Hongyan Mavis' lips curled up. Looks like you've spent a lot of time with Fenghua. You know that the candle can automatically regenerate according to Fenghua's wishes. Lu Yin blinked. There was such a thing? Looking at Hongyan Mavis' expression, Lu Yin knew that her distrust of him had increased. He had thought that she would admire his courage in the face of death, but he hadn't expected that the candle could regenerate on its own. Hongyan Mavis must have thought that he knew something about Fenghua. In other words, he definitely understood Fenghua, which meant that he had asked Hongyan Mavis to get close to him. Lu Yin smiled wryly. The emotions he had shown when he had seen the words on the floor had caused Hongyan Mavis to have a good impression of him, but that had probably disappeared. Hongyan Mavis sighed. A person's life is greater than the heavens. I can understand everything you've done. I can't help you, but you're here to listen to me talk. Thank you, Xianxia. Lu Yin smiled. Senior, please continue. I'd like to hear you talk. Hongyan Mavis met his gaze and nodded. Thank you. Fenghua couldn't hear their conversation, but he knew that Lu Yin wouldn't be able to get close to Hongyan Mavis that easily. Thus, a single candle was clearly not enough to deal with her. Although Hongyan Mavis was becoming more and more vigilant towards him, it was still good that he could continue to use his flowing light to devour candlelight. He just didn't know how many times the count of wind would continue. There was a limit to one's patience. Once Lu Yin had spent enough time with Hongyan Mavis in the wooden hut, the candle's flame burned faster than before. This was Fenghua's urging. Lu Yin could tell. Hongyan Mavis also saw it. She said regretfully, I really want to help you get rid of this control, but Xianxia, take care of yourself. Go back and see Fengbo. Maybe he has other methods to deal with me and can let you live for now. Lu Yin shrugged and took out the fake general appointment platform that Fenghua had given him. Senior, can you differentiate between the real and fake general appointment platforms? Hongyan Mavis watched silently without saying anything. Lu Yin turned to his side and his own general appointment platform appeared. What about this? Hongyan Mavis's expression didn't change. Fenghua spent a lot of effort to deal with me. I have to say that he can pass off the fake as the real thing. Xianxia, I understand a person's desire to live and can do anything. I apologize to you, but I won't be soft-hearted. You won't be able to get close to me. Go back. Lu Yin helplessly put away the platform. What about visualization? Do you believe it? Immovable Heavenly King Elephant, 5th Mainland. Hongyan Mavis didn't say anything. Lu Yin continued, do you believe in the God Seal catalog? Hongyan Mavis's eyes widened in surprise. Fenghua has made ample preparations this time. He must have gone out, right? Even the visualization and the God Seal catalog can pass off as the real thing? Lu Yin knew that it was useless to say anything since Hongyan Mavis was determined not to believe him. Since that's the case, this junior will take his leave. Before I leave, can senior help this junior with something? Hongyan Mavis was curious. What is it? Lu Yin looked around. This fog is a threat. Senior, do you have a way to prevent this junior from being corroded by it? At the very least, I might be able to escape from Fengbua. Hongyan Mavis couldn't help but laugh. You're not the first person to make such a request. Fengbua sent people to deal with me before this as well. Alright, do as you please. She casually plucked a blade of grass from the ground and floated it over to Lu Yin. Take this with you. Lu Yin was puzzled. If you take it with you, it can temporarily prevent you from being corroded by the fog. If not for this ability, Fengbua would have scattered the fog to surround me, and I would have died long ago, she explained. Lu Yin accepted the blade of grass. Thank you, senior. He then turned to leave, his back facing Hongyan Mavis. Lu Yin stopped. Senior, there will be a battle later. If you think that this junior is acting, feel free to observe. If you think that this junior isn't acting and that I might be able to kill Fengbua, then please take action. No matter what, this junior's chances of killing Fengbua aren't high. Hongyan Mavis shook her head as she watched Lu Yin leave. How many years had it been? Fengbua had done everything he could to lure her out, but his methods had only gotten worse. She had never suspected that Lu Yin was Fengbua's way of getting close to her or luring her out. The more scheming she was, the more unwilling she was to leave. If she did, then she would be irresponsible to the humans outside. This kid wasn't bad, but it was a pity. Lu Yin walked out of the bamboo forest, getting further and further away from the wooden house. He arrived at the side of the river of time, not afraid of getting lost. There was fog everywhere and only the path leading to Fengbua was free of fog. Lu Yin stood at the edge of the river. Senior, I failed. The woman inside is very vigilant, and no matter what I said, she refused to let me get close to her. If I had succeeded on the first try, I would have killed her long ago. What did she say to you? Did she believe you? Lu Yin was helpless. No, she doesn't believe that I'm from the Lu family. She doesn't even believe in the general appointment platform? I don't know. I showed her the platform, but she didn't say anything. That's right. Now you know the woman's identity, right? Lu Yin sighed. The primordial space used to be one of the 6 daos of the 3 realms. Senior, you said that she should be the ancestor of the Mavis family from the second mainland Hongyan Mavis. Haha, it seems like she told you a lot. That's right, given her personality after not speaking for so many years, she must have lost her patience. She's quite talkative. Lu Yin thought back to the wooden house's floor, where Hongyan Mavis had left only one sentence. Could it be that she liked to talk? And didn't like to write? What did you talk about? Lu Yin had already thought about it on the way back and he told Fengbua many of the things that Hongyan Mavis had told him. These were all things that had happened in the primordial space and there was nothing to hide. Hongyan Mavis didn't trust Lu Yin at all, and she had only told him these things to pass the time. Fengbua wasn't in a hurry and he just listened. He listened for a long time. Hongyan Mavis spoke to Lu Yin for a long time. Fengbua didn't interrupt her even once and he just listened. Lu Yin's mouth was dry from all the talking. Senior, are you interested in these trivial matters? Fengbua sneered. I've heard these words no less than 3 times, all from the people I sent to get close to that woman. I just want to hear if there's any difference between what you said and what the others said. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is there a difference? There should be a difference. Hongyan Mavis doesn't need to repeat the same thing 3 times. There's no difference. That woman said it just for me to hear. No one likes to hear repeated things and it's so long. She's just trying to disgust me. It doesn't matter. Let alone 3 times, I'll listen to it even if it's 30 times. Lu Yin knew that Fengbua wanted to test his relationship with Hongyan Mavis. Lu Yin had told him all this, so he was no different from the people who had approached Hongyan Mavis before. In fact, there was no difference. Hongyan Mavis had never trusted him and she treated him the same as the others. By the way, Senior, I also saw some words left on the wooden house's floor. Oh, the nonsense of those fellows from the 3 realms and 6 daos? Those fellows are either dead or missing. I saw the Grim Reaper's dismembered body fall into the burial garden with my own eyes. Wu Tian is imprisoned in the 3rd region of Calamity, and that woman, Fate, doesn't even dare to show her face. She must have seen the future and knows that humanity has no hope. Jialan, the desolate god, and the others have all disappeared. Guiji betrayed us. What's the use of her past? It won't help her at all. They're just a bunch of has-been trash. Even the progenitor is dead. Lu Yin raised a brow, but he didn't say anything. Alright, prepare to meet her a second time. This time I'll tell you more about the Lu family. That woman owes the Lu family a lot, and this is her weakness. With other methods you'll definitely be able to get close to her. Lu Yin looked around. Senior, can you come out and let me have a look? Otherwise, I'm not used to this kind of conversation. Kid, you want to see me? Perhaps I'll be your master in the future. That's right. I was planning to meet you this time. You should know who I am from that woman, right? Lu Yin nodded. You're a peak powerhouse from the primordial spaces era of heavenly Tao. You're the one who personally sent the second mainland to its doom, Senior Fengbo. Ah, that's a good word. That's right, I'm Fengbo. As soon as he finished speaking, the fog dissipated. Lu Yin looked over and saw a short old man. The old man's height only reached Lu Yin's waist, but his clothes were exceptionally luxurious. Lu Yin could not understand this kind of luxury. It was neither the style of the everlasting tribe nor the primordial space. All sorts of strange patterns were embroidered on his clothes, and no matter how Lu Yin looked at them, they were unusual. When Lu Yin saw the old man, he felt a sense of suffocation wash over him. Although he did not want to admit it, Lu Yin could feel a sense of superiority. This feeling was different from that of a grand Empyrean, as it directly struck his soul. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31:18. Why did this old man give him such a feeling? The old man walked over and looked at Lu Yin's expression with satisfaction. Everyone who sees me has the same expression. There's no need to be surprised. My civilization is not something that you can understand, and this feeling is not something that you can understand either. Lu Yin was puzzled. Senior Fengbo isn't from the Genesis space? Fengbo clasped his hands behind his back. Of course not, there's no need to guess. I'm not from the Genesis space or the everlasting race. In any case, you can't guess where I came from. If you're lucky enough to become my disciple, your future will not be limited to this spacetime. Lu Yin wanted to ask more about Fengbo's origins, but Fengbo didn't say anything else and instead started talking about the Lu family. What he said wasn't a secret. Aside from Madman Lu, there was nothing shameful about the Lu family. He just wanted Hongyan Mavis to trust Lu Yin more. Lu Yin interrupted. Senior, I have a plan that might be able to lure Hongyan Mavis out. Fengbo was displeased, his eyes cold. No one can interrupt me. Lu Yin quickly bowed. I don't know, please forgive me. Fengbo's eyes narrowed, killing intent flashing through them as he looked towards the river of time. Speak. Lu Yin feigned panic. Senior's desire to kill Hongyan Mavis is the same as Hongyan Mavis' desire to kill Senior. It's even possible that Hongyan Mavis wants to kill Senior even more because of the destruction of the second continent. Since that's the case, why don't we create the illusion that Senior might die and lure Hongyan Mavis out? Fengbo barked. Fool, do you think she's as stupid as you? I'll die? Oh, accident? Or man-made? Who's man-made? Just you? Lu Yin hurriedly said, cultivation deviation. Fengbo was furious. What a joke, my cultivation has already reached the peak, and it's difficult for me to walk that path any further. How can I go through cultivation deviation? If there really was such a path for this old man to take, even if I had to suffer from chi deviation, this old man wouldn't waste my time here. You're too stupid. Don't use your ant-like knowledge to measure our existence. We're not something that ants like you can pry into. You only need to do what this old man tells you. Don't do anything else. Otherwise, this old man will dig out your bones and extract your marrow, making you beg for death. Do you understand? But I've already told Hongyan that Mavis is going to make a move against you. She said that if I can really kill you, she will make a move. What? You? Before Fengbo could finish speaking, Lu Yin suddenly attacked and punched at him. At the same time, Lu Yin released his limitless inner world, and the threads of time collided with each other. He used the limitless to encompass the limited, turning the limited into the limitless, and Lu Yin's arm instantly withered. This punch wasn't fast, but it infuriated the Fengbo. Lu Yin's actions had disrupted his plans. This brat had finally managed to interact with Hongyan Mavis, and who knew how long he would have to wait for the next one. This child could no longer be used. As he thought of this, he raised his hand as well. As an expert close to the 3 realms and 6 daos, this palm strike was far from something a progenitor could withstand. Even a sequence law powerhouse would find it difficult to withstand it. However, the Fengbo did not understand Lu Yin. He had been in the Mirage domain for so long that he knew nothing about the outside world. Before entering the Mirage domain, Lu Yin's 100 punches had been enough to cause a sequence law powerhouse to cough up blood, and even the corpse god had been wary of him. Now, his limitless inner world had transformed, and the threads of time had collided with each other. At the same time, his arm could only withstand the force of the extreme. This punch not only contained the limit of what his limitless inner world could withstand, but it also contained the force of the extreme. Once it reached the extreme, it would absorb a second wave of damage. This punch was the strongest punch that Lu Yin had ever unleashed since he had started cultivating. However, the Fengbua had not paid much attention to this punch at first. Although he did not care, the Fengbua had already decided to deal with Lu Yin, so he did not hold back. The two fists collided, causing the void to collapse. The Fengbua felt 4 of his fingers break, and then an incomparably powerful force spread through his arm and struck him. He was shocked. How was this possible? How could this brat possess such terrifying strength? Lu Yin's punch continued forward, breaking the Fengbua's arm. The remaining force of the punch did not diminish as it headed for the Fengbua's head. At this moment, even an idiot would know that there was a problem. This brat clearly intended to attack him and was courting death. The Fengbua stared at Lu Yin's punch, and just as the punch was about to hit him, the scene in front of him suddenly reversed. This was the Fengbua's innate gift, reverse. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. This was the moment. If you reverse, then I reverse. Everything was reversed, and the result was that everything returned to normal. Lu Yin's punch landed on the Fengbua's head under the Fengbua's incredulous gaze, sending the Fengbua crashing into the ground. If not for the mirage domain and the mist, Lu Yin would not have struck the ground. Instead, he would have used his greatest strength to push forward. Although he had not used his full strength, the force that he had unleashed far surpassed any strength that he had possessed before entering the mirage domain. It was probably as destructive as the slippers had been when the undying god had been trapped by the ancestral Mang. At that time, the slippers had only been upgraded once, but their destructive power had been enough to make the undying god apprehensive. Now, Lu Yin had relied on himself to reach that level of destructive power, which could even harm the 7 sky gods. The Fengbua's entire body was smashed into the ground. The mirage domain's ground was rather sturdy, or else it would not have been able to withstand the river of time. The Fengbua had not even sunk half a meter into the ground before his head was deformed by the punch. The world spun around him and a sharp cry rang out in his head. He was completely stunned. Lu Yin hurriedly continued to attack, punching out once more. Suddenly, the void in front of him blurred, and Lu Yin's punch seemed to have hit something as it expanded. If Hongyan Mavis had not told him about this, he would not have known about this. This was the Fengbua's sequence law. Without the celestial eye, Lu Yin had lost his ability to see the sequence particles. The punch was slowed down by the expanding sequence law, and the Fengbua looked up. In his eyes, Lu Yin's punch was extremely slow. In reality, he had relied on this sequence law to step into the domain of time, which had allowed him to obtain Xuanhuan's battle technique. With the expansion of time, he could attack even faster than Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin was not unprepared. The moment he saw the expansion of time, he used reverse time and parallel time. Time expansion only slowed down the enemy's attack, but parallel time caused time to stop. The Fengbua clenched his fingers together and unleashed a battle technique that pierced through the void. He had thought that this attack would be faster than Lu Yin's, as Lu Yin's perception of time had been extended by time expansion. However, this attack missed. The Fengbua's pupils shrank, and another fist appeared in front of him. There was a thump, and his head was smashed into the ground once more. No matter how long time expansion had been extended, Lu Yin could use reverse time to make up for it. This punch caused the Fengbua to doubt himself. He could not understand how his innate gift of reverse time had failed with the first punch. This punch was even more incomprehensible. How could time expansion fail? What had this brat done? 2 consecutive punches caused the Fengbua to bleed from his 7 orifices, dyeing the ground red. A third punch descended and the Fenghua's eyes cracked. The candle on Lu Yin's shoulder instantly stopped burning, but Lu Yin did not feel anything. He used reverse time again, and the Fenghua's pupils shrank as he stared in a certain direction, causing time expansion to occur once more. This expansion was different from the previous one. Even with reverse time expansion, Lu Yin still felt that he was too far away from the Fenghua. The Fenghua locked onto Lu Yin's position, causing time expansion to extend in all directions. He then took the opportunity to clench his fingers together and attack. Lu Yin was unable to dodge this attack, as he did not know where the Fenghua's attack would come from. He could not see clearly, so he could only use time expansion to resist. The attack landed on Lu Yin's abdomen and pierced through the void from his back. Lu Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to withstand time expansion. His body instantly lost all feeling, and this attack fully displayed the killing power of the 7 sky gods, breaking through time expansion's defensive limit. However, as the light streaked past, time expansion was reversed for a second, and Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. Lu Yin had endured a near-death injury and used time expansion to see the Fenghua's attack. When time expansion was reversed for a second, the Fenghua looked at Lu Yin in shock. "Who are you?" "Lu Yin." Lu Yin barked as he retreated and waved his hand, summoning a setting sun. A beautiful setting sun appeared above the river of time, attracting the attention of the Fenghua and Hongyan Mavis from within the bamboo forest. Hongyan Mavis had seen the battle on the banks of the river of time, and she had thought that it was just an act. However, it still looked rather desperate. The Fenghua should not have been suppressed by xianxia, as xianxia was only a half-ancestor, but this person had the ability to reverse time and even parallel it. Who exactly was this person? Hongyan Mavis's expression changed when she saw the setting sun appear. It was a concept-type battle technique. To them, concept-type battle techniques were not too unattainable. Although they were difficult to cultivate, that did not mean that they were powerful enough to make them envious. However, if this person was able to cultivate a concept-type battle technique, it meant that he had achieved great enlightenment in some aspect. How could such a person be controlled by the Fenghua? Hongyan Mavis's suspicions about Lu Yin were shaken. No, she could not be shaken. This person must have been sent by the Fenghua to lure her out. The Fenghua had used all sorts of methods to gain her trust in order to join the Mavis family. Otherwise, the divine tree would not have been watered by him. In the end, the divine tree's brand had been stolen and the divine tree had been toppled. She had already experienced this once, and she did not want to experience it again. This battle was definitely fake. The first move, setting sun sets, world's end glow. As the setting sun disappeared, the Fenghua's understanding of the martial path became blank. He did not understand how to use his battle technique, his innate gift, or how to use his sequence laws. His mind went blank for a moment. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his confusion about the martial path causing his cultivation to go berserk. Lu Yin took advantage of this opportunity to unleash a third punch. The Fenghua's eyes turned red as he glared at Lu Yin. "Who are you?" Lu Yin punched the Fenghua's neck, forcing the Fenghua to swallow his words. The joint between his neck and shoulder shattered as blood splattered onto the ground. "I am Lu Yin." Lu Yin reversed his steps and unleashed a fourth punch. Impossible. Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. Fenghua still had this kind of power? Before Lu Yin could think any further, the tower around him suddenly disappeared as if it had never been there. If not for the fact that Lu Yin had spat out a mouthful of blood, he would not have been able to tell if the tower and the person holding it had really been there. Fenghua's face paled, and he was filled with unwillingness. He turned around and left. A platform appeared in front of Lu Yin, and he summoned the 7-star mantis. He could not allow Fenghua to escape. Behind him, Hongyan Mavis walked out of the bamboo forest. No matter how cautious she was, it was time for her to come out, even if Fenghua had been playing along with Lu Yin's act. This battle had definitely exhausted most of Fenghua's strength. Under such circumstances, why would she not dare to come out? She had clearly seen that the injuries that Lu Yin and Fenghua had sustained during this battle were not fake. "Senior, attack!" Lu Yin shouted. Hongyan Mavis had already attacked and she punched at Fenghua. However, this punch was not as powerful as Lu Yin's. However, Fenghua was much more cautious when facing Hongyan Mavis than when facing Lu Yin, even if Hongyan Mavis's strength was not that great. He did not hesitate to flee. "Kid, I'll remember you. I won't let you go." The void in front of him expanded as he spoke. The 7-star mantis spread its 6 wings and instantly appeared behind Fenghua at a speed comparable to that of time. Lu Yin then punched out once more. The force of this punch had been dispersed by the expansion of the void, but it only caused Fengbo to stagger and feel dizzy. Lu Yin then used the consciousness planet in his heart to bombard Fengbo with his consciousness. Lu Yin's various techniques continuously landed on Fengbo's body, but Hongyan Mavis's attacks did not have much effect on Fengbo. Fengbo was well aware of this, and he not only expanded the void around him, but also the void in the distance. Lu Yin was apprehensive. Even with the grass that Hongyan Mavis had given him, he still instinctively wanted to avoid this fog. Fengbo forcefully endured Hongyan Mavis's attacks and tore through the void to stare at Lu Yin. "Kid, we'll meet again." Hongyan Mavis's lips curled up. "Fengbo, do you really think that I haven't done anything in all these years?" Fengbo did not understand. The next moment, the sky, the earth, the void, and every corner of the mirage's domain that could be seen with the naked eye was covered in grass. Green grass by the riverbank seemed like a normal scene, but when it grew on the river of time, it was not normal at all. As soon as Fengbo tore through the void, the grass took over the void, leaving no room for him to pass through. "I didn't spend all these years in the mirage's domain for nothing. You wanted to kill me, and I was also thinking of ways to kill you. I firmly believed that one day someone would help me kill you. That day has finally come, and you must atone for your betrayal." Hongyan Mavis revealed a towering aura that swept away her previous useless attacks. At this moment, Lu Yin could clearly see that she was the ancestor of the Mavis family, one of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. Even though she had lost most of her strength, she was still an absolute powerhouse. She was an absolute powerhouse who could stop Fengbo from escaping the mirage's domain. Fengbo could not escape from the grass that filled the mirage's domain. For many years, he had believed that he was the one who had chased after Hongyan Mavis and had trapped her in the mirage's domain, not daring to leave. But from another perspective, wasn't it Hongyan Mavis who had trapped him? Hongyan Mavis was naturally not Fengbo's match, but with Lu Yin things were different. Lu Yin continuously attacked Fengbo, using his consciousness, domain, and spiritual force. Flowing light constantly circled around him to guard against Fengbo's innate gift while also devouring Xuanhuan's time. Fengbo's position was provided by Hongyan Mavis. Lu Yin's attacks were so powerful that Fengbo coughed up blood every time he hit him, but 9 out of 10 times he failed to hit him. It was not easy for an expert of the 7 sky gods to be trapped. Lu Yin was still a half-step ancestor, not even a progenitor. No matter how strong his battle prowess was, there would always be a limit, and it would be difficult for this limit to suppress Fengbo's upper limit. Fengbo's arm constantly changed from withered to normal, and his endless inner worlds collided again and again, causing him to be unable to lift his right arm. Right. Lu Yin's left arm struck out. Flowing light. Fengbo appeared along with the flow of energy, looking extremely miserable. When he saw Lu Yin's punch coming, the void expanded and continuously dispersed Lu Yin's power. The punch landed on him and sent him flying even further away. The fog was constantly pushed away by the grass, and Hongyan Mavis and Lu Yin chased after him. They had been chasing after Fengbo for a long time within the mirage. Not only was Lu Yin unable to lift his right arm, but his left arm was also at its limit. He did not count how many punches he had thrown out. It might have been 100 or even 200. In any case, his arm was already trembling from the exhaustion, and blood was seeping out of his skin. Lu Yin had even used the victorious battle technique, but no matter how strong his willpower was, there was still a limit to his body. No matter how miserable Fengbo was, there was still a long way to go before he was killed. Lu Yin could not cross this distance. With the general appointing platform and the divine seal catalog, no matter how many progenitors appeared, they would not even be able to touch Fengbo. Lu Yin could only rely on himself. Lu Yin panted heavily, unwilling to give up. This was also an encirclement, and he had joined forces with Hongyan Mavis to kill him. He had reached his limit. He had tried rolling his die, but this place was no longer connected to time. Pips had not changed, which meant that he could not rely on pips to recover. There was no concept of time here. This was equivalent to depriving him of one of his methods. Cough cough. Lu Yin forced himself to raise his right arm, but he could only raise it to his heart before he could no longer move it. Hongyan Mavis was helpless. Forget it, you've already reached your limit. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. Senior, this old fellow is also nearing his limit. Hongyan Mavis was bitter. Even if you were added to the mix, he still wouldn't reach his limit. Lu Yin opened his mouth to say something, but Hongyan Mavis spoke first. It's my fault. Lu Yin asked, what did you do wrong? Hongyan Mavis shook her head. If I had trusted you from the start and cooperated with you, we might have been able to kill him. Luin said, "You can't say that. If Senior trusted others so easily, then Junior would not have come. No one is right or wrong, I can only say that this old fellow's life is not meant to end." At this point they were no longer on the banks of the river of time. They had long since entered the depths of the forest. Luin was curious, "Senior, were you the one who planted this bamboo forest?" Hongyan Mavis replied, "Not me, this is a type of plant that grows in the mirage. Plants are very mysterious. As long as there is a place for them to grow, they can always find a way to survive no matter how harsh the environment is. When I first came here there were not only bamboo here but also flowers. Unfortunately, those flowers have been plucked away." "Are they useful?" Luin asked. "Useless. I don't even know who plucked them, how wicked." In the distance, Fengguo's voice rang out from the mist, "Hongyan, what's the point of trapping me in the mirage? The mirage is huge and you didn't even search the entire area. Do you really think you can trap me here?" Hongyan Mavis sneered, "Then run. If you have the ability, run to a place we haven't been to before." "Brothers, please forgive me. Sometimes it's not that I don't want to update but that I can't. My baby is just 5 months old and I haven't had a good night's sleep. I'm too tired and I've already quit my previous job. Now I'm working at a friend's company and it's not easy either. I'll have to go on a business trip next month. Even now I'm writing a few more words every day, but I still can't keep up with the consumption. I'm constantly jumping between having and not having any chapters. The only thing keeping me going is the support of my brothers. Thank you, thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3120. There's no need. That kid isn't strong enough to kill me. All you can do is trap me. What's the point? Even if you trap me for 10,000 years or 100,000 years, you can wait and so can I. Can that kid wait? The Fengguo's voice was sunken. Luin looked up. "Old man, I can wait. There's no concept of time here anyway. I'll break through to the ancestor realm here and reach the primordial realm. I heard that the Mirage domain has a chance of reaching the primordial realm, so I'll cultivate here." "Kid, you're so young but your cultivation has increased too quickly. However, you don't have a corresponding temperament. How can you endure hundreds of millions of years of hardship? Even if there's no concept of time here, so much time has passed for you. Once you leave, the people outside will be the same as before, but you'll have changed. You'll become a stranger and you'll no longer care about their lives. Just wait here. There's enough time for you to see that humans and eternals are just shells. Only your thoughts are truly eternal." Luin looked into the distance. "If that's really the case, why do you insist on staying here to kill Senior Hongyan?" The Fengguo said nothing. Luin continued, "Because you also care about the so-called shells. You know that you're a traitor. If you don't kill Senior Hongyan, you won't be able to get over it. In the past, you did everything you could to make Senior Hongyan trust you. Now, you'll use even more methods to get rid of the sincerity you once gave. Killing Senior Hongyan is a form of repentance for your past." "How laughable. I don't belong to your space-time in the first place, so why would I need to repent? It's repentance for your despicable self. Because you're despicable and shameless, sincerity is an insult to you. You've given sincerity before." "Kid, do you really think you can convince me?" Luin scorned, "I only wanted to curse you, but I realized that cursing you would only dirty my own mouth. You have a sharp tongue. I'd like to see how long you can stay here." Hongyan Mavis' expression changed and she looked in a certain direction. "He's far away, but I've already controlled all the places he dares to set foot in. He can't escape." Luin was puzzled. Places he dares to set foot in? Is there a place in the Mirage that even he doesn't dare to set foot in? Hongyan Mavis said solemnly, "The Mirage domain is a magical place. You can see the river of time, but it's not limited to the river of time. There are phenomena here that ordinary people can't imagine, such as the chain of causality. We've seen it before. It's as if all the conjectures in the world exist here, but it's also as if this is the origin of all conjectures." "This place wasn't created by the primogenitor?" Hongyan Mavis shook her head. "Of course not. Back then, Master and the others joined forces to fix the Mirage domain in our universe. In Master's words, the Mirage domain had existed long before him. Even Master and the others couldn't see it clearly. Even with the river of time, if they wanted to fish out the past, they could only fish out the past with the same source of power. You were born in our primordial space, so what you fished up was the past of the primordial space. However, before the primordial space, before the existence of Master and the others, there were countless civilizations. Without the power of those civilizations, you would not have been able to fish up the past of those civilizations. At this point, she suddenly felt strange. Why do you think this place was created by Master? Because I was sent here by the primogenitor. Hongyan Mavis' eyes widened. You were sent here by Master? How is he? Don't worry, Senior. The primogenitor is fine. Lu Yin did not plan on telling Hongyan Mavis about the primogenitor's predicament. Otherwise he knew what she would do. It could be seen that in the distant above heavens era, the primogenitor, the three realms, and the six Daos had an extremely good relationship with each other. Who said that absolute powerhouses had to be aloof and indifferent to emotions. Inside the wooden house, those who had left words on the floor were all absolute powerhouses. Which one of them was not a legend? However, they were very ordinary and had the most sincere feelings for each other. Hongyan Mavis anxiously asked, "Where is Master?" Lu Yin pointed into the distance. Hongyan Mavis said, "Don't worry, I won't let him hear us." "He can't hear us." Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief and met Hongyan Mavis's excited gaze. He then told her what he knew about the primogenitor. He told her that the primogenitor was fighting in Primeval City, but he did not go into too much detail. "I only said a few words to the primogenitor, and he threw me into the mirage, saying that it was suitable for me to train here." Hongyan Mavis smiled in relief and her eyes reddened. "I always thought that Master had met with misfortune. It's good that he's not dead, it's good that he's not dead." She looked into the distance with a complicated gaze and then walked towards the river of time, reminiscing about the past. Lu Yin did not disturb her. It was only when they reached the river of time that Hongyan Mavis calmed down. "Now you can tell me about yourself. Who are you? What's your background? What's going on outside?" Lu Yin nodded and told her everything about himself, as well as what had happened in the outside world. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. The above heavens era had been brilliant because the primogenitor had suppressed everything. No one in the three realms and six Daos had been able to compete with him. Now, the Eternals were powerful and the humans were being suppressed, but Lu Yin was still able to lead the fifth mainland into battle. He had even suppressed the Eternals and killed the seven sky gods. Even Hongyan Mavis felt admiration for him. Lu Yin had been able to kill the seven sky gods, which meant that he could also kill the three realms and six Daos. He had truly started from the bottom and climbed up step by step until he could stand against the Eternals and even be killed by the only true god. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin in a completely different light. "It's no wonder that you've become a half-progenitor at such a young age. Your strength can even threaten powerhouses like us. Lu Yin, even if you were in our era, you wouldn't be any weaker than anyone else. Your radiance is comparable to the few of us." Lu Yin himself was well aware of this. Even in the above heavens era, aside from the three realms and six Daos, how many people could fight against him at this moment? Of course, before coming to the Mirage, Lu Yin did not have such terrifying strength and had often relied on external items. After entering the Mirage, his limitless inner world had transformed, giving him destructive power that could threaten the seven sky gods. This was the beginning of his transformation. It was also the beginning of his official entry into the seven sky gods' battlefield. Even without Hongyan Mavis, Lu Yin would not have been able to kill Fengbo in his battle with him, and Fengbo would not have been able to kill him either. However, Lu Yin was not arrogant. A large part of the reason why he had been able to achieve such an effect when fighting Fengbo was because he had understood Fengbo from the very beginning and had simulated the battle many times. Even so, he had almost been severely injured by Fengbo. The seven sky gods were not simple, and his destructive power was not enough. He was still far from being able to crush the seven sky gods. Only by breaking through to progenitor and transforming again could he truly crush the seven sky gods and face the only true god. This was his goal in coming to the Mirage. "Senior, we can kill Fengbo." Lu Yin looked at Hongyan Mavis with a resolute expression. Hongyan Mavis did not understand. Lu Yin said seriously, "Give this junior some time, and this junior can cultivate to the point where he can kill Fengbo." Hongyan Mavis was surprised. "You want to break through to progenitor?" Lu Yin shook his head. "It's not easy to break through to progenitor, and I haven't reached the point where I can break through to progenitor yet. However, this junior's strength can transform." Hongyan Mavis did not ask any more questions. "You can cultivate as much as you want. No matter how long it takes, I'll stand guard." Lu Yin nodded and walked towards the river of time. He looked at the surging river and could not see the end of it. He did not know where it began or where it ended. He hoped that one day he would be able to go against the flow of the river of time and pursue the ancient past. The only one who could do this was Flowing Light. The direction of Flowing Light's transformation was a boat. using space to chase after time, turning it into a boat and roaming the river of time. This was something that Lu Yin had thought of a long time ago. Especially after seeing the river of time here, Lu Yin was even more certain of this point. The river of time was a river and it had shores and bridges. Thus, it was only natural that there would be boats. Lu Yin had stayed on the shore for so many years, but he had not seen any boats steering the river of time. He wanted to be the first to steer the river of time. This was the direction of flowing light's transformation. Although it increased the flow of time, it might not be able to do anything to Fengbua. There was also the true God's freedom technique that he wanted to cultivate. After fusing with Ruin's body, Lu Yin obtained the true God's freedom technique. He had seen how powerful it was in the second disaster zone. Void Master, Wood God, and the others had been severely injured without being able to retaliate. It was one of the true God's 3 ultimate techniques. Since he had obtained it, Lu Yin wanted to cultivate it. He wanted to use the true God's freedom technique to kill Fengbua. However, he did not know if it would be difficult to cultivate. Lu Yin could not see too much of Ruin's memories, and it was already quite good that he could see the cultivation method. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's wuxia adventures for more thrilling lanterns. Chapter 31:21. Cutting off all Lu Yin spat out the blood in his mouth. There was no other. Ashen. Lanterns appeared in the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart. This old thing won't let me off. Floating in space. I might not be able to hold on much longer. The lanterns. Let's go back to the wooden house. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. If I can't hold on any longer, I'll have to leave. No, that was not the right way to do it. I'll find a way to save you. Little 7. Kid, there's no need to save me. Mavis was shocked and hurried over to check on him. We'll fight outside and I'll make sure you suffer. I'm fine. Fengbua spat out. He paused and then his eyes shook his head and exchanged glances with Fengbua's candle flame injured me. They could see the smiles in each other's eyes as they walked back to the wooden house. And she was about to say something when she saw Lu Yin give her a meaningful look. Candle over, but she knew that it was useless against him. Of course Lu Yin wanted to do that. Without candle, how could flowing light devour time? He wanted flowing light to devour time, which would increase flowing light's retrospect time. This was equivalent to cultivating flowing light while he cultivated true God's freedom technique. Fengbua wasn't stupid. Lu Yin had truly been injured. That blood had come from a mistake while cultivating true God's freedom technique. This injury was even more severe than the one he had suffered in the battle with Fengbua, so how could Fengbua not believe him? This situation was similar to how Hongyan Mavis had confirmed that Lu Yin wasn't acting because his battle with Fengbua had been too intense. Lu Yin had also taken advantage of the situation when he was injured. Otherwise he wouldn't have known how to lure Fengbua into attacking him and giving him candle. This old man's candle had saved Lu Yin a lot of time. Lu Yin returned to the wooden house, where Fengbua couldn't attack Hongyan Mavis even if Lu Yin wasn't around. Lu Yin could cultivate without any worries while devouring candle's time. True God's freedom technique was very difficult to cultivate, and Lu Yin kept trying. Every time he cut down the lantern he would spit out blood, which made Fengbua think that Lu Yin had been seriously injured by candle. Hongyan Mavis even thought that Lu Yin had been seriously injured by candle. Otherwise, why would he spit out so much blood? After cultivating for a long time, Lu Yin opened his eyes, exhausted. Hongyan Mavis was apprehensive. How are you? Lu Yin was helpless. There are some problems that I don't know how to solve. Tell me about it. Maybe I can help you, Hongyan Mavis said. Lu Yin looked at her. Senior, have you heard of the only true God's 3 ultimate techniques? Hongyan Mavis was surprised. Are you practicing the eternal battle skill? Lu Yin nodded. I disguised myself and entered the Eternals. I unintentionally obtained a true God's ultimate skill. This time, I want to practice the true God's ultimate skill to deal with Windmaster. Hongyan Mavis frowned. Nonsense. How could you possibly cultivate an eternal battle skill? Eternal battle skills are based on divine power. Let's not talk about whether or not you have divine power. Even if you do, the characteristic of divine power is emotionless. Can you be emotionless? Cultivating a battle skill on the basis of ruthlessness is only a possibility. If it were that easy to cultivate an eternal battle skill, there would be only a handful of Eternals who could do it. Back when my second continent was destroyed and the Eternal race fought against the primordial space, I never saw anyone from the Eternal race use the eternal battle skill. Hongyan Mavis recalled that decisive battle and was still shocked to this day. In that decisive battle, no one was able to hide their strength. If anyone had an eternal battle technique, they would have used it long ago. When he saw that Hongyan Mavis had started to pour her heart out, Lu Yin felt helpless. She had sunk into her memories again, and the more she experienced, the more memories she would have. This reminded Lu Yin of the primogenitor and the big-faced tree. The tree continued to tell Lu Yin about the Third Continent's War, and Hongyan Mavis began to talk about the Second Continent's War. What Lu Yin wanted to know the most was how the First Continent had been destroyed. At the time, the First Continent had been the first to be destroyed, and it had been the time when the above heaven was at its peak. The 3 realms and 6 Daos were all present, so how could it have been destroyed by the Eternals? The primogenitor had suppressed everything, but who had suppressed the primogenitor? Unfortunately, even Hongyan Mavis did not know how the First Continent had been destroyed. Everything had happened too quickly. Ignoring her, Lu Yin continued to cultivate. The true God's freedom technique required one to abandon their ideals and live as long as the heavens and the earth. Was he really unable to cultivate it? A long time passed and one day candlelight suddenly disappeared. Lu Yin opened his eyes and shook his head. Had Fengbo noticed? Fengbo was not stupid. Although Lu Yin frequently vomited blood, he had not died and had even persisted for so long. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong. Fengbo was not sure if candlelight had harmed Lu Yin, so he had taken it away. If candlelight had not harmed Lu Yin, and if Lu Yin had deliberately allowed Fengbo to use it, the final outcome would have been beyond Fengbo's imagination. Candlelight had already disappeared, and Lu Yin traveled through the stream of light to check the time. 2,375 seconds. A full 2,375 seconds had passed, and Lu Yin was pleasantly surprised. This was twice as long as when he had first met Fengbo, and nearly 4 times as long as when he had first entered the Mirage domain. Back then, Lu Yin had wanted to try transforming flowing light within 1,000 seconds, but he had been interrupted by Fengbo. Now it was time. Hongyan Mavis watched Lu Yin cultivate curiously. At her level, she could tell at a glance that Lu Yin's cultivation was not something she could guide. He had his own path of cultivation. Flowing light continued to travel through the stream of light, and Lu Yin kept a close eye on the time as he tried to change flowing light's form. There was no reaction the first time, and there was still no reaction the second time. The 5th time, the 10th time, and all the way until the 30th time, flowing light changed. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he began to cultivate flowing light's path of transformation. Lu Yin cultivated in the Mirage domain for a very long time, transforming his limitless inner world. He then met Fengbo and fought a great battle. Now he was transforming flowing light again. If converted to the outside world's time, it would take at least a few hundred years. However, the Mirage domain did not touch time, so to the outside world, not much time had passed since Lu Yin had been taken away by Mr. Mu in the second disaster zone. However, in this short period of time, news of Lu Yin's death had already spread throughout the Sixth Direction Society. It had spread so quickly that even the Lu family, Wood deity, and the others had not expected it. It was as if there was a hand pushing for this news to spread. Lu Yin's importance to the Sixth Direction Society was indescribable. He had come into contact with the Sixth Direction Society, and his influence was only second to that of a Grand Empyrean. During the Grand Empyrean Tea Party, his half-progenitor origin tribulation had greatly shocked the Sixth Direction Society. If not for the Grand Empyrean's abnormally high cultivation, no one in the Sixth Direction Society would have been able to suppress Lu Yin. When such a person was alive, nothing had happened, but once he died, all of the dissatisfaction and resentment towards him erupted. When news of Lu Yin's death spread throughout the Sixth Direction Society, no one said anything on the surface, but many people were secretly happy. For example, some of Lotus Reverend's disciples, some of the cultivators from the reincarnation spacetime, and even some from the Genesis space had been dissatisfied with Lu Yin, but they had not dared to voice it out. Now they were happy. But for now they were only happy in secret. They still did not dare to voice it out. Lu Yin's influence was too great, and while there were some who were dissatisfied with him, the majority still respected him. If not for Lu Yin, the endless battlefield and the Sixth Direction Society's border warfront would have been filled with endless slaughter, and many people would have died. These people were truly grateful to Lu Yin. There was no need to even mention the Genesis space. The fact that Lu Yin had been accepted by the Fifth Mainland and obtained the wordless heavenly tome's inner world was the best proof. When news of his death spread, countless people grieved and cursed at the sky, but even more people did not believe it. Everyone's gazes gathered on the Above the Heavens sect, waiting for someone to speak up and for Lu Yin to appear. At the back mountain of the Above the Heavens sect, there were several stargates erected beside the stone table where Lu Yin had stayed all year round. These stargates were the ones that led to the Expedition of Calamity and the ones that led to Yisheng. On this day, outside the Above the Heavens sect, figures with dark red auras appeared and charged towards the Above the Heavens sect. They were the berserk corpses. Although there were no more berserk corpses in the first zone of calamity, the Eternals had gathered all of the berserk corpses in the other zones. This was because this was a divine commandment and it was an all-out war. The Above the Heavens sect's alarm went off, and Elder Chan and the other experts all stepped out and attacked together. No one had expected the Eternals to suddenly attack the Above the Heavens sect. It had only been a few days since news of Lu Yin's death had spread, and the Eternals had acted too quickly. While the battle outside the Above the Heavens sect broke out, a group of people had also gathered at the foot of the mountain where the stargates were located. These people were not corpse kings but rather humans. They were spies of the Eternals. The fact that they could remain in the Above the Heavens sect meant that they had been thoroughly investigated. Even so, they were still spies because the Eternals had never used them. They were the most secretive spies that the Eternals had left behind in the Fifth Mainland. These spies did not have very high cultivations, but they were still able to enter the Above the Heavens sect. This was their value. When the berserk corpses attacked the Above the Heavens sect, the area outside the Above the Heavens sect had been turned upside down. These spies had also acted, and their target had been the stargates. Lung Qing was the one guarding the stargates, but even a progenitor could not protect them. The stargates belonged to the Eternals. These spies had not acted to deal with Lung Qing, but rather to destroy the stargates. The moment she released her divine power, the stargates were no longer under Lung Qing's control. The battle in the Above the Heavens sect had ended with Lu Tiany's arrival. The berserk corpses had all been killed, and the human spies who had attacked the stargates had also died. They had not planned on staying alive from the moment they had attacked, and the stargates had been destroyed. Lu Tiany stood on the mountain peak with an ugly expression as he stared at the shattered stargates. Elder Chan sighed. I was too careless. I did not expect the Eternals to target these stargates. Lung Qing tightened her grip on her blade. It's my fault. Lu Tiany glanced at them. No one is to blame. The Eternals have been watching the Above the Heavens sect for too long. Those spies have existed since before the Above the Heavens sect was established, and even before Little Seven stepped onto the path of cultivation. None of you are to blame. Not far away, Xuanhuan arrived and looked at the shattered stargates. He clutched his head. This is troublesome. The stargates are no longer here. Although those civilizations can find us, we can't find them. Since the Eternals have chosen to attack the stargates, they will either attack us in the shortest amount of time possible, leaving us isolated and helpless, or they will attack those civilizations. Who do you think the Eternals will attack? Elder Chan asked. Lu Tiany also looked at Xuanhuan. He had never underestimated Xuanhuan because of his cultivation. Xuanhuan had helped Lu Yin too much. In the Above the Heavens sect, Xuanhuan's cultivation was at the bottom, but his status was comparable to Elder Chan and the others. Xuanhuan did not hesitate. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3122. Will the Eternals attack us? Lu Tiany asked. Xuanhuan nodded. If I were the Eternals, I would attack the primordial space while cutting off all external aid. Firstly, the primordial space is the strongest and has the most experts. Secondly, the Eternals have been suppressed because of the primordial space. Thirdly, they can confirm His Highness' death and throw the entire Six Direction Society into chaos, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. You're right. The Six Direction Society is already in chaos. The news of His Highness' death is the Eternals' first step. They're testing the Six Direction Society and His Highness at the same time. The Eternals might not be sure that His Highness is dead. At this point, he leaned toward Lu Tiany. Senior, may I ask what happened to His Highness? Lu Tiany did not know how to answer. He did not know whether Xiaoqi was dead or not. Logically speaking, he should have died. The only true divinity had made a move, and his opponent was a half-step ancestor. How could he not die? However, Ancestor Lu Yuan said that might not be the case. Mr. Mu had taken Xiaoqi away. In Ancestor Lu Yuan's words, Mr. Mu was someone who could debate the Tao with a primogenitor. If he made a move, Xiaoqi might be saved. Xuanhuan sighed. It seems that you don't know either. Forget it. No matter what, we should immediately seek external aid. This battle will happen soon. The Eternals will not give us too much time. Don't forget that the Fifth Mainland already has so many spies. The Six Direction Society will only have more. That Bai Wuxian, who has the Eternal list, is sometimes the biggest threat. Xuanhuan had ordered a lockdown on the news of the Stargate's destruction, but the news still reached the Six Direction Society. Not only did it reach the Six Direction Society, but it also reached the 5 spirit tribes, the Tri-Moon Alliance and other extraterrestrials. Instead of destroying a few stargates, the news spread directly. The primordial space had lost all external aid. At this moment, countless members of the Six Direction Society were discussing in secret. It seems that the news of Lord Lu's death is true. Otherwise, how could the above heaven be attacked? Do you know that the attackers are berserk corpses? Berserk corpses? The berserk corpses that Lord Lu is best at dealing with? That's right. Berserk corpses are very difficult to deal with. Once they're thrown into space-time, they will bring disaster. It's said that there aren't many of them left. Even so, they dared to send them to the above heaven. I can imagine. I heard that the above heaven sect's allied civilization was destroyed. I heard that the Stargate was destroyed. In any case, the above heaven sect can no longer join forces with the extraterrestrial civilizations. Lord Lu just died, and something like this immediately happened to the above heaven sect. The Eternals should be making a move against the above heaven sect. Then what should we do? I don't care what other people think. I will support Master Lu. If the sects above start a war, I will go and help. Without Master Lu, we wouldn't have any peace. I would have died long ago. Me too. Me too. Idiot. Master Lu is thinking for himself. Back then, it was because of our Six Paths sect's coercion that he disguised himself and joined us. If he didn't help Six Paths sect, where would the primordial space's status come from? How do you think the Three Monarchs universe disappeared? Who do you think Transdimensional listens to? That's right. I heard that Master Lu had invited the Void Master and the Wood God to wage war against the Zone of E many times. His purpose was to injure the Void Master and the Wood God, or even kill them, so that he could control the Void Master and the Wood God's time and space. I heard about it too. Retribution. The entire Six Paths sect was spreading unfavorable news about Lu Yin. It was as if the Six Paths sect had become the primordial space's enemy overnight. Although most people still supported Lu Yin and didn't believe these rumors, as time passed, there were bound to be people who believed them. Even if these rumors couldn't convince everyone, sometimes they would become a mountain that prevented people from supporting the above heaven. Reincarnation Spacetime Lotus Domain. Many venerable Lotus disciples were discussing this matter. Little Lien heard them and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. Brother Xianxia isn't dead. He didn't scheme against our Six Paths sect." The group of venerable Lotus disciples dispersed, not daring to argue with Little Lien. Little Lien couldn't say anything. Behind her, Yaolan walked over. Little Lien. Little Lien felt wronged. "Senior sister, why would they believe those rumors? Brother Xianxia has done a lot for the Six Paths sect. If it weren't for him, the war wouldn't have stopped. I would have gone to the endless battlefield too. No one knows if I'm dead or alive. It's all because of Brother Xianxia that the everlasting race is suppressed." Yaolan gently said, "Don't worry too much about it. These rumors are just some petty schemes. However, some of them aren't without reason." Little Lien looked at Yaolan blankly. Yaolan's gaze turned cold. "Do you really think that Transdimensional is still in charge? This Master Lu has many tricks up his sleeve." Little Lien looked at Yaolan like she was looking at a stranger. She had never realized that her senior sister could be so cold. After Little Lien left, Yaolan requested an audience with Venerable Lotus. "Master, the above heaven sect has been attacked. From the looks of it, the everlasting race is going to attack the primordial space. How should we deal with this? I've been injured for a long time. Master Lu forced me to go to the first disaster realm, and my injuries have worsened. I can't help the above heaven sect anymore. You can go and help them." "Yes, Master." In the endless battlefield, Mr. Daheng heard the rumors outside, and his expression sank. Lu Yin had actually died? He didn't know what he was feeling. He couldn't be sure if Lu Yin had schemed against him. If he had, then he shouldn't have given him the stone fragment. If he hadn't, then the matter wouldn't have developed to this point. But no matter what, he had obtained the stone fragment. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's death had nothing to do with him. The most important thing now was to collect the stone fragment and go to the Mirage Domain. As long as he went there, he would have a chance of reaching the primordial realm. The primordial realm. He had no clue at all. The Mirage Domain definitely had a way. As for the above heaven sect being attacked, what did that have to do with him? In the Three Sovereigns universe, Luoshan also heard the rumors. He looked at the sky and muttered to himself, "Although our grudges are settled, I'm still happy to hear that you're dead." Lu Yin, this is what it means to be settled. In the Rotten God universe, Yi Xing's headquarters, Bai Teng couldn't help but laugh when he heard the news of Lu Yin's death. This person had helped Yi Xing once and had Yi Xing under his thumb. Bai Ting didn't dare to refute any of his requests. Now that he was dead, the Six Paths Society would have one less mountain to rely on. Man. Yes. Send Lu Fuxue back to the primordial space and never hire her again. Sir, this? The people behind him trembled. Who didn't know that Madame Nailin and Lu Fuxue were backed by the Above Heaven sect? Bai Ting looked back with a cold gaze. Go immediately. Yes. Bai Ting sneered. Without Luyin there was no need to worry about the Above Heaven sect. So what if they wanted to cause trouble for Yi Xing? So what? He had plenty of reasons to fire Lu Fuxue, and the Above Heaven sect couldn't even protect themselves. It was a pity that Luyin died too late. When Bai Lan received the news, she quickly went to find Bai Ting. Acting Master, you want to fire Lu Fuxue? Bai Ting had already calmed down. What? Do you have any objections? Bai Lan said, Lu Fuxue is backed by the Above Heaven sect and we have a good relationship with them. If we fire her, it will be hard to explain to them. Bai Ting frowned and slowly turned to look at Bai Lan. Do I need to explain to others if I want to fire a subordinate? Bai Lan quickly bowed. This subordinate didn't mean that, it's just, alright, there's no need to say any more. Lu Fuxue violated the rules and told my secret to outsiders. Just this alone is enough for me to fire her. In the past I gave face to the Above Heaven sect, but now it's useless. Throw her back to the primordial space and never hire her again. Bai Lan reminded, what if Master Lu comes? Bai Ting's body trembled and anxiety appeared in his eyes. But then he remembered that Lu Yin was dead, and the news had spread throughout the Six Paths Society. What was there to be afraid of? If he comes, then let him come. No one can break my rules. Leave. Bai Lan had no choice but to leave. Not long after, Madame Nailin returned to the primordial space. Bai Lan personally sent her off. Sorry, I didn't expect this. Bai Lan was helpless. Although Madame Nailin had the Above Heaven sect as her backing and had a special status in the E-Guild, she had never had any conflicts with Bai Lan. The two got along very well and she had also brought Bai Lan into the E-Guild. Madame Nailin smiled faintly. No need to apologize, we will meet again soon. Bai Lan was confused. Madame Nailin looked at the sky. Rumor has it that Master Lu is dead, but I believe that he is still alive. He won't die so easily. Wait for me. With that, she flew towards the Above Heaven sect. Bai Lan looked at Madame Nailin's smiling face. The outside world clearly said that Master Lu was dead, so where did her confidence come from? Or was it that not only her, but the primordial space also had confidence in Lu Yin? If Lu Yin really didn't die and returned, what would Yi Xing do? Bai Lan didn't dare to think about it. Lu Yin wasn't an ordinary powerhouse, and the Above Heaven sect had experts that could shake the Six Direction Society. However, Bai Ting didn't care because these experts acted like ordinary people and wouldn't do anything to Yi Xing without a reason. However, Lu Yin was different. No one could predict Lu Yin's actions, which was why Yi Xing was afraid of him. Lu Yin returned. Bai Lan took a deep breath and didn't dare to think about it. Bai Ting was too anxious. He had been suppressed by Lu Yin to the point that he couldn't breathe. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. No matter what, Yi Xing didn't need to care about other people's opinions before this, but ever since Lu Yin appeared, Yi Xing had to. This was just the beginning. As the news of Lu Yin's death spread, more and more unfavorable things would happen to the Above Heaven sect. The Mirage Domain was a place that didn't interact with time. Lu Yin had spent a long time in the Six Direction Society, and many people would have forgotten about his existence. Lu Yin would have become a legend. Lu Yin kept trying to transform the light into a shape. Time passed and the light kept changing. Finally, the light completely transformed into the shape of a boat. It looked blurry and transparent as if it didn't exist at all. However, Lu Yin could clearly see that it was the shape of a boat. Senior, do you see it? Junior succeeded. It's the shape of a boat. Lu Yin was excited. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3123. Hongyan Mavis sighed in admiration. Your inner world should have been fixed and could only transform after reaching progenitor realm. I didn't expect it to transform now. Why did you shape it into a boat? Lu Yin suppressed his excitement. Because one day, I hope to go against the flow of time. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. You want to enter the river of time? Lu Yin looked at her and smiled. It's just a wish. Sometimes it's better to have a bigger wish. Even if you can't reach it, being able to get close is already good enough. Hongyan Mavis laughed. Do you think it's a business deal? He had succeeded in shaping the light into a boat, but it was still unstable. Lu Yin continued to shape the light for the rest of his time. It would look the same when it first appeared, but when he looked back, it would turn into a boat. This was the limit of what Lu Yin could do at his current realm. If he wanted to transform it further, he would have to break through to progenitor realm. Lu Yin was looking forward to testing out the boat, and his opponent was naturally Fengbua. It would be a pity if he didn't use a good sparring partner like Fengbua. After a long period of time, Lu Yin finally stabilized the light and was able to shape it into a boat. He could now test it out with Fengbua. Rushing out of the bamboo forest, Lu Yin confirmed Fengbua's location with Hongyan Mavis's guidance. Old man, let's fight. Senior Hongyan won't make a move. Let's see if I can kill you or if you can kill me. Kid, you're courting death. Fengbua said this, but he didn't make a move. It wasn't like he hadn't fought Lu Yin before, and Lu Yin definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, it was also impossible for him to defeat Lu Yin. Lu Yin understood his methods all too well, and this kid also used the power of time. He was the most difficult opponent to deal with, so he didn't want to fight. However, while Fengbua didn't make a move, Lu Yin did. Hongyan Mavis gave Lu Yin some grass so that he wouldn't have to worry about being corroded by the fog. He sent out a palm strike in a certain direction and then unleashed a barrage of attacks. His arms had been exhausted from the previous battle, but now that they had recovered, he felt even more powerful than before. Fengbua was forced out to battle Lu Yin. The two of them understood each other's methods, but they couldn't touch each other even after fighting for a long time. They either spread out their strength or staggered their attacks. Fengbua angrily, "Kid, don't think that you can stall me. You can't find me if I want to escape. Do you really think you can kill me if you work with that woman? Stop dreaming." Lu Yin did not reply as the flowing light shuttled back and forth around his body. Fengbua was very wary of the flowing light as it could be reversed for 1 second, which coincidentally countered his innate gift. Whoever used it first would be at a disadvantage. "Kid, if you're willing to help me kill that woman, I can guarantee that you'll become an existence only second to the sole true God of the Eternals. I can guarantee you with my life that with your talent, you'll definitely be able to reach the primordial realm under the guidance of the sole true God. You'll be free and unfettered, and you'll have hope for eternal life. Why do you have to remain a human?" The Count of Wind called out. Lu Yin chuckled. "Old man, don't tell me you still think I've joined the Eternals?" If the Fengbua knew about Lu Yin's situation in the outside world and that he had been personally killed by the only true God, he would definitely not waste his breath. How could such a person betray humanity? However, Count of the Wind didn't know that he had remained in the Mirage domain all this time. He's so young, but his brain is too dead. Since he couldn't beat the Count of Wind, Lu Yin could only continue cultivating the True God's Freedom technique. However, the True God's Freedom technique was too difficult to cultivate, and he rarely encountered a power that was so difficult to cultivate. He didn't know where to start. Perhaps the True God's Freedom technique wasn't suitable for him. "Senior, keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape," Lu Yin reminded. Hongyan Mavis replied, "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape unless he dares to go to one of the forbidden areas." A while later, Lu Yin opened his eyes. He was exhausted and he still couldn't cultivate it. He knew that he might need to use his divine power, but he didn't have the confidence to do so in front of Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis wasn't like ancestor Lu Yuan and the others, who trusted him unconditionally. She might seem to get along well with him, but that was only because she was certain that he was from the Lu family and wanted to kill the Count of Wind. Once the fact that he had divine power was exposed, she might not treat him like this anymore. She was a ruthless person who had trapped herself in the Mirage domain for countless years. In her opinion, she would use her broken body to hold back as many people as she could. As someone who cultivated divine power, if she didn't trust him, he would definitely be held back. Lu Yin sighed at this thought. "What's wrong?" Hongyan Mavis's voice sounded. With Lu Yin here, her days were much better. At least she had someone to talk to. She had been trapped here for so many years and it was too uncomfortable. Lu Yin didn't dare to tell her the truth. He thought about it and said, "The problem with fighting that old man is that I can't see the sequence particles. Senior, you can't warn me in time, so I can't break through his expanding void and deal an effective blow to him." Hongyan Mavis was helpless. "You can only see them when you reach the level of sequence law. It's normal that you can't see them, but it's good enough that you know about them." Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "I've seen them before." Hongyan Mavis was surprised. "You've seen them? How did he see it? You can see them too?" Lu Yin looked at her. "I got Wu Tian's celestial eye so I can see them. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Wu Tian's celestial eye? How did you get his celestial eye? Shouldn't it be on him? Lu Yin asked. Senior, when you arrived at the Mirage, where was Wu Tian? Hongyan Mavis said, I don't know. There were battles everywhere. It seems that you don't know that Wu Tian was betrayed. Lu Yin had talked to Hongyan Mavis before and told her about Wu Tian's current situation. He wanted to know why Wu Tian didn't leave the Third Calamity region, but Hongyan Mavis didn't know either. Hongyan Mavis only knew that Wu Tian was imprisoned in the Third Calamity region. She didn't know that Wu Tian had lost his celestial eye and didn't know what had happened in the past. Lu Yin didn't know about those things either. He only knew that Wu Tian was betrayed by old monster Mo. Too many things have happened outside. I'm staying here because I hope that one day they will come. Hongyan Mavis sighed. Actually, when you told me that Wu Xing had become one of the 7 sky gods, I didn't believe it. How could Wu Xing betray Wu Tian? Lu Yin was curious. Senior, you don't believe that Wu Xing would betray humanity? Hongyan Mavis shook her head. I believe that he would betray humanity. Wu Xing is mentally unstable. He's sometimes sleepy and sometimes crazy. That's why Wu Tian named him Wu Xing. He might betray humanity, but he definitely wouldn't betray Wu Tian. Wu Xing has a father-son relationship with Wu Tian. Whether he's sleepy or crazy, he respects Wu Tian. We can see that he shouldn't have betrayed Wu Tian. But before he died, he said that he wanted to kill Wu Tian. This was also something that Lu Yin didn't understand. Wu Tian was imprisoned in the Third Calamity region. As one of the 7 sky gods, why would the immortal deity want to kill Wu Tian? Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin seriously. Maybe he wants to free Wu Tian. Lu Yin's gaze was shocked and filled with confusion. Hongyan Mavis smiled. I'm just guessing. I don't think it's true. However, based on my understanding of Wu Xing, this child does things differently from normal people. Normal people might think of ways to save Wu Tian, but he might want to free Wu Tian and kill Wu Tian. Lu Yin pondered. It was not impossible. Before the immortal deity died, he had said that he was a traitor to humanity. However, he had never said that he had betrayed Wu Tian. Before he died, he even taught Lu Yin how to reverse time. Why would he do that? Even before he died, he reminded Lu Yin that Wu Tian was in the Third Calamity region and to be careful of Wei Nu. Perhaps, as Hongyan Mavis had guessed, he really wanted to free Wu Tian. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3124. Right, Lu Yin thought of Jade. The first time he had met her, she had wanted to kill Wu Tian and had tried many times to test her battle technique. Was that really the case? Lu Yin had seen Fei's swordsmanship before, and it was within the sky of martial arts. Fei should not have been able to see the sky of martial arts. Even if Di Qiong used all of his methods, he should not have been able to see the sky of martial arts. That was a kind of understanding that could not be taken away. If Jade really had seen it, then it was very likely that Wu Tian had allowed her to see it and had even given her advice. Then, could she have done the same thing as the undying god to free Wu Tian? Lu Yin thought of many things. Some people might not be able to see what they were doing, but that didn't mean that they weren't doing anything. Huiwu was the same. He knew that he was going to die, but he still stayed in the first zone of disaster. Lu Yin didn't know what he was planning. Lu Yin felt a little irritated as he thought of this. He desperately wanted to have the power to suppress everything and kill his way into the zone of disaster. He wanted to take care of Wu Tian and the rest, take care of the 3 highnesses and 6 vastnesses, and restore peace to this universe. Hongyan Mavis kept staring at Lu Yin's forehead, as if she wanted to see the traces of the celestial eye. Lu Yin stopped thinking about it and put away his heavy heart. Seeing Hongyan Mavis staring at his forehead, he couldn't help but touch it. Senior, there's no need to look. It's gone. What happened? Hongyan Mavis asked. Lu Yin explained, I was sent here by the progenitor, and you should know that. The reason why I was sent here, or rather, the reason why I was able to meet the progenitor was because the celestial eye was destroyed by the sole true God. In order to save my life, the progenitor replaced the celestial eye with his weapon, first dust. That's why it's gone. Here. Lu Yin pointed at his forehead, there's an extra first dust. Hongyan Mavis couldn't remember how many times she had been surprised by Lu Yin, and today she was surprised again. You have Master's first dust on your forehead? Lu Yin nodded. Yes, if not for it, I would have died. Hongyan Mavis moved closer until she was only a few centimeters away from him, and he could smell her fresh fragrance. Hongyan Mavis stared intently at Lu Yin's forehead. You're quite mysterious to be able to encounter something like this. Do you know how much Master values Chu Qin? Very, very much. If he's willing to give Chu Qin to you, then you must be Master's illegitimate son. The more she thought of it, the more she became suspicious. Of course not, Lu Yin answered helplessly. Hongyan Mavis suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, since I gave you Chu Qin, did Master give you a name? Lu Yin blinked, no. Hongyan Mavis did not believe him. That's impossible. This is Master's hobby. He thinks that it's easy to raise a lowly person. The more he cares about someone, the more he will give them a lowly life. This is his obsession. Lu Yin calmly replied, no. Tell me, what is your name? Senior, did Ancestor Mao Ding give me a name? Absolutely. Then what's your name? Open the read. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. So straightforward? Hongyan Mavis didn't care. It sounds nice. What's your name? Lu Yin opened his mouth, unwilling to say anything. But under Hongyan's relentless questioning, he could only brace himself and say, Zhu Zi. Ever since Hongyan Mavis found out that the primogenitor had named Lu Yin Pillar, she had looked at Lu Yin with a strange gaze. It was funny, but she also seemed to be taking pleasure in his misfortune, which made Lu Yin very uncomfortable. However, she also told Lu Yin one thing: there had originally been only one continent in the Genesis space, and that was the first continent. The other 5 continents had been created by the primogenitor, and the core of each continent was Chu Qin. After Lu Yin learned this, he sat in place for a long time, feeling as if he had grasped something and entered a state of enlightenment. The starry sky in his heart had gathered all sorts of powers, and any cultivation method that he had mastered would be able to inspire Lu Yin's cultivation. He wanted to create a power that belonged solely to him, but that did not mean that it was completely different from other cultivation methods. Chu Qin was the core of the continent, and this reminded Lu Yin of the continent in the starry sky in his heart. That continent had been formed by the fates and the stars, time, wood, void, god power, monarch's aura, consciousness, divine power, and so on had all originated from that continent. Lu Yin used that continent as the foundation and the serious art as the shell. The power in his heart had long since transformed, forming a power that even Mr. Mu could not see the future of. Without a doubt, that continent was the foundation of everything. The starry sky in his heart had been formed because of the progenitor's sword, which had spread out the fates and informed it. Since the starry sky in his heart was a continent, could Lu Yin imitate the progenitor and give it a core? The progenitor had created the continent in the true starry sky, and the core was Chu Qin. Lu Yin would use his mortal world as the core and create a core for the continent in his heart, allowing it to transform. This would not only transform the starry sky in his heart, but also the mortal world itself. When he thought of this, Lu Yin no longer hesitated. His mortal world appeared, and under Hongyan Mavis's astonished gaze, it entered his heart and appeared in the starry sky in his heart. It was like a meteor crashing into the continent, finally merging into the continent without a sound. In an instant, the continent in Lu Yin's heart underwent a change. Lu Yin could not describe the change, but it was as if it had been illusory before, but now, it had become real, as if it had been the finishing touch. Under Hongyan Mavis's gaze, Lu Yin's silhouette seemed to become clearer. She stared at Lu Yin strangely. Why did she have such a feeling? Lu Yin was not fake, so why did she feel that he was clearer and more real? This clarity seemed to be incompatible with this space-time, and there was a strange sense of disharmony. At this moment, Lu Yin was staring at the starry sky in his heart. He could feel that the continent had changed, but how could he use it? Every time the starry sky in his heart was released, it would be isolated by the current space-time, resulting in a world of nothingness. That continent had never been battled before, so Lu Yin did not know how to fight it. Lu Yin sank into deep thought once more, and his aura continued to fade away. His entire body turned into a stone as he sat in front of the wooden house. Hongyan Mavis exhaled. Were children these days so powerful? Back when they had been cultivating under the guidance of their master, they had not been so obedient when they were young. They had not even competed with each other, and even if they talked about who cultivated faster and who cultivated slower, none of them actually cared. They had been carefree back then. However, this child from the Lu family had a worried expression on his face. Although he was smiling and talking, Hongyan Mavis could see that he was shouldering a heavy burden. How old was he? This child must have suffered a lot in the outside world. She could not help Lu Yin with his cultivation, so she could only tell him what she knew and give him pointers. The only thing she could do was keep Fengbua as a sparring partner. No matter what, Fengbua could not leave. He had to be a sparring partner. Hongyan Mavis glared at him. Her gaze was cold as she scanned the area outside. A very long time passed, but Hongyan Mavis did not keep track of time. She only saw a layer of dust on Lu Yin's body and a patch of grass on his head. Outside the bamboo forest, Fenghua did not appear, and the fog enveloped the entire mirage domain. On this day, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. He had thought of visualization. That's right, visualization. Ever since he had landed in the mortal world, Lu Yin had been thinking about how to use it. No cultivation method was easy to achieve, and he had simulated countless battles in the starry sky where his heart was, especially when it came to land. However, he had given up in the end. Only now did he think of one method: visualization. The direct descendants of the Lu family visualized the fifth mainland. Since the fifth mainland could be visualized, then the continent in his heart could be visualized as well. There was no better way to use it than to directly visualize the continent in his heart. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and he hurriedly tried it out. Hongyan Mavis was about to speak, but she saw Lu Yin close his eyes again. She could only swallow her words and continue waiting. Another long time passed, and one day, Lu Yin suddenly stood up, giving Hongyan Mavis a fright. He did not say a word and simply walked out of the bamboo forest. When Hongyan Mavis saw this, she knew that he was going to fight Fenghua again, so she searched for his location and told him about it. Fenghua, who was hiding in the distance, saw Lu Yin walk out and his eyelids twitched. This kid was clearly using him as a sparring partner, and every time he fought, it was different from the last. What had he learned this time? Fenghua had a feeling that he would be tortured to death by this kid sooner or later. No, I can't go out. He immediately left, not wanting to fight Lu Yin at all. Little 7, he's gone again. He's changed his location and he's... Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, but Fenghua had no intention of fighting. He kept moving away, and as soon as Lu Yin found his location, he would immediately leave. Lu Yin frowned. "Old man, why are you hiding? You're an absolute expert, the culprit behind the destruction of the second mainland, the one who toppled the Mavis divine tree, and the one who forced Hongyan Mavis of the three realms to hide in the mirage domain. Yet you don't even dare to fight me, a half-progenitor?" Fenghua glared at Lu Yin. "Kid, I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead sooner or later." "Sooner or later? How about now? The more time I have, the faster my cultivation will improve. I don't mind telling you that I only cultivated for 100 years before entering the mirage domain," Lu Yin mocked. Fenghua's expression changed. 100 years? The more he thought about it, the more fearful he became. This child's cultivation talent was the best he had ever seen, and there was no comparison. He had experienced the most dazzling era of heaven above, the birth of the Eternals, the birth of the three pillars, the 6 boundless seas, and the 7 sky gods. He had also experienced the most extreme era of his own universe. He had experienced many things, but he had never seen someone as talented as Lu Yin. It was too terrifying. In just 100 years, Lu Yin had walked a path that others would have taken countless years to walk. This kid had to be killed. He had to be killed. Suddenly, Lu Yin appeared in front of Fenghua. After finding out where Fenghua was, Lu Yin had immediately used the reverse step to travel through time. Fenghua had been prepared for this, and he expanded the void. This time he did not expand the flow of time, as the boat formed from the stream of light could travel through time, which made him apprehensive. Fenghua only needed to expand the void and disperse the force. Fenghua immediately retreated, as there was no way he could fight. Fenghua had long since been prepared for this. He expanded the void horizontally, causing the space between him and Lu Yin to expand infinitely. This caused Lu Yin's punch to be scattered once more, and it continued to bombard the ground and the continent above him, causing the mirage domain to rumble. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity that he hadn't been able to suppress Fenghua. The continent's power still couldn't suppress Fenghua, and Lu Yin's power would still be scattered by Fenghua's innate gift. As the continent cracked open, Fenghua charged out of the continent's suppression and left. The continent slowly disappeared. Lu Yin stood in place and watched for a long time before returning to the bamboo forest. He had failed again. This old thing was indeed powerful, and he was no weaker than any of the 7 sky gods. Although he was a half-ancestor, his inner world was constantly transforming. His punch was far stronger than before, and it was enough to make the 7 sky gods cough up blood and not dare to take it head-on. The stream of light took the shape of a boat. Although it didn't have much offensive power, the scene of it traveling through time made Fenghua apprehensive, and he didn't dare to use the power of time. As for the mortal world, it fused with the continent, giving Lu Yin the ability to suppress everything. It seemed like he hadn't broken through, but in reality he had. However, he still couldn't suppress Fengbo. He needed to crush Fengbo's strength in an instant. Just a little bit more. What was missing? Lu Yin walked back to the bamboo forest and sat in front of the wooden house. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. To cultivators, this was like a natural chasm. They might be able to cross it, but they might never be able to cross it. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin and praised, "No half-ancestor has ever reached your level of strength. Little 7, you're the first in history. Even Master might not have reached your level of strength. Who would believe that a half-ancestor can suppress the experts of the 3 realms 6 Daos?" Lu Yin smiled bitterly. "Senior, there's no need to comfort me. Fengbo definitely can't reach that level. Almost. Far from it. Ancestor Lu Yuan dared to fight the only true god, and the Eternal's 3 pillars were suppressed by Ancestor Lu Yuan. It seems like the Eternals have the 3 pillars to fight against the 3 realms 6 Daos, but in reality, Guiji is probably the only one who can rival the 3 realms 6 Daos. Aside from him, I feel like I can kill the other 3 pillars." Hongyan Mavis had a complicated expression. "Guiji? I didn't expect him to betray us. I don't know how strong the other 3 pillars are, but Guiji is very difficult to deal with as long as no one from the 3 realms 6 Daos acts. To be honest, he has the clearest cultivation plan among us. He wants to walk the path of humanity's limits, and he created the giant bloodline. He created the realm of mastery, and even Master praised him. He's a monster just by relying on the realm of mastery. Even now, we still don't know what he made up for with the primogenitor's scripture." Lu Yin's eyes trembled as he looked at Hongyan Mavis. "The primogenitor's scripture?" Hongyan Mavis nodded. "You should have learned it before. Your Lu family made up for the lack of spiritual force. Do you know why?" Lu Yin replied, "Because of the light gauze sword." "You know quite a lot." "That's right. Fertile Earth's attitude towards the light gauze sword was bad, and the light gauze sword attacked Lu Tianjing and used his spiritual force to suppress your Lu family's strength. No one knows the real result of that battle, but from then on your ancestor Lu Yuan shamelessly begged Master for the primogenitor's scripture to make up for his lack of spiritual force." Hongyan Mavis recalled the past once more. "Speaking of which, we guessed that the light gauze sword had won that battle, but Fertile Earth refused to admit it and insisted that it was a draw. Who knows? He cares about his reputation the most." "Senior, do you know what the primogenitor's scripture made up for?" Lu Yin asked. Hongyan Mavis nodded. "No, he didn't say." Lu Yin was apprehensive. He had forgotten that the ancient gods also knew the primogenitor's scripture. As the disciple of the primogenitor, anyone in the 3 realms 6 Daos would know the primogenitor's scripture. The primogenitor's scripture was an all-encompassing technique, and Lu Yin felt that it was similar to the starry sky in his heart. It could make up for whatever one lacked. If the Lu family could make up for spiritual force, then what did the ancient gods do? The ancient gods had never revealed the power of the primogenitor's scripture. This person's strength would continue to grow. He was the head of the 7 sky gods, and he was undoubtedly the strongest of the 3 pillars and 6 limitless. There was no need to worry about the ancient gods right now, so Lu Yin looked out of the bamboo forest. "Just a little bit more. My inner world is clearly transforming, and it's no different from breaking through, so why is it so close?" "Breaking through?" Hongyan Mavis asked. Lu Yin shook his head. "It's not time for that yet. My inner world has already transformed once and it's equivalent to breaking through, but it still can't suppress Fengbo." Hongyan Mavis asked, "Is there a connection between transforming and breaking through?" Lu Yin did not understand. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin's heart. "To be honest, your strength is unimaginable. Others' inner worlds only grow stronger, but you can transform and walk a new path. It's amazing, but it doesn't mean that you've broken through. What's the biggest difference between a half-ancestor and an ancestor?" Lu Yin blurted out, "Vitality?" Hongyan Mavis smiled, but she did not say anything else. Lu Yin thought of something. "Yes, vitality. Any cultivator with enough talent could cultivate to the half-ancestor level, and a half-ancestor would be able to cultivate an inner world. However, breaking through to ancestor required an item of origin. Breaking through 3 stages required an item of origin. This was the step to breaking through to ancestor. With the appearance of sequence laws powerhouses, followed by the primordial realm and bitter disaster, Lu Yin had almost forgotten that breaking through to ancestor required 3 stages and an item of origin. He had already done all of these, so there were no obstacles. However, these were the differences between a half-ancestor and a progenitor. His inner world had indeed transformed, but it did not have any vitality, which was completely different from breaking through to ancestor. In order to truly break through to ancestor, vitality was indispensable. That was the true progenitor realm. While Elder Chan's ancestral world did not have any life, that was because there was vitality, not life. Xianxia's ancestral world had a sword-shaped creature, and while Elder Chan's path did not have any living creatures, there was vitality, which came from an item of origin. No matter how much his inner world transformed, it did not have any vitality, which was fundamentally different from breaking through to ancestor. Yes, it was just a little bit more. But how could he make his inner world have vitality? Luin sank into deep thought once more. Outside the bamboo forest, Fenggua's sense of danger grew stronger and stronger. Luin attacked again and again, and each attack was stronger than the last. He was basically a monster and there was no way to escape. Waiting here was equivalent to waiting for death. No, I can't wait. I have to leave. I have to leave. Either way I'll die. Fenggua thought about it and then headed in a certain direction. Within the bamboo forest, Hongyan Mavis suddenly stood up and looked outside, a strange expression on her face. Luin saw her. "Senior, what's wrong?" Hongyan Mavis said in a low voice. Fenggua went to the forbidden area. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3126. Hearing this, Luin was shocked. "Is this a place that even you don't want to go?" Hongyan Mavis nodded. "Master told us to come to the Mirage Domain to break through to the Ancestor Realm. We have all succeeded, but we still came here because of the incredible phenomena in these regions. We all want to explore them, but they are too dangerous. Even Master said that there are some regions that we can't touch." That old guy had nowhere else to go, so he went to the forbidden area. Luin was curious. "What's in the forbidden area?" Hongyan Mavis looked at Luin. "You can go and take a look once you've truly broken through. You should be able to protect yourself then, but you can't say for sure. Back then, Nyo could have broken through, but she mysteriously went to a forbidden area. When she came out, she stopped breaking through and scattered her cultivation to start anew. She could have been the first person to break through among all of us." "Destiny?" Luin was shocked. Hongyan Mavis said solemnly, Nyo is the most talented cultivator that Master has ever acknowledged in front of us. She was the first to break through the ancestral barrier and the second to come to the Mirage Domain. However, after going to the Forbidden Land once, she dispersed all of her cultivation. It was also after her that all of us were full of fear of the Forbidden Land and never went there before breaking through the ancestral barrier. Even Brother Chi was frightened at that time. He was a cautious person, and even though he was the first to come here, he didn't go to the forbidden area. Thinking about it still scares him. What happened to Destiny in the forbidden area? Luin couldn't help but ask. Hongyan shook her head. She didn't say, but the power she cultivated helped her become Destiny. Luin looked outside the bamboo forest. The forbidden area was the Mirage. This place hadn't been created by the progenitors, but had been forcibly left behind by them. This place's history might be even older than the first human, as it existed in the river of time. You don't have to think about the forbidden area right now. Don't go there before you break through. That old guy Fenggua knows about the legends of the forbidden area, so he didn't go there. However, he was forced into a corner and could only escape there. Continue cultivating Xiaoqi. Although I can't affect the forbidden area, it won't be easy to leave the Mirage either. Luin nodded and stopped thinking about it. He focused on researching his own strength and thinking about how to make up for his lack of vitality. As long as he could make up for it, then he would have the strength to fight head-on and even kill 7 sky gods. This was a true metamorphosis. It was equivalent to breaking into the Ancestor Realm without breaking into the Ancestor Realm. After a while, Hongyan Mavis's eyes flashed and the corners of her mouth curled up. Beside the great river of time, Feng Bo was breathing heavily, his eyes filled with disbelief. Half of his body was covered in blood, seriously injured. I pushed down the Mavis divine tree. That's my fault. But I'm also not wrong. I'm not from this universe. What does it have to do with me? I only participated in the war. That's all. Why should I be blamed? I will not die. I will leave this place alive. I have done what I promised eternity. I want to leave. I want to leave this universe. Hongyan Mavis looked out of the bamboo forest. She didn't know what had happened to Fenggua, but from the looks of it, he seemed to have suffered a great blow. However, it was impossible for him to leave. Forget about what he had done in the past. The countless beings of the second continent would never agree to that. Fenggua spent the rest of his time frantically searching for a way to leave the Mirage. However, it was difficult for him to leave. Hongyan, why are you so persistent? Your persistence is useless. Let me go, and I promise that I won't tell the Eternals that you're still alive. I won't participate in this war anymore. This universe's war has nothing to do with me. Let me go. Hongyan Mavis's gaze was cold. There is karma in this world. You have to bear the consequences of your actions. Don't you care about the current you? What happened in the past can't be changed. What you need to do is live. Do you want to be captured by the Eternals like Wu Tian and live a life worse than death? Or do you want to be dismembered like the Grim Reaper? Fate doesn't dare to appear, Guiji betrayed us, and the 3 realms and 6 Daos have done nothing. Hongyan, there's no point in fighting me to the death. Hongyan Mavis looked at the floor of the wooden hut. Every word seemed to be saying, I believe that I'll see them again sooner or later. Didn't you stay in the mirage for so long because you wanted to kill me as well? You're too stupid. Humans are no match for the Eternals, Fengbo roared. Luin suddenly opened his eyes. That's not important. As long as you live with dignity, you won't have lived in vain. I also believe that the humans will win. Unfortunately, you won't live to see that day. He then walked out of the bamboo forest. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lu Yin's back and sighed. Was this the 4th or 5th time? He was transforming every time, and each time he was getting closer to killing Fengbo. This time it really was over. Lu Yin walked out of the bamboo forest and looked towards the river of time. Fengbo saw him as well, and his eyes widened. Brat, do you really think that you can kill me as a half-step ancestor? What a joke. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Lu Yin's expression was calm, and he looked at Fengbo as if he was looking at a dead man. Humans walk their own path, and their greatest weapon is their intelligence. The Eternals believe that emotions are their greatest weakness, and today I'll kill you because of them. He then visualized a continent, and at the same time, a continent appeared in the sky above his heart. It overlapped with the visualized continent, and the mirage trembled once more as it covered the sky and pressed down on Fengbo. Even so, it was still impossible to kill Fengbo. Just as the continent crashed down, the wordless heavenly book appeared and bloomed. Light scattered across the continent, and Hongyan Mavis and Fengbo watched in disbelief as the continent transformed. Headmaster, we believe that you're not dead. Headmaster, come back alive. Headmaster, Headmaster, countless voices echoed in the air. These were the prayers of countless people from the 5th mainland. They were transmitted through the wordless heavenly tome to Lu Yin's ears, and they were transmitted to the entire continent. They were using their prayers as spirits to bring vitality to the continent. Hongyan Mavis' mouth fell open. How could this be? Fengbo's face paled. Emotions were the weaknesses of humans, but this shouldn't be. These were clearly weaknesses, and those were just ordinary people. The difference between a half-ancestor and an ancestor was vitality. Lu Yin hadn't broken through to the ancestor realm, so he couldn't bring life to the continent. Even the mortal world was useless. However, the wordless heavenly book was vitality, and it represented the entire 5th mainland. It even represented the primordial space. Lu Yin could expel anyone and prevent anyone from being recognized by the primordial space. Didn't the wordless heavenly book represent the will of everyone in the 5th mainland? What was a living being? The wordless heavenly book was the greatest vitality in the universe. As long as someone recognized Lu Yin and prayed to him, they could bring him life. Power. Everything he had done in the past had paid off. The people of the 5th mainland wouldn't give up on him, and even if he died, they would pray for him to come back alive. No matter how the Eternals tried to incite them, the people of the 5th mainland would always be loyal to Lu Yin. They would bring life to the continent. The continent crashed down, pressing down on Fengbo. Fengbo expanded the void, but it was instantly crushed. He roared, Brat, no one can kill me as a half-ancestor. Impossible. Don't even think about creating history. I'll fight you to the death. Fengbo's body cracked open and blood seeped through his skin. The god of defense appeared once again, and each time it appeared, Fengbo would be severely injured. However, he had no other choice in the face of danger. The tower-shaped longsword slashed down at the continent. There was a loud bang, but this time the continent didn't collapse. It was filled with vitality, making up for the slightest bit, and the longsword was pressed down. Fengbo knelt on one knee, his hair disheveled. He looked like an evil spirit, and his eyes were filled with endless hatred. He mourned and cursed, and his blood splashed onto the longsword. The longsword split apart, forming a tower that protected him. Blood flowed along the tower, dyeing it scarlet. The continent couldn't press down for a while. Fengbo smiled bitterly. Brat, you'll never be able to kill me. Let's see how much time you have left in this mirage. The difference between you and me isn't just a small gap. It's a gap that can never be closed. The continent couldn't crush the tower. Xuanhuan Mavis clenched her fists. She hadn't expected Fengbo to have such a trick up his sleeve. He was using his own blood to make the tower indestructible. This was Fengbo's trump card, and he hadn't even used it during the Second Mainland's War. However, he hadn't been forced to this extent at that time. This was a defensive power, not an attack. Lu Yin calmly watched as Fengbo mocked him. Had he not expected this? Of course he had. Which one of the 7 sky gods didn't have a trump card? The corpse goddess hadn't even used her trump card when she fought against the Grand Empyreans. She would only use it when she was truly in a life-or-death situation. Fengbo was the same. I want to see if that little bit really can't be made up for. Old man watched carefully. Lu Yin raised his hand, and it seemed to overlap with the continent that was suppressing Fengbo. The earth was below and the sky was above. Now that the earth was in the sky, he would use the overturning sky palm. If he wanted to overturn the sky, he would have to press down on this continent. This continent had already suppressed Fengbo for so long that it could almost kill him. How strong would the power to overturn this continent be? This was the overturning sky palm. The overturning sky palm was an intent realm battle technique that belonged to Lu Yin. The continent also belonged to Lu Yin, and everything belonged to Lu Yin. He could move the earth in the sky and he could also overturn it. Fengbo looked up in shock, and an indescribable chill caused his mind to go blank. Lu Yin still had a trick up his sleeve? Boom. The continent disappeared, and in its place was a palm print that covered the sky and flipped it over. It also shattered the blood-stained tower. That little bit had finally been made up for. Fengbo looked up at the constantly cracking tower and howled in despair, "Impossible! You're just a half-ancestor. How can you make up for the gap between us? That's impossible. Impossible." The tower shattered and Fengbo spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body had endured an indescribable weight, and all of his bones and meridians had shattered. His cultivation, battle techniques, strength, and innate gifts had all been shattered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3127. Fengbo stood there in a daze, his eyes unfocused. His entire body shrank as his body slowly collapsed. Lu Yin panted heavily as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and flowed down his arms. The overturning sky palm had pushed him to his limit. Overturning that continent was easier said than done, as that was a power that could make up for the gap between him and the 7 sky gods. If this palm still couldn't kill Fengbo, then Lu Yin would truly be powerless and would have to break through to the ancestor realm. Fortunately, the gap had been closed in the end. Xuanhuan Mavis walked out of the bamboo forest and looked at Lu Yin in amazement. From this moment onwards, this child had truly reached their level. Since ancient times, who would have dared to imagine that a half-ancestor would be able to reach this level? Even her master had never imagined that someone would reach this level in the future. Once this child broke through to the progenitor realm, what kind of scene would that be? Who in this universe would be able to fight against him? Perhaps only those old freaks who had undergone bitter adversity would be able to resist him. Lu Yin walked towards Fengbo step by step. At this moment, Fengbo was like a lamp that had run out of oil, and he couldn't even use the slightest bit of strength. He lay on the ground as if he were dead, mumbling something. Lu Yin was shrouded in shadows as he looked down at Fengbo from above. Xuanhuan Mavis also walked over and looked at Fengbo. She had been trapped in the mirage domain by this person for so many years, and now it was finally over. I can't accept this. I shouldn't have lost. This universe is restricting me. My soul has many transformations and I still have the ability. I can't accept this, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Lu Yin looked at Fengbo. Do you regret betraying the Second Mainland? Fengbo acted as if he hadn't heard Lu Yin's words, and he continued to speak in a low voice. His conviction had been completely crushed. If Lu Yin had been a sequence law expert, even a progenitor, he would not have reacted in such a manner. However, Lu Yin was just a half-ancestor. To him, a half-ancestor was like an ant. Even the servant who had watered the Mavis divine tree with him had only reached this level of cultivation. How could a mere half-ancestor defeat him? Oh. Lu Yin looked at Xuanhuan Mavis and she walked over. Old Fengbo. Fengbo's eyes trembled as they focused on Xuanhuan Mavis. The vengeance of my Mavis clan has been avenged. Xuanhuan Mavis slowly said. Fengbo looked at Xuanhuan Mavis, and his originally bewildered expression changed to one of insanity. He let out a terrifying laugh. Report? Where should I report it? I'm just a chess piece. What will truly destroy your Mavis clan is eternity, a race destined to rule the universe in the future. Hongyan, from the moment you accepted me into the Mavis clan was destined to disappear, and so was humanity. I haven't lost. I'm just leaving first. Whether it's you or that brat, you'll follow in my footsteps. You don't understand, you can't see and you can't see. Hongyan Mavis had a complicated look in her eyes. The humans can have the Eternals as their mortal enemy, but the Eternals also need the humans as their mortal enemy. These words caused the smile on Feng Bo's face to disappear. He seemed to have thought of something. He opened his mouth and let out a shrill cry, "Eternal, you lied to me." Lu Yin frowned and looked at Hongyan Mavis in confusion. Hongyan Mavis no longer spoke and walked towards the river of time. Lu Yin's gaze landed on Feng Bo once more and he raised a hand. He had decided to end this man's life while he was at it. Feng Bo was not a corpse king, which meant that Lu Yin could choose a general. With Lu Yin's current strength, he should be qualified to take on such a powerhouse. Once a peak expert like Feng Bo appeared, Lu Yin would be able to face off against one of the 7 sky gods alone without knowing their methods. He would still be able to put up a fight. Feng Bo shrieked and cursed the only true god with hatred. Lu Yin's palm landed, ending Feng Bo's life. Feng Bo's shrieks disappeared, and the mirage domain returned to normal. Lu Yin exhaled, it was finally over. He had a complete understanding of Feng Bo's methods, and he had only won after many intense battles. If not for Hongyan Mavis, then even if he had the strength to win, Feng Bo would definitely have been able to escape. Lu Yin did not underestimate any of the 7 sky gods, as such powerhouses were rather difficult to deal with. The Feng Bo appeared. "In my name, Feng Bo." Boom. Lu Yin's brain buzzed, and before he could even react, he had already fallen to the ground and lost consciousness. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Little 7. She hurriedly checked on Lu Yin, only to see that he was bleeding from his 7 orifices. His originally black hair had turned white. What was going on? It was just a Feng Bo. Had he suffered a backlash? Hongyan Mavis brought Lu Yin into the wooden house in the bamboo forest and put him down. She checked him again and found no injuries, but he was still unconscious. No matter how she looked at it, he had suffered a backlash. She knew about the Lu family's Feng Bo's ability, and she also knew that once a Feng Bo was chosen, he would suffer a backlash. However, Feng Bo's strength had not exceeded his own by much, and he had been the one to defeat him from start to finish. Why had this happened? All Hongyan Mavis could do was wait for Lu Yin to wake up. This time, he had been unconscious for even longer than the time he had spent in his epiphany and his transformation into the mortal world. Hongyan Mavis had visited him several times in an attempt to wake him up, but she had failed every time. That was until Lu Yin woke up on his own. Lu Yin had a dream in which the universe had shattered, and his entire body had been reduced to dust along with it. This feeling was excruciating, and he had endured it more than once. He had endured this pain over and over again, as if he would one day be reduced to dust along with the universe. He opened his eyes, but they were blurry. "Little 7, how are you?" Hongyan Mavis's voice traveled over, but he could not hear it clearly. It took a while for his vision to clear. "Senior." Lu Yin opened his mouth, but his voice was hoarse. Hongyan Mavis helped him up and asked worriedly, "Little 7, what happened? Did you suffer a backlash?" Lu Yin was confused. "I don't know either." "Then how did you faint?" "It was Feng Bo who was chosen." Hongyan Mavis continued, "It seems to be a backlash. I heard from Fertile Earth that the Feng Bo is easy to suffer from a backlash. If one chooses someone who is much stronger than them, the backlash will be very severe." Lu Yin was certain. "It's not a backlash. I've experienced it before. When an emissary chose a half-ancestor, it didn't feel like this, but..." He carefully thought about it, and it seemed to be the same feeling again. But no matter how he thought about it, it should not have been. He had defeated Feng Bo by himself, and the gap between them should not have been that great. He should have been able to choose a Feng Bo. He had defeated the Cyclops King with his previous strength, and now, in the Mirage Domain, he had chosen Feng Bo with his own strength. The gap between the two was about the same, and it was even more dangerous for him to choose the Cyclops King. After all, it was very difficult for him to defeat the Cyclops King alone. So why had he suffered a backlash? And even if it had, the consequences had been so severe that he had not even had time to react. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly looked at Hongyan Mavis. "Senior, where's Feng Bo's corpse?" Hongyan Mavis did not understand why Lu Yin was asking this. "It's still here." Do you still want to choose a Fengbua? Lu Yin shook his head and walked out of the wooden house. Fengbua's corpse was still in the same spot, untouched. Hongyan Mavis could not have brought Fengbua's corpse into the bamboo forest. Lu Yin looked at Fengbua's corpse again, but it had not changed much since the moment of his death. A single drop of blood from such a powerhouse was enough to crush the heavens, and his corpse would not decay so easily. Lu Yin wanted to look at Fengbua's forehead to see if it was the same as the negative karma. However, since Fengbua's corpse was still here, it was different from the negative karma. Lu Yin looked at Fengbua's corpse and was still confused. How could he have suffered such a severe backlash? Could it have been a problem with his cultivation? That could not be right either. The Cyclops King was a powerhouse who had comprehended the laws of the sequence, and his cultivation far surpassed Lu Yin's. Senior, do you know where this Fengbua came from? I seem to have heard him mention more than once that he did not belong to this universe, Lu Yin asked. Hongyan Mavis shook her head. The first time I met him was on the second continent. Before he betrayed the second continent, he never mentioned anything about not belonging to this universe. It was only when he revealed his identity and pushed down the divine tree that he revealed his true strength, especially the form of the god of the nine heavens. You saw it yourself. Even I might not have been able to break through his defenses easily. This person's cultivation method is completely different from ours. Lu Yin looked at Hongyan Mavis. Parallel space-time? Hongyan Mavis shook her head. It doesn't seem like it. If it's a parallel space-time, then there shouldn't be any restrictions on one's strength. Do you remember what he said before he died? He said that his soul form could not be fully displayed. His unwillingness to die was because he could not display his full strength. A parallel space-time does not restrict one's strength, especially for a powerhouse like him. He has already walked his own path and does not need to rely on the strength he once cultivated. Lu Yin frowned. She was right. Progenitors were not limited by the strength they cultivated. For example, the people of the fifth mainland needed to absorb astral sources to fight before they reached the progenitor realm. Once they reached the progenitor realm, even if they did not walk their own path and still relied on astral sources, the boundless astral sources that the progenitor world absorbed were enough for them to fight in a parallel spacetime. Then what did she mean by not belonging to this universe? Hongyan Mavis did not know, and Lu Yin did not dwell on it. His head was still dizzy and he needed to rest. Not long after, Lu Yin looked at himself in the mirror and sighed. He smiled bitterly. It's really serious this time. I seem to have aged a bit and I even have white hair. Hongyan Mavis smiled. You're not old. White hair makes you look more mature. Lu Yin laughed. I've never thought about what I look like when I'm old. With my current cultivation I can't live forever, but I won't age. Senior, do you want to leave? Hongyan Mavis nodded. I stayed here to delay Fengbua. Now that he's dead I should leave. However, I've lost most of my strength, and I won't be able to help you much even if I leave. Lu Yin asked, why did you lose strength? Are you injured beyond recovery? Hongyan Mavis sighed. I lost the progenitor world. I lost the source of my strength. Lu Yin did not understand. How can you lose the progenitor world? Hongyan Mavis met Lu Yin's gaze. One day when you reach a certain realm, any of your strength will be able to materialize. Master once said that he wasn't even sure if the universe we live in is someone else's progenitor world. Lu Yin's expression changed and he felt a chill. That joke isn't funny. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3128. It's just a metaphor. Have you ever thought that the 5 continents all originated from the origin dust? That master created them? I never thought about it. I never dared to think about it. You have just embarked on the path of cultivation. Has anyone ever told you that cultivating on land is easier than cultivating in the starry skies to step into the ancestor realm? What can you comprehend? Land is extraordinary because it was created by Master. Cultivating on land is equivalent to coming into contact with Master's beginning. Each land has its own power system, and the one who maintains these power systems is Master. Lu Yin finally understood. He recalled that someone had indeed told him that, especially after entering the Neoverse, many people wanted to cultivate on land. The stability of space on land was different, and the 6th mainland was filled with land. Some people could only cultivate by grabbing onto some soil. Lu Yin hadn't understood at the time, and he didn't think that there was any difference between cultivating on land and in outer space. Now he understood. Land possessed the power of the origin dust. If land can be created, why can't space be created? Hongyan Mavis asked before looking into the distance. When you reach the progenitor realm, you can try coming to the forbidden area of the Mirage Domain. It might exceed your imagination. Lu Yin brought the topic back. Senior, what is your ancestral world? If you lose it, can you cultivate it back? If Hongyan Mavis could recover her peak strength, then it would be great news for the human race. Hongyan Mavis smiled. Mavis Divine Tree. Lu Yin was shocked. Your ancestral world is the Mavis Divine Tree? Hongyan Mavis nodded. I haven't lost it. The Mavis family still has it. I planted it using the tree I once had so that the Mavis family would have a place to live if something happened to me. The real Mavis Divine Tree has been toppled, and more importantly, the imprint of the tree is gone. It was stolen by that giant from the Everlasting Tribe. I can't take it back with my current strength, and the Everlasting Tribe won't allow humans to attack them. Once they do, a war will break out. Lu Yin's lips curled up. You're talking about the corpse god, right? I was wondering why there were traces of the Mavis Divine Tree in his body. Don't worry, I'll definitely get it back for you. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. You can get it back? Yes. Then we'll have to go to war. Once I leave, the Eternals will most likely find out, and they'll be able to guess what I'm up to. Then I'll snatch it back before you expose yourself. Lu Yin was confident. With his current strength, why wouldn't he be confident? The zombie goddess was no match for him in a one-on-one duel, let alone a group attack. After all, she was severely injured. Furthermore, he had a way to find the sixth disaster zone. More importantly, the Eternals did not know that his strength had undergone a transformation. He did not believe that he would not be able to snatch the Mavis Sacred Tree brand back. Hongyan Mavis became excited. As long as I can get the imprint back, I can use the current Mavis Divine Tree as my ancestral world, and recover at least half of my strength. Haha, it's a deal. Alright, Senior, this junior is now the Tao Master of the Above Heaven sect. Hongyan Mavis rolled her eyes. Understood, Taoist Master. I hope that you, the sect above heaven, can return to the peak. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. I do have the idea of reorganizing the 3 realms and 6 paths. You should recuperate first. Lu Yin was very satisfied with the transformation he had experienced during his trip to the Mirage realm. He did not cultivate for a long time after that and instead just sat by the river of time. He fished because he wanted to see those times that the river of time could not tolerate. Looking at those scenes gave him a different feeling. After a long time, he finally felt like he had recovered, but his white hair did not. He could turn it back to black, but that would be meaningless. He would just treat this as a lesson and not casually appoint anyone in the future. On this day, Lu Yin was still fishing in the river of time. The water droplet was swallowed up by the flowing light, and an image appeared, a piece of paper. Lu Yin was puzzled. He looked at it carefully, but because the time was too short, he did not see anything. He continued fishing, and another droplet appeared. So fast? This time, a piece of paper appeared in the image. Lu Yin frowned, but this time the image was still very short. However, he still managed to see the word kill written on it. Kill. What did that mean? Just one word? Because the image was too short, Lu Yin only saw the word kill, but he was sure that there were no other words. Lu Yin continued fishing. A few seconds later, he caught another droplet. This was strange. How could it be so fast? In the past, he would have to wait a long time before fishing for something that could not be tolerated in the river of time. It was much longer than fishing, so how could it be so fast? As expected, it was still a piece of paper. Lu Yin was prepared for this, and this time he saw it clearly. It was indeed a single word, kill, but there were definitely other words behind it that had been smeared out. The smear was very obvious. The image disappeared, and Lu Yin continued fishing. Over the next period of time, he caught many more pieces of paper, and they all had the word kill on them. Behind the word were smeared out as well. This made Lu Yin uneasy, and he looked up at the river of time. Was someone from the past sending a message to the future? There was definitely a noun behind the word kill. Was it a person's name? A species? Or something else? Why were they smeared out? Who could smear them? These pieces of paper could not be tolerated in the river of time, which meant that they had been written while time was still. If words could be smeared out in such a situation, then how powerful was the person who had smeared them out? This was not something that could be done simply by stopping time. If one could stop time and smear every piece of paper, then it was equivalent to cutting off a certain period of time. Lu Yin knew that he could not do such a thing. He continued fishing, but there was nothing else. It was as if the pieces of paper had flowed down the river and appeared at the same time, all for the sake of being seen by future generations. Lu Yin told Hongyan Mavis about this. Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Doing something like this is not something that can be done just by touching the grand force of time. One needs to have the ability to cut off time, or even chase after the river of time. It's just like how you're trying to go against the flow of time. So what I'm trying to do is something that has been done for a long time? Luin asked. There's more than one person who can do it. Anyone who's at the primordial realm and focuses on the grand force of time should be able to do it. Hongyan Mavis's expression was solemn. Luin knew this. He did not think that his transformation of light would allow him to surpass the primordial realm. At the very least, he would have to reach the primordial realm himself before he could talk about surpassing the primordial realm. In other words, the person who smeared the paper was at least at the primordial realm, Luin said. Hongyan Mavis fell silent for a moment before slowly replying, "From what I know, there were only a few primordial realm experts in our era. I can't think of anyone who would do something like this, but they should all be able to do it. They should be able to do it. Right, there's another person who was around the same level as us, but she broke through to the primordial realm. She's Qingluo Gentian." Luin was shocked. Qingluo Gentian reached the primordial realm in your era? Hongyan Mavis nodded. Do you know who erected that stone tablet beside the river of time? It's Qingluo Gentian. She reached the primordial realm in the Mirage Domain, which is why everyone who knows about the Mirage Domain is certain that one can reach the primordial realm here. Luin knew that the ancestor of the past was very powerful. She had ended the war with a single sword strike. The Star Toad and the Grand Empyrean had both greeted her, but he had never thought that she would be so powerful. However, the strength that she had displayed so far did not seem to be at the primordial realm. Otherwise, Thunder Master Jiang Feng and the Grand Empyrean would not have been able to reach the Black Mother Tree so easily and draw out the true god. Something must have happened to the ancestor of the past. By the way, Senior, there's something that I don't quite understand. What's the difference between the primordial realm and the bitter adversity? Luin asked. When he had first learned about the primordial realm and the bitter adversity from ancestor Lu Yuan, he had not thought too much about it. However, the more he came into contact with the primordial realm and the more he saw, the more confused he became. The Grand Empyrean was clearly undergoing the bitter adversity, and the sole true god was also undergoing the bitter adversity. Then what about the lightning master Jiang Feng? He had once called the sole true god and the others monsters undergoing the bitter adversity, but he was clearly stronger than a progenitor. Even the ancestor of the past had not been able to stop him, so what was he? Was he a primordial realm expert? What about ancestor Lu Yuan? He did not fear the Grand Empyrean, but he had never mentioned that he was undergoing the bitter adversity, nor had he mentioned whether he was a primordial realm expert. There was also the Star Toad. It had clearly been the unluckiest during the second battle in the bitter adversity. Hongyan Mavis explained, the primordial realm surpasses the progenitor realm. It's a definite realm, but undergoing the bitter adversity is a process. There is no definite bitter adversity realm. Before undergoing the bitter adversity, you can be called the bitter adversity realm because you're currently undergoing the bitter adversity. Even after you've passed the bitter adversity, you can still be called the bitter adversity realm. The bitter adversity is a long process, not a realm. It's like flying. If you fall, you'll fail. The only thing that can distinguish between them is their own battle prowess. The sole true god is very powerful, terrifyingly powerful, but he might still be in the process of rising. Tai Hong cannot compare to the sole true god, much less master, but she might have already fallen. No one can say for sure, so they all call it the bitter adversity realm, which is also the bitter adversity realm. After reaching the primordial realm, some people are unwilling to undergo the bitter adversity for the rest of their lives, because the bitter adversity comes from the heart. Master once said that the primordial realm and the bitter adversity are two different people. So far, the most certain thing is that no one has truly undergone the bitter adversity and reached eternal life. This is a concept, and because no one has reached it, they can only guess. Luin finally understood. It was no wonder that the primordial realm and the bitter adversity were two different concepts. One was a realm, while the other was a process. Then how can we tell if someone is undergoing the bitter adversity? Hongyan Mavis thought about it. There's no way to tell. Those above the progenitor realm have already surpassed it. Only they know that level, so don't let your thoughts be fixed. Everyone thinks that the sole true god is undergoing the bitter adversity, but perhaps he hasn't even undergone the bitter adversity and is still in the primordial realm? No one knows. Some people even say that the bitter adversity is a scam, and that there is no such thing as eternal life. Others say that eternal life is a connection between species. As long as the species is not destroyed, it is equivalent to eternal life. For example, if you reach eternal life as long as the human race is not destroyed, you can appear and disappear at any time. There are also people who say that the universe itself is a creature with eternal life. Who knows? Lu Yin sighed. It all sounds reasonable. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3129. Hongyan Mavis laughed. Of course it makes sense. Those who can speculate about immortality are at least in the progenitor realm. These people have been able to cultivate to the progenitor realm because they have experienced too much and had too many strange ideas. I also think that the mother tree is an immortal level creature because my ancestral world is the Mavis divine tree. Luin agreed. That makes sense. Hongyan Mavis smiled and shook her head. There are many reasons. When you don't understand something, everyone else's words make sense. Only by trying to break through will you be able to verify it. Actually, most people in this universe who speculate about immortality are pessimistic. After all, immortality isn't a happy thing. You have to watch the people around you die one by one, and you have to bear more than anyone else. You even have to watch your own species disappear. Can you imagine what it's like to live with a bug forever? Lu Yin's face trembled and he felt a chill just thinking about it. There were no humans in this universe, only bugs. What was the use of immortality? He might as well die. Lu Yin's body had already recovered, and there wasn't much point in staying in the Mirage domain. It wasn't time for him to break through to progenitor yet. Senior, let's go. Hongyan Mavis looked around and sighed. We've lived here longer than in the second continent, and we've developed feelings for this place. I hope that others won't ruin it. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Senior, will we be able to return after we leave? Hongyan Mavis shook her head. Unless we find all the road signs, I won't be able to return. Of course, Master can send us in, but we'll have to find him first. Lu Yin felt helpless as that was quite a pity. He wanted to bring the entire above the heavens to cultivate in the Mirage domain, and when they all reached progenitor, he would be able to overwhelm the Eternals with numbers. Of course, that was just a thought. If that were possible, the primogenitor and Mr. Mu would have done it long ago. Time could change many things, but it also couldn't change many things. If a person couldn't live forever, they would only die of old age no matter how long they stayed in the Mirage domain. Not everyone could break through to progenitor. Lu Yin walked into the wooden house before leaving and looked at the words on the floor. He squatted down and wrote, "Little Seven is here. I hope to meet all of you seniors one day, Lu Yin." After writing, he walked out of the house. Let's go, senior. Hongyan Mavis walked into the wooden house and looked at the words on the floor. She squatted down and read, "He is a newcomer. His name is Zhu Zi. Welcome newcomers, Hongyan." Once she was done, Hongyan Mavis walked out. Lu Yin was curious and wanted to go in to take a look, but she stopped him. "Let's go, what are you looking at?" "Senior, what did you write? What does that have to do with you?" Lu Yin pursed his lips. He really wanted to go in and take a look, but Hongyan Mavis dragged him away. "By the way, senior, if we leave now, won't you return to the era of the above heaven sect? The Mirage domain has its own flow of time. Although it is not in contact with the river of time, your appearance means that the river of time has flowed here. Any outsider can refresh the time in the Mirage domain because they came from the river of time." "That's good." In the primordial space, Lu Yin tore through the void and walked out from the back mountain of the Sky Sect. He was surrounded by several people. Lung Qing, Lu Yun, and Elder Chan, Dao Master. They were overjoyed. Lu Yin was surprised. "It seems that a lot of things have happened in my absence." As he spoke, Hongyan Mavis walked out from behind him. Everyone was stunned when they saw that Lu Yin had not died yet. How long had it been since he had recovered? And he had even brought back a woman? Hongyan Mavis walked out of the void and looked around. She took a deep breath. "It feels good to be free." Lu Yin said to Hongyan Mavis, "You can walk around here. I have some matters to take care of, and I'll bring you to Lu Tianjing soon." Hongyan Mavis nodded. "Go, don't worry about me. I'm not in a hurry to meet with Fertile Earth." "Lady Hongyan, you are Lady Hongyan?" Lung Qing recognized her and shouted excitedly. Hongyan Mavis looked at Lung Qing in surprise. Someone actually recognized her? Lung Qing looked at Hongyan Mavis. "Lady, it's me, Lung Qing. I once visited the Mavis family and you gave me some pointers." Hongyan Mavis looked at Lung Qing and thought for a while. She then realized something. "Phew, I remember now. You are the sect master of the Sky Sect, right?" Lung Qing was excited. "It really is you. You're still alive? It's not surprising that I'm still alive, but how did you manage to survive until now? Hongyan Mavis was puzzled. A group of people had gone missing and Leng Qing had been one of them. She had paid attention to this matter because the Mavis family's Tao disciple, Heluo Mavis, had also gone missing. Leng Qing's breathing quickened and he bowed solemnly. Sect Master of the Sky Blade Sect, Leng Qing, greets the Sect Master. Hongyan Mavis was the master of the Second Mainland, and the Second Mainland had once had a Daosaur sect as well. Hongyan Mavis was curious. What happened back then? The Sect Master of the Sky Sect and a group of Tao disciples went missing. Lu Yin asked Leng Qing to bring Hongyan Mavis around the Arcana sect and explain what had happened back then. Although he had chatted with Hongyan Mavis in the Mirage, too many things had happened, and it was impossible for him to tell her everything. Leng Qing was excited. He was originally from the Second Mainland, and being able to converse with Hongyan Mavis was his dream come true. On the other side, Lu Yin arrived at the main hall. Wang Wen, Wei Rong and the others were all present. Elder Chan, Lu Bujing, and the others were all gathered together to discuss recent events. Actually, it had not been long since Mr. Mu had taken Lu Yin away from the second region of Calamity, which was the time between when Mr. Mu had left and when Lu Yin had been sent into the Mirage by the primogenitor. After entering the Mirage, time had nothing to do with Lu Yin, and it was as if time had stopped. Everything that had happened in the Mirage seemed to take a long time, but in the outside world, it had happened in less than a second. Elder Chan and the others could not have imagined that the current Lu Yin was so different from the Lu Yin from before. Lu Yin quietly listened to them talk about recent events. Although it had not been long, many things had happened. After all, the outside world believed that he was dead, and whether or not something had happened had nothing to do with time. Lu Yin sat quietly and tapped his fingers on the table. You feel that way too? I thought it was just a misconception. Lu Bujing shook his head. It's not a misconception. I feel it too. It's like the entire person. How should I put it? He fell into deep thought. As one, Elder Chan said. Lu Bujing and Lu Yun exchanged glances. Yes, as one. Could it be that the Pathmaster has broken through to progenitor? Lu Yun guessed. Lu Bujing glanced at Elder Chan, who smiled. Let's go. Since the Pathmaster has returned, there shouldn't be any problems. The eternal schemes have all been attributed to the Pathmaster's death. As long as the Pathmaster appears, everything will fall apart. Wang Wen was eager. I'm really looking forward to the Eternal seeing His Highness the chess piece again. It'll definitely be exciting. Wei Rong's gaze turned cold. I'm looking forward to it as well. Elsewhere, Lu Yin found Hongyan Mavis and Leng Qing. Leng Qing told Hongyan Mavis about how they had been sealed in ice. Hongyan Mavis also saw the ancestral tortoise outside the sect in the sky, as well as the Mavis divine tree on its back. Thank you. QZQ4418 Baidu brother, thank you for your support. I'll update more. It's the first day of National Day. Brothers, be careful when you go out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3130. Senior, do you want to meet your juniors first? Lu Yin asked. Hongyan Mavis replied, No need, let's go to Lu Tianjing. It's best not to let anyone know that I'm here. Lu Yin nodded, It won't be too late to do so after I get my power back. Alright, I'll take you to Lu Tianjing. Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis soon left the Above Heaven sect. They headed towards the Astral Tree. Their speed was very fast and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the starry sky of trees. Looking at the mother tree in the distance, Hongyan Mavis became excited. I see it again, mother tree. Ever since we can remember, the mother tree has always been with us, apart from Master. I thought that the mother tree had been destroyed, but it's still here. Great. The mother tree isn't easy to destroy. The Fifth Mainland relied on it to resist the Eternal's attacks. Lu Yin couldn't understand Hongyan Mavis and the others' feelings for the mother tree, so he simply left and headed towards Lu Tianjing. Hongyan Mavis' eyes reddened as she silently followed Lu Yin. Seeing the mother tree was like seeing home. Lu Yin and Hongyan Mavis soon arrived at Lu Tianjing. Has Lu Tianjing changed? Hongyan Mavis asked. Lu Yin replied, The Lu family was exiled, so Lu Tianjing naturally changed. Hongyan Mavis had heard Lu Yin mention this before, so she nodded and silently followed him in. Lu Yin didn't make a big fuss when he returned, instead directly notifying Lu Tianyi. Lu Tianyi relaxed when he received Lu Yin's call. It was good that he wasn't dead. When he saw Hongyan Mavis, he bowed deeply. Junior Lu Tianyi greets Senior Hong Yin. Hong Yin Mavis sized him up. You're that Lu Tianyi? So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. The first time I saw you, you were still a child. Lu Tianyi sighed. Senior's appearance hasn't changed at all. Ancestor Tianyi, Senior Hong Yin should stay here for now. We'll talk after I've dealt with the matters on my side, Lu Yin said. I understand. It's time to deal with some rascals, Lu Tianyi said in a low voice. Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. What about my father? Lu Qi doesn't know that you've died once. The news is completely sealed off outside of Zhongping. That's good. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. Given his father's temper, if he found out about Lu Yin's death, he would definitely cause some trouble. More than 10 days after Hong Yin Mavis ascended, a piece of news shook the entire Six Direction Society. Qingfen, this name once again appeared in everyone's ears. At the same time, a list of spies from the Hexagon Society appeared as well. There were a total of several hundred names on it. These names could be found all over the Hexagon Society, including the primordial space and the boundless battlefield. Among them, the most valuable were 5 names: Luo Shan, Wu Hen, Elder Chan, Wuxia, and 9th grade Lotus Venerable. 5 names represented 5 ancestor realm experts. Elder Zen was an extremely prestigious progenitor of the primordial spacetime sect and had followed Lu Yin for many years. Wuxia was Lu Yin's senior apprentice brother. Most importantly, there was even a 9th grade Lotus Venerable among them. Lotus Venerate was one of the reincarnation space and times 3 Venerates and 9 sages. Shaoyin Divinity was already a spy. If Lotus Venerate was also a spy, then the Great Heavenly Venerate would become the laughingstock of the Six Direction sect. It wasn't just the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yin was also a laughingstock. If Elder Chan and Wuxia were spies, then Lu Yin would not be able to escape responsibility. The list went round the world in a very short time. For a time, the Six Direction sect captured spies based on this list, and they did not miss a single one. The names on the list were indeed spies, and the moment these spies learned that the list had been leaked, they immediately fled. However, a small portion of them were still captured and many of them died. Only a few managed to escape. Of the 5 progenitors, Wu Hen had escaped. A progenitor from Mu Spacetime who had been guarding the endless battlefield all year round, had personally attacked Wu Hen. In the end, it was confirmed that Wu Hen was a spy, and the strength that he had displayed was definitely not what it seemed. At the same time, a Stargate had been discovered in the Lotus realm. It had been discovered by a Lotus Venerable disciple by accident. This matter had pushed Lotus Venerate to the forefront of everyone's attention. Could Lotus Venerate really be a spy? When they first met, Bao Saint and the other experts immediately headed to the Lotus realm to confront Lotus Venerate. If Lotus Venerate and Wu Hen were in trouble, then what about the other 3? In the primordial spacetime sect, Lu Yin's expression was calm. In front of him, Xuanhuan was unusually serious. This matter is very serious. That list did not miss a single one, and those who escaped were confirmed to be spies. There were hundreds of spies and all of them were thrown out at once. The Eternals are really ruthless. Even I suspect that the list is not real. Lu Yin frowned. He had not expected the Eternals to be so ruthless as to sacrifice hundreds of spies. Their targets were obvious. First, it was Elder Chan, Wuxia, Lotus Venerate, and at most Luo Shan. Second, it was the Above Heaven sect. If only those hundreds of spies had been spies, it would have been fine. Although there were many of them, they were actually of little value. The key was that Wu Hen had actually been a spy, which was something that Lu Yin had not expected. This person had first been controlled by Mr. Daheng, and in order to break free, he had secretly sided with Lu Yin. Lu Yin had even asked him to lead Mr. Daheng to cause trouble for Luo Shan. In the end, Lu Yin had punished Mr. Daheng by sending him to the endless battlefield. From beginning to end, Lu Yin had never suspected Wu Hen. This person's performance had been too perfect. It had been confirmed that he was a spy, and there was nothing more to say. What had truly pushed this matter to the peak was the discovery of the astral door in the Lotus realm. This matter was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and it made the entire Six Direction Society believe that the list was real. If a grade 9 Lotus Venerate and Wu Hen were spies, then why weren't Elder Chan, Wuxia and Luo Shan? Were they more valuable than a grade 9 Lotus Venerate? In fact, even within the Above Heaven sect, there were many people who suspected Elder Chan and the others, which was why Lu Yin and the others had been so serious. Lies were 90% true and 1 false. Whether or not a lie could be verified depended on the value of the 90% truth. It had to be said that the Eternals had paid a huge price this time, at least in the eyes of outsiders. Elder Chan walked into the main hall with a calm expression. Sect Master, lock me up first. Otherwise, the Six Direction Society will not let this matter rest. At this moment, the reincarnation spacetime was confronting a Grade 9 Lotus Venerate, and countless people in the Six Direction Society were shouting for the Above Heaven sect to purge the traitors. Many people had gathered outside the Above Heaven sect, waiting for their response. In their eyes, Lu Yin was already dead, so there was no need to be too afraid of the Above Heaven sect at this moment. No matter how many experts there were in the Above Heaven sect, they were not as intimidating as Lu Yin. This was because he did things differently from ordinary people and left no traces behind. Lu Yin looked up at Elder Chan. I can't let you suffer when I know you've been wronged. Elder Chan sighed. Sect Master, the Eternals want to use this matter to drive a wedge between the primordial space and the Six Direction Society. No matter what, capture me first. Me too. Wuxia had arrived. Even if they were on the list, the primordial space had never acted against them. It was not a blind trust, but only the people in the primordial space knew. Wuxia and Elder Chan could not be spies. How could a person who had established a humble class in the starry sky of trees and had been supported by the Lu family for so many years be a spy? If he was a spy, what was he after? Could his value be higher than Wang Fan's? Wuxia was all alone in the starry sky of trees. He did not have the power to contend against the four-direction scale and did not have the ability to influence the battlefield. Even if his progenitor's strength was valuable, so many redback spies should not be sacrificed for him. As for Elder Chan, it was even more impossible. If not for him, the Fifth Mainland would have been under the Eternals' control. Why would the Eternals hide Elder Chan and fight against them for so many years? It did not make any sense. Most importantly, even if Qingfen knew the list of spies, how could he say Elder Chan and Wuxia's names? How long had it been since the primordial space contacted the Six Direction Society? Why would the Eternals tell this to a mere Qingfen? Qingfen's role was to enter the Void God Spacetime's knowledge traveler stream. Lu Yin already knew this. The Eternals wanted to cut off the Above Heaven sect's foreign aid. Either the Above Heaven sect protect Elder Chan and Wuxia and break off relations with the Six Direction Society, or the Above Heaven sect deal with Elder Chan and Wuxia first. No matter how one looked at it, the Eternals would lose out. Senior brother, you and I know what this is about. We know even more about the Eternals' goal, Lu Yin said. Wuxia said, that's why we cannot fall into their trap. Lu Yin looked at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan smiled at Wuxia and Elder Chan. Have you forgotten? This is what we wanted the Eternals to do. They took advantage of the fact that His Highness the chess piece is dead and went all out. Their goal is to deprive the primordial space of any foreign aid. If we don't let them succeed this time, they will do it again next time. Now that it has happened, the Eternals can't wait any longer. Elder Chan was worried. If there is discord, even if the Tao Lord steps forward, it won't be easy to expel the Eternals. Lu Yin looked outside the Above Heaven sect. Then let's see what kind of forces the Eternals will deploy. No matter how much they try to sow discord, those who can see the truth will still be able to see it clearly. Those who can't see the truth will still be unable to see it clearly. These exposed problems are what I need to solve next. The matter of the list continued to boil over. More and more Six Direction Society cultivators gathered outside the Above Heaven sect. They wanted the Above Heaven sect to capture Elder Chan and Wuxia and purge the entire Six Direction Society of spies. However, the Above Heaven sect remained unmoved. Over at the reincarnation spacetime, Lotus Sovereign's expression was gloomy. She had been forcefully awakened from her seclusion, and she was met with many pairs of suspicious eyes. She did not know how to explain why the Lotus realm had a Stargate, but to frame her as a spy based on a Stargate alone? Impossible. In the entire reincarnation spacetime, how many people could act against her? Those few people would not suspect her just because of a Stargate. In the endless battlefield, Luo Shan ran away. When he heard about the list, he was the first to run. It was obvious that someone was up to something, and he did not want to become someone's stepping stone. As time passed, the Above Heaven sect still did not act against Elder Chan and Wuxia. More and more people from the Six Direction Society jumped out to criticize the Six Direction Society. They even mentioned that Yao Lan had been wrongly accused and had to be sent to the endless battlefield. Once again, they wanted the Above Heaven sect to apologize on Lu Yin's behalf. The most extreme ones even made the Above Heaven sect's ancestors kneel and apologize on Lu Yin's behalf. Thank you. QZQ4418 Baidu. Brother, thank you for your support. Be careful when you travel during National Day. We'll go on a business trip after National Day. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3131. As soon as these words were spoken, countless people on the Fifth Mainland were enraged, and they all headed to the Six Paths Guild to find the person who had spoken those words. Even some members of Six Paths Guild felt that this was too much. The situation became more and more serious, and finally, conflict erupted. Some cultivators of the Six Directions Guild and the cultivators of the Fifth Mainland came to blows. At this moment, numerous figures descended outside the sect of heaven above, bringing with them heavy pressure. The cultivators who had been surrounding the Above the Sky sect had been massacred. Within the sect, Luin looked up. They were here. Dark red divine power surged, and with the human figures as the beginning, it covered the sky and covered the earth as it flew toward the Above Heaven sect. Following closely behind, the corpses were thrown out one after another. At the back, 3 figures faced the sect Above Heaven. Destroy this place completely. The red ribbon danced as Jiluo slashed at the Above Heaven sect. The sword slashed past the corpses as if it wanted to split the entire Above Heaven sect into 2. Prison Flood Dragon and Ancestral Turtle immediately retreated. These 2 looked dumb, but they were smarter than anyone else. They knew they couldn't stop Jiluo. Within the Above Heaven sect, the Permetha flower bloomed. The Underworld King appeared behind Big Sister and waved his hand to shatter the sword slash. Jiluo raised his head and took a step forward. His silhouette disappeared. Suddenly, his silhouette reappeared and retreated rapidly. In front of him, a short blade was approaching him. It came from a person who was only 1 meter tall. It was the abandoned person. Back then, they had only supported the 9-star civilization during the Expedition of Calamity, and Luin had teamed up with Yi Kin to kill their way into the second calamity. Only the Forsaken Path had never been used, and his Stargate had always been stored in his cosmic ring and had not been destroyed. At this moment, Luin had contacted the Abandoned Path in advance and asked him to take action at any time. Now the time had come. Jiluo was extremely fast, and the power of his sword was astonishing. It felt as if he could break through anything with a single strike, but Abandoned Path was even stranger. Back then, Luin had not been able to escape from Abandoned Path's dagger even when he had used a parallel timeline. Abandoned Path's strength was definitely on par with Jiluo's. In the distance, a beam of light shot towards the Abandoned Path. Along the way it was once again destroyed by Big Sister. She looked into the distance. Xiaoyin, it's you again. Reverend God Xiaoyin's eyelids twitched. Something wasn't right. This kind of attitude and the expert who could block Jiluo didn't belong to the Above Heaven sect. The Above Heaven sect had already prepared for this. At the back, Di Qiong walked out and said, "It seems like the Above Heaven sect has been prepared for this. This battle is disadvantageous for us." Even so, the Eternals had paid a heavy price for this battle. They had sacrificed hundreds of spies. They couldn't let go of a single person who had abandoned them. Di Qiong raised his hand and a long spear appeared. He thrust it toward the Qianxiang sect. He wanted to see who in the Qianxiang sect could stop him. At the same time, the Starry Sky Tree, the Ancient God, and the Forgotten Ruins deity arrived at Lu Tianjing. Their goal was to prevent Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, and the other experts from assisting Above Heaven. News of the Above Heaven sect being attacked by the Eternals had spread to the Six Directions Guild, and the Wood God had come out. No matter what happened, the fact that they had to work together to deal with the Eternals was unchangeable. Just as he was about to enter the origin space, a figure appeared in front of him. His crimson hair danced in the wind. It was the Arrow God. In the same direction, a figure also appeared in front of the woodcut. It was Magician, a master who was qualified to participate in the Chosen One battle. In the Void God dimension, Black Wuxian appeared in front of the Void Master while Blue appeared in front of Void Wuwei. This was the divine commandment. The Eternals had gathered their strength to attack the humans. They didn't necessarily want to crush the humans as long as they could achieve their goal. In the eyes of the Eternals, Above Heaven did not have any experts who could fight against Di Qiong and Jiluo. These 2 were the ones who had massacred Above Heaven. The executioners. As for the reincarnation dimension, Venerate Lotus was being watched. She couldn't even protect herself, let alone help Above Heaven. The Grand Celestial was still in seclusion and didn't care about the outside world. White Cloud City was still fighting against the primordial thunder locusts. Berserk corpses had appeared in the 5 spirit tribes and the Trimoons Alliance. Although the corpses in Zone 1 had been used up, there were still corpses in the other zones. No matter how few there were, they were enough to tire them out. Above Heaven had lost their foreign aid, so they could only rely on their own powerhouses. But how could these powerhouses stop Di Qiong? This was the Eternal's plan. Lu Yin walked out from above heaven. It was time. In fact, he didn't want to win this battle. He only wanted to destroy the Eternal's scheme and protect above heaven. The moment the Eternals attacked above heaven, they had already suffered great losses. They had created a situation where above heaven was isolated and without help. This kind of situation was very taxing even for the Eternals. But now it was enough. It would be perfect if he could get rid of 1 or 2 Eternals in this battle. Although Lu Yin's strength had changed, he wasn't arrogant. He knew how difficult it was to kill the 7 sky gods, but no matter how difficult it was, he still had to kill them. Di Qiong descended on above heaven. Qingping, Wuxia, Shaoqin, and Elder Chan all appeared around him. Below him were Lu Yun, Xia Xinji, Wang Jian, and Bai Sheng. There were 8 progenitors. Di Qiong looked around and said arrogantly, "Ants." He then stabbed his spear at Qingping. Qingping's trial during the Battle of the Eternal Kingdom had left a deep impression on him. Although it hadn't caused him any harm, he had used the rules to judge the rules. Evil Saraira appeared in front of Qingping. Wuxia pushed the Saraira towards Di Qiong, but it was pierced by the spear and shattered. Below him, streaks of flowing cloud-like energy formed a physical impact. 1,000 streams Dao break. Di Qiong didn't even look at it, allowing the streaks of cloud-like energy to bombard his body. They couldn't even stop him, and his spear continued to stab at Qingping. Lu Yun was shocked. Di Qiong was too strong. The difference was too great. They were all progenitors, but how could the difference be so great? They were like ants in front of Di Qiong. Xia Xinji gritted his teeth. He didn't want to act as Di Qiong was a monster. However, he couldn't hide at this moment, so he joined forces with Wang Jian and Bai Sheng to charge at Di Qiong. Their swords and staffs were broken by Di Qiong's spear, and his terrifying strength suppressed them all. "I'll fulfill your wishes if you want to die." Di Qiong's spear fell towards Xia Xinji and the others, including Lu Yun and Wuxia. They couldn't withstand this attack. At that moment, Lu Yin stepped out from the above heavens sect and appeared behind Di Qiong. He clenched his fist and unleashed his boundless inner world. The lines of power collided with each other, and Lu Yin's arm withered. When the power of his boundless inner world reached its limit, Lu Yin punched out. Boom. An earth-shattering punch landed on Di Qiong's back, causing his body to bend in the opposite direction. Then Lu Yin unleashed the full force of the attack, sending Di Qiong flying. Lu Yin could clearly feel his bones breaking. This punch was unprecedentedly heavy, and Fengbue didn't dare to take it head-on. Instead, it landed on Di Qiong's body. Di Qiong was stunned and he couldn't turn his body around. He was pushed far away by the unimaginable force. He couldn't believe that there was someone among the humans who could give him such a heavy blow. He wanted to turn around, but the terrifying force was still pressing down on him. If he tried to turn around, the injuries he suffered would worsen. Lu Yin stepped forward again and chased after Di Qiong, not giving him any time to breathe. Another punch landed, but this time it froze. Many pages appeared around Di Qiong, and one of the pages showed the scene of Lu Yin's punch landing. Lu Yin saw it and frowned. He had actually forgotten about it. Di Qiong saw it as well, and his expression changed. Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned his fist into a palm and hit Di Qiong. At this moment, Di Qiong finally recovered. He felt Lu Yin's palm landing on him, so he turned around and stabbed his spear at Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin moved his palm sideways and hit Di Qiong along with the spear. Di Qiong looked at Lu Yin, and his eyes suddenly changed. Lu Yin hit Di Qiong with his palm, and Di Qiong hit him with his left palm at the same time. The terrifying force of their palms tore the void apart, forming a huge void world. Di Qiong was shocked when Lu Yin was pushed back by Di Qiong's palm. How could this person's strength be comparable to his? How could this be? Before Lu Yin could react, Di Qiong took a step forward and stabbed his spear at Lu Yin. This attack was the same as before and it was easy to dodge, but Lu Yin instinctively felt the danger and retreated. Di Qiong's eyes were ferocious. "I didn't expect you to survive, but it doesn't matter. I'll kill you now." The spear followed closely behind, and its sharpness was unparalleled. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time and went around to Di Qiong's side. He pointed at Di Qiong's head, and the tip of his finger was surrounded by an infinite inner world. Di Qiong's method prevented him from using the same attack a second time. His fist and palm were useless, and this was the third attack. However, this attack was also useless. It was not the scripture but the sequence laws. Lu Yin could not see the sequence particles as he had lost his heaven's eye. His finger was supposed to be aimed at Di Qiong's head, but it mysteriously appeared below him. In an instant the reverse step stopped. Under the sequence laws, it was difficult to maintain the reverse step. Di Qiong held his spear, turned around and stabbed at Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin exposed the starry sky in his heart, which was repelled by spacetime and isolated by the void world. The spear pierced through the void world and stabbed at Lu Yin's starry sky. At this moment, the land in Lu Yin's heart crashed into the spear. There was a tremor and Di Qiong was pushed back by a huge force. His spear shattered and he looked at the land in front of him in shock. How was this possible? This was the land where Lu Yin had suppressed Fengbua. Although he had not used the wordless heavenly book to increase the number of living beings, he had been very close to killing Fengbua. This attack was also meant to test Di Qiong's strength. Di Qiong's strength was definitely not below Fengbua's. He had been very close to suppressing Fengbua, but he had been far from being able to hit Di Qiong. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, but Di Qiong's shock was indescribable. How long had it been since they last met? How could this brat have the strength to fight against him? Impossible. How could this be? This brat was only a demi-ancestor. The land in front of Di Qiong continued to crash into him. Although it could not kill him, it was enough to make him breathless. Di Qiong's eyes widened as pages of scriptures revolved around him. The land suddenly stopped, and the scene of the land crashing into him appeared on one of the pages. The same attack could not be used against Di Qiong a second time, no matter what power Lu Yin used. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-32. Lu Yin had been through countless battles and had rarely felt so frustrated. Being unable to use the same attack twice was a huge limitation. This was Di Qiong's ancestral world, the martial god scripture. Di Qiong formed a spear in his hand again and took a step forward, thrusting it towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin used the reverse step but it was instantly broken. It was the martial god scripture again. As long as he was within the scripture's range, he would not be able to use the same attack, be it the reverse step, palm strike, or land strike. Die, brat. Di Qiong's spear pierced through the void, bringing with it an unparalleled sharpness. Lu Yin exhaled, and the consciousness star in his heart trembled. His majestic consciousness whizzed out and bombarded Di Qiong. Di Qiong's movements stopped abruptly, and he exhaled deeply. His pupils dilated, and he looked up at Lu Yin in disbelief. Is this the power of consciousness? Lu Yin was dizzy. It was not easy for him to use the power of consciousness, but what could he do against Di Qiong? The textless heavenly book, the land strike, and the overturning sky palm were all unexpected attacks. If he used them now, the martial god scripture would only restrict him. What he needed to do was to force Di Qiong to use his trump card, and then use his trump card to kill everything. Di Qiong clenched his teeth and gripped his spear tightly. He stared at Lu Yin. This is Suji's consciousness. You have devoured his consciousness. Nonsense. Lu Yin shouted and bombarded Di Qiong with his consciousness again. This was the consequence of Lu Yin using the power of his consciousness. He had not completely digested Ruin's consciousness, and that consciousness had been accumulated over countless years. It was not something that Lu Yin could casually use. Even though he had spent a long time in the Mirage domain, that time was pathetically short compared to the time that Ruins had been alive for. If he really wanted to digest Suji's consciousness, he would have to memorize the martial god scripture during his time in the Mirage domain. However, Lu Yin obviously did not do that. Fortunately, Lu Yin's consciousness was as stable as a rock. Although he was injured, he was much better off than Di Qiong. Di Qiong had the martial god scripture, which could counter all attacks unless he killed with a single blow. However, his weaknesses were also obvious. The power of time and the power of consciousness were his weaknesses. The only thing Lu Yin lacked was the power to decide the outcome of the battle. Di Qiong clutched his head and howled in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Elder Chan and the others attacked Di Qiong at the same time. All kinds of attacks landed on Di Qiong. Di Qiong growled, "How long are you going to wait?" Lu Yin's eyes went wide. Was there someone else? He was certain that there was an expert hiding in the dark, and he could not afford to wait any longer. His gaze turned cold, and he waved his hand to summon the wordless heavenly tome. He wrote down Di Qiong's name, and in that instant, Di Qiong felt his strength rapidly drain away. His expression changed as he realized that he was being suppressed by this spacetime. Originally, as long as he did not use his god power, he would not be suppressed. After all, he had never been to the origin space before. For example, the ancient god, the Forgotten Ruins deity, and the other 7 heavenly gods would be suppressed as long as they came. Therefore the ones who attacked the above heaven sect were them. But now, Lu Yin was actually able to suppress them using spacetime alone. Coupled with the power of his consciousness, the old man knew that there was nothing he could do to Lu Yin. Let's see who will take whose life. Lu Yin charged forward without hesitation, raising his left arm and striking out with a finger. As long as he did not use the same action, he would not be restrained by the martial god manual. Di Qiong had taken a punch from Lu Yin, and his body was still unnatural. The bombardment of his consciousness was giving him a headache, and his strength was constantly draining away. Without thinking, he tore through the void and left. Lu Yin wanted to keep him here, but it was unlikely that he would be able to do so. Di Qiong had not used his trump card yet, and the hidden danger was still lurking. He did not want to face the everlasting tribe head-on right now, as he had a way to defeat them. If only his understanding of Di Qiong was the same as his understanding of Fengbua. He might not be able to leave this battle alive. Di Qiong fled, as did the Shaoyin deity and Ji Luo. Without being able to surround and kill them, it would be difficult to keep them here. After all, they were all experts close to the 7 heavenly gods. Although Di Qiong and the others had left, the berserk corpses were still destroying the above heaven sect. Lu Yin took action and dealt with all the berserk corpses. The above heaven sect's crisis was resolved, and the hidden danger also disappeared quietly. Since the battle in the above heaven sect had ended, the battles in the Starry Sky Tree and the Six Direction Society naturally ended even faster. In the first zone of disaster, Di Qiong and the others gathered in front of the ancestor of the past. The ancestor of the past was surprised. Lu Yin is still alive? Is he very strong? Di Qiong's expression turned ugly. If his strength did not soar and he did not have the ability to fight me, I would not have retreated. He Wuxian said in a low voice, Lu Yin has indeed become a huge threat. It will be difficult to eliminate him now. The ancestor of the past looked at Ji Luo. You also encountered an opponent? Ji Luo's face was hidden under a straw hat, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. A person who uses a short knife as his weapon is always faster than me. Abandoned path. The arrow god was surprised. The ancestor of the past looked at the arrow god. You know him? He is on the divine commandment list. It seems like Lu Yin has gathered a lot of external help. This third divine commandment is going to be troublesome. Ruins died just as it started, and 2 of the 7 heavenly gods have already died. The humans are constantly forming alliances. We have to think of a way to eliminate Lu Yin first. The ancestor of the past pondered. The battle in the above heaven sect ended very quickly, and the news of Lu Yin's return immediately spread throughout the Six Direction Society. Countless people were excited. Lu Yin was still alive, and many people saw the hope of defeating the everlasting race. After Lu Yin appeared, he immediately ordered a group of people to be arrested. These people were the ones who slandered the above heaven sect and wanted to split the origin space in the Six Direction Society. For a moment, many people in the Six Direction Society were ashen-faced. Lu Yin himself went to the Lotus Territory. There were some problems in the Lotus Territory. In the reincarnation spacetime, the Lotus Territory was still being watched by Chu Jian and the others. Lu Yin was still alive, and there was no direct connection between him and the name list. Whether Venerable Lotus was a spy or not was still to be investigated. Too many things had happened in a short period of time. The everlasting race caused the Six Direction Society to be filled with undercurrents. However, with Lu Yin's return, the crisis was instantly resolved. However, the authenticity of the name list had nothing to do with Lu Yin's return. On the name list, Luo Shan ran away, Wuhan was confirmed to be a spy, and the remaining hundreds of people were all spies. This made the name list extremely credible. Under such circumstances, even Venerable Lotus was unavoidably suspected by the reincarnation spacetime. With Divine Sovereign Shaoyin as a precedent, why couldn't Venerable Lotus be a spy? Chu Jian and the others were gloomy. It should be a good thing to know who the spy was, but they definitely did not want it to be Venerable Lotus. This was not only because of her strength but also because she was one of the 3 Venerables. If Venerable Lotus was also a spy, the Great Celestials would lose face. How would the reincarnation spacetime deal with the origin space? Fortunately, Venerable Lotus did not make any moves when the name list was exposed. She did not even move when the above heaven sect was attacked in the origin space. This made Chu Jian and the others feel relieved. This meant that the possibility of Venerable Lotus being a spy was greatly reduced. Lu Yin arrived at the Lotus Territory and everyone there bowed. Greetings, Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. Bao Saint also bowed. Greetings, Master Lu. Lu Yin landed and looked around. It's quite lively here. Chu Jian, are you here to find a partner? The lotus territory was very beautiful. It was shrouded in mist, and beautiful disciples of Venerable Lotus were everywhere. Chu Jian had long put aside her prejudice against Lu Yin, and she admired him more and more. Without Lu Yin, the Six Direction Society would not be like this. Master Lu, you must be joking. We're here to prevent Venerable Lotus from being a spy. Lu Yin laughed. If she was a spy, would you be able to stop her? Chu Jian fell silent. In fact, Lu Yin admired Chu Jian as well. Not everyone could survive an attack from an ancient god or an attack from the archer god, but Chu Jian had done so. His innate gift of 9 empty rooms was indeed difficult to deal with when one did not understand it. However, once one understood it, it was not difficult at all. Chu Jian was able to break through 10 attacks at once. Within the Lotus territory, Venerable Lotus walked out with little Yen and Yao Lan beside her. She stopped in front of Lu Yin and bowed. Greetings, Master Lu. Greetings, Master Lu. Yao Lan and little Yen bowed. Lu Yin looked at Venerable Lotus. After dealing with the above heaven sect, I came to you first. Do you know why? Venerable Lotus' expression turned ugly. Because of that name list. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Wrong. Venerable Lotus was astonished. The others also looked at Lu Yin in confusion. Now, besides the above heaven sect capturing people everywhere, Venerable Lotus and the others were the focus of everyone's attention. Lu Yin looked at Venerable Lotus. I know that you are not a spy, just like how I trust Elder Chan and Senior Wuxia. Right, Luo Shan should not be one as well, but I am not sure. I still need to keep an eye on her. Master Lu, are you sure? Bao Saint asked. Lu Yin looked around. Exchanging the lives of hundreds of spies for 3 human progenitors. You have both status and strength. The everlasting tribe will not lose out in this transaction, right? Bao Saint wanted to say something, but he did not. In the end, he was not qualified to argue with Lu Yin. Lu Yin had defeated Di Qiong, one of the 3 pillars and 6 seas, in the battle in the above heaven sect. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering transformation, and this news had spread throughout the Six Directions Society. He had truly reached a new height. Even progenitors would have to be careful with their words and actions in front of him. In the past, he had relied on his status and background. Now he relied on his strength. This was Lu Yin. Venerable Lotus smiled bitterly. Master Lu, you trust me so much that it makes me uncomfortable. Chu Jian looked at Lu Yin. Actually, I don't believe that Venerable Lotus is a spy either. Then why have you come to the Lotus domain? Lu Yin looked at Yao Lan behind Venerable Lotus. Someone wants me to apologize to Yao Lan, accusing me of wronging her. So here I am. Yao Lan looked at Lu Yin helplessly and bowed slowly. It's just some meddlesome people making trouble. Please don't take it to heart. Venerable Lotus said, Master Lu, I have heard about this. The everlasting tribe must have contributed greatly. Lu Yin nodded. Yes, the everlasting tribe must have contributed greatly. But how do you know that this disciple of yours is not from the everlasting tribe? Venerable Lotus' expression changed as soon as he heard this. He stared at Yao Lan. Bao Saint and the others stared at Yao Lan. Lu Yin's voice was not soft, and many of Venerable Lotus' disciples heard him. They were stunned. Yao Lan was from the everlasting tribe. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-33. Yao Lan's brows furrowed as she met Lu Yin's gaze. There was anger in her calm gaze. Master Lu, I respect what you've done for the Six Paths Society, and I respect you for not doubting my master. But you've wronged me and I will not admit it. Lu Yin said indifferently, I don't need you to admit it. Just take them away. The void behind him split open and Lung Qing walked out, followed by a group of above heaven sect cultivators. We're here to capture Yao Lan, Qin Yin and Jiao. Dozens of names were read out. They were all Lotus Venerable's disciples. Lotus Venerable narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, what's the meaning of this? Capture them and bring them back for interrogation, Lu Yin said indifferently. Lotus Venerable suppressed his anger. This is the Lotus realm. So. Lu Yin didn't care. Lotus Venerable gritted his teeth. It's fine if you come to my Lotus realm to capture people, but what about the charges? You want to capture my disciples in public without telling me in advance? Aren't you insulting me? Lu Yin looked at Lotus Venerable. I'm already here to inform you. Lotus Venerable slowly clenched his fists. Fine. Even so, what are the charges of my disciples? Do you want to capture them just because of some rumors or a dispute of personal feelings? Lu Yin frowned. I've already said that Yao Lan is from the Eternal Tribe. Among your disciples, the ones who are the most active and keep provoking the above heaven sect disciples are very suspicious. Also, don't you think that the Stargate discovered in the Lotus Realm is a scapegoat? Of course, Lotus Venerable knew that it was a scapegoat. This is a matter of the Lotus Realm. You don't have to worry about it. As for Yao Lan, she's one of the 3 venerables and 9 saints of the reincarnation universe. Even if you want to capture her, you have to provide evidence. Otherwise, what will happen to the reincarnation universe's reputation? What will happen to the great heavenly venerables? Chu Jian also said, Master Lu, Yao Lan is one of the 9 saints. Regardless, please reconsider. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'm here not only to capture people, but also to find the great heavenly venerables. It's good that she's here. I'll talk to her. If she doesn't come out, who in the reincarnation universe can stop me? Don't think that I don't know. When it was rumored that I died, the people in samsara time and space who spoke for me were the least, especially you 3 venerables and 9 saints. When the sect above heaven was in danger, did you ever think of supporting it? Even the Eternals didn't send anyone to stop you. Lotus Venerable, you're right. You should mind your own business. Even if my above heaven sect is destroyed, it has nothing to do with your reincarnation spacetime. But I'm different from you. This 6 Direction Society's business is my business. Let alone a tiny Lotus realm, I'll even take care of the entire reincarnation spacetime. Capture them. With a command, Lung Qing descended and waved her hand. Behind her, the cultivators of the celestial sect walked toward the Lotus realm to capture the people on the list. Within the Lotus realm, the disciples of Lord Lotus shouted angrily. They already had a conflict with the sect above heaven, and it was very intense. Naturally, they would not allow the sect above heaven to take them away. Lotus Venerable 9th grade shouted, Master Lu, I've said it before. It's not that I don't want you to capture them, but you have to provide evidence. Don't go too far. She didn't know that Lu Yin had come here to deliberately cause trouble. Previously, Lotus Venerable 9th grade disciples had been the most active, but now, Lu Yin had actually demanded that Lotus Venerable 9th grade disciples apologize to Yao Lan. Yao Lan gritted her teeth, feeling even more unresigned. In truth, after learning that the Eternals had retreated, she had intended to leave as soon as possible, but she had been a step too late. Lotus Venerable 9th grade had seen Lung Qing attack Yao Lan, but he had been unable to stop her. He could only watch as Lung Qing led the others to capture Lotus Venerable's disciple. Even Bao Saint had been unable to stop Lung Qing. Just as Lu Yin had said, how many people in the 6 Direction Society could stop him? Master Lu, why are you so angry? Xing sighed. Lu Yin looked at Lotus Realm. There's nothing to be angry about. There are some things that must be done. Master Lu came to meet the Grand Empyrean? Xing asked. Lu Yin looked at him. That's right. Let me lead the way. Xing was helpless. Lu Yin wanted to meet the Grand Empyrean, and if he did not lead the way, Lu Yin would use all sorts of methods to force the Grand Empyrean out. This would not be the first time. Lu Yin was famous for being overbearing, but the Grand Empyrean could not do anything to him. It was not only because he was afraid of the Lu family, but also because no one knew the reason. They only knew that no matter how dissatisfied the Grand Empyrean was with Lu Yin, he would not act against him. This was publicly acknowledged by the 6 Direction Society. Lu Yin left Lotus Realm, but before he left, he glanced at Lotus Venerable 9th grade and left behind a sentence. If anyone dared to obstruct the above heaven sect, they would all be captured. Lotus Venerable 9th grade spat out another mouthful of blood and returned to his seclusion area. On the way to meet the Grand Empyrean, Xing shook his head. Master Lu did that on purpose. Is he trying to establish his might? Lu Yin bluntly said, you can say that. Venerable Lotus is not a bad person. It has nothing to do with me. Yao Lan, are you really a spy? Perhaps. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-34. Xing was stunned by Lu Yin's reply. I thought Master Lu was certain that she was a spy. Lu Yin replied, it's just a reasonable guess. What if she isn't? Lu Yin looked at Xing. If she isn't, then she isn't. What will happen? Xing wanted to say something, but in the end he could only laugh bitterly. Yes, what would happen? Apologize? That was impossible. If anyone dared to ask Lu Yin to apologize, countless people would do it on his behalf. Lu Yin was still alive and no one dared to be presumptuous. Even the Eternals had chosen to act when Lu Yin might die. This was Lu Yin's influence. Sometimes one had to be tough. Yao Lan had indeed fought in the endless battlefield and contributed to humanity, but that could not cover up her mistakes. It was her fault for not stopping Venerable Lotus disciples from provoking the above heaven. If Lu Yin had not returned, this matter would have escalated. She had to pay the price for her mistake. With Shisheng leading the way, Lu Yin met Grand Empyrean. When he saw the Grand Empyrean was shocked. Boy, your strength? Lu Yin was solemn. What happened to Shaoyin divinity? If you don't explain, I'll find time to kill him. While Lu Yin was meeting Grand Empyrean, bidding of Yi Xing's heart was burning. He had first heard that the above heaven had been attacked by the Eternals, and he had felt a sense of schadenfreude. Then he heard that Lu Yin had returned and defeated Di Qiong alone. This stunned bidding. Wasn't Lu Yin dead? Why was he back? He immediately sent someone to the origin space to investigate. The news sent chills down his spine. Lu Yin had returned alive. He was not dead. This news sent him into the abyss. Not dead? Not dead? Bidding stood in Yi Xing's headquarters in the rotting god universe and stared blankly outside. Lu Yin was not dead? This was troublesome, big trouble. Not long after, another piece of news arrived. Lu Yin had gone to cause trouble for Venerate Lotus, and he had suppressed Venerate Lotus's Lotus realm all by himself. He had suppressed Venerate Lotus, Yao Lan, Chu Jian and Gong Sheng to the point where they could not even raise their heads. He had even captured a group of Venerate Lotus's disciples, including Yao Lan, who was a progenitor. Bai Ting felt a chill run down his spine. After the crisis was resolved, Above Heaven sect had already gone to the Six Paths Society to capture many people. Now, even Yao Lan was captured, and she was captured right in front of a 9th-level revered Lotus in the Lotus domain. Bai Ting didn't think that Yao Lan was a spy or anything like that. He only thought that Lu Yin was taking revenge on Venerable Lotus disciple for provoking the above heaven. If the disciples of Lord Lotus were like this, then what would happen to him? He had fired Lu Fuxue and said that he would never hire her again. Now that Lu Yin had returned, what should he do? What to do? Quick, tell Bailan to come see me. Bidding was anxious. Bailan quickly arrived and her expression was not good. She was Yi Xing's subordinate, and she was happy to hear that Lu Yin had returned. Lu Yin had led the humans to many victories against the Eternals, and he was a hero to humanity. But what about Yi Xing? Yi Xing could be considered to have offended the Above Heaven sect. Seeing Bailan's arrival, Bai Ting suppressed his nervousness and said in a hoarse voice, "Have you heard about Lu Yin, no Master Lu?" Bailan looked at him with disdain. He had been calling Lu Yin to fire Lu Fuxue, and now that Lu Yin had returned, he was calling him Master Lu again. She didn't think that this person was so disgusting. Only then did she remember that this person was only Lord Birong's servant, and not Yi Xing's real master. "I've heard." Bailan's voice was calm. Bai Ting looked at her, his eyes were filled with nervousness and anxiety, but he forced himself to look calm. "What do you mean?" Bailan pretended to be confused. "What do you mean?" Bai Ting said, "About Lu Fuxue." "Lu Fuxue? Wasn't she fired? What does it have to do with us?" Bailan said bluntly. Bai Ting was irritated and his tone became more anxious. "Master Lu is back and he is not dead. Lu Fuxue is his subordinate and we fired her. How are we going to explain it to Master Lu?" Bailan corrected, "It's not us, it's you. You fired Lu Fuxue and said that you would never hire her again. It has nothing to do with me or anyone else in Yi Xing." Bai Ting gritted his teeth. "Nothing to do with you? Don't forget you are Yi Xing's subordinate too. If Master Lu destroys Yi Xing, you and I will not be able to escape. Also, why didn't you stop me? When I fired Lu Fuxue you could have stopped me but you didn't. You want to fire her too, don't you? You are an accomplice." Bailan was furious. "Don't talk nonsense, I tried to stop you but you didn't listen." Bai Ting stared at Bailan, his gaze ferocious. "In short, if Master Lu really wants to destroy Yi Xing, you and I will not be able to escape. To tell you the truth, Lord Birong has gone missing." He regretted it as soon as he finished. How could he say it? Bailan was shocked. "What did you say? Lord Birong has gone missing?" Bai Ting took a deep breath and his eyes flashed. Bailan asked, "Is it true? Is Lord Birong really gone missing?" Bai Ting sighed, nodded and said in a low voice, "Yes, Lord Birong went missing a long time ago." "Why didn't you say it?" "Oh, If I said it, would Yi Xing still be alive? Bailan's face was pale and she was in a daze. Bai Ting said, actually, the first one to notice Lord Birong's disappearance was not me, it was the Lightning Master. Lord Birong has been in seclusion for too long, and the Lightning Master sensed that something was wrong. He went in to check, but Lord Birong was nowhere to be found. The Lightning Master searched for Lord Birong for a long time, but he couldn't find him, let alone us. He looked at Bailan. Lord Birong has gone missing and we have lost the right to talk to the White Cloud City. The Lightning Master might help us once out of respect for Lord Birong, but he can't help us too much. This is also the reason why I didn't ask for help from the White Cloud City, and now it's hard to ask for help. This is my fault, but we have to get through this or else Yi Xing will be finished. You should know what kind of person Master Lu is. He didn't even let the Lotus Realm go, how could he let Yi Xing go? Bailan, I'm finished, Yi Xing is finished and so are you. Do you know that? Bailan looked at Bai Ting in a daze. What do you want me to do? It has already happened, and no one can stop Master Lu from doing anything, not even the entire Six Direction Association. Bai Ting felt powerless and sat down. That's right, no one can stop Master Lu, and he was actually counting on Bailan. Although Bailan and Lu Yi knew each other, their relationship wasn't that good, and they could only be considered as familiar strangers. What right did she have to stop Lu Yin from doing something? After a long silence, Bailan turned around and left. Bai Ting looked at her. What are you doing? Bailan didn't even turn around. I'm going to look for Lu Fuxue. Look for her? Bai Ting's eyes flashed and he looked at Bailan in confusion. Bailan said, who else can I look for besides her? If she doesn't complain to Master Lu, we might still be saved. Bai Ting's eyes lit up. That's right, look for Lu Fuxue and ask her to come back. We will agree to any conditions as long as she is willing. Bailan felt bitter. Come back? It was easy to say, but she remembered Lu Fuxue's expression when she left Yi Xing and what she said. It turned out that she was right. This also meant that she had already thought of what to do next and was just waiting for Yi Xing to come to her. What a joke. Bai Ting actually thought that he could turn the situation around, but he didn't know what was waiting for him. In the Above Heaven sect, Lu Yin had been staying in the back mountain ever since he returned from the reincarnation spacetime, thinking about what the Grand Heavenly Venerate had said. If the Grand Heavenly Venerate's plan on Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin was really successful, it would play a key role in the war against the Eternals. It all depended on how it was done. From the looks of it, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin's position was very important. In fact, one of the reasons why Lu Yin didn't suspect Lotus Venerate was because she knew that the Grand Heavenly Venerate had set up something on Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin to deal with the Eternals. If she was a spy, Divine Sovereign Xiaoyin wouldn't have survived until now. No matter how confident the ancestor of the past and the others were, they didn't dare to say that they could ignore the Grand Heavenly Venerate's plan. Yao Lan and the other disciples of Lotus Venerate were brought to the Above Heaven sect. Although Yao Lan didn't admit that she was a spy, it didn't matter. The mistakes she had made during this period were enough for the Above Heaven sect to lock her up. In addition to Lotus Venerate's disciples, hundreds of thousands of people from the Six Direction sect were captured in the parallel universes. Most of these people were instigated by the spies to make things difficult for the primordial space during this period. Of course, those who were bewitched were also dissatisfied with the primordial space. Otherwise, why wouldn't the others be bewitched? After these people were captured, the Six Direction sect became much quieter. The greatest value was the name list that Qingfen had provided. Hundreds of spies had been exposed, and this was a huge gift that would allow Lu Yin to come back from the dead. If the Eternals hadn't thought that these spies could be exchanged for the destruction of the Above Heaven sect, they wouldn't have exposed themselves. Although these hundreds of spies didn't have high cultivations, they were very useful. The Above Heaven sect itself had more than 10 spies, and these spies allowed the Above Heaven sect to be constantly monitored by the Eternals. After these spies were eliminated, the entire Six Direction sect became much cleaner. As for Lu Yin himself, his prestige was even higher now. He had challenged Di Qiong alone, suppressed the Lotus Realm with a single hand, and made it difficult for Lotus Venerate to resist him. The prestige that came with this strength was superimposed on the prestige that he once had, which gave Lu Yin absolute authority in the Six Direction sect. The time had come. Behind Lu Yin, Wei Rong walked over. Pathmaster, we can begin at any time. Lu Yin looked into the distance. The Eternals did it once and we will do it again. However, I do not wish to repeat the Eternals' failure. Wei Rong was confident. This subordinate will not have any problems, but the key is still those few people. As long as Path Master can convince them, everything will fall into place. Lu Yin looked at Wei Rong. Then let's begin. Let me see the results of these past few years. Understood. Wei Rong withdrew. Ever since the primordial space had come into contact with the Six Direction sect, Wei Rong had been given a mission. Just like when he had come into contact with the cosmic trees, he had constantly sent people to infiltrate every corner of the Six Direction sect. His goal was to control the direction of public opinion. This was not to be underestimated, as a large part of Lu Yin's current prestige came from this. Otherwise, even if he had led the Six Direction sect to suppress the Eternals, his prestige would not have accumulated so quickly. However, what he had done so far had only been a small test, and it was time for him to show his true worth. A few days later, a voice spread throughout the Six Direction sect at an extremely fast speed. The speed at which this voice spread was not any slower than the speed at which the Eternals had created conflicts. In fact, it was even faster. Some people in the Six Direction sect who heard this voice did not dare to contain it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-35. These voices continued to spread throughout the Six Direction Association, reaching every corner of the association. Do you know why we're always at a disadvantage against the Eternals? That's because the Eternals have 6 zones of calamity, 3 pillars and 6 seas. They're incredibly powerful. More importantly, all 6 zones of calamity are working together. They can attack at any time. What about us? Of course, we're no match for the Eternals if we're scattered across parallel universes. Are you serious? Are the Eternals that strong? I know. It's true. My third uncle's second son's neighbor's master participated in Lord Lu's crusade against the endless battlefield. He saw with his own eyes the countless experts of the Eternals. Aren't our 6-way guilds also working together? Unite my ass. Look at the attack on the heavenly sect this time. Can the other spacetime support them? We can't support them at all. Rumor has it that most of the reincarnations don't know about this. Don't talk nonsense. Didn't you see that a lot of people who spread rumors were arrested? That's just talking bad about the above heaven sect, saying that Master Lu is dead. Those people who wanted to destroy the primordial space and our Six Direction society are helping the everlasting race. It's best that they die. What we're saying now is different. We hope that the Six Direction society can truly unite and gather all of our strength. That's easy for you to say. After so many years, isn't the Six Direction cult still fine? Could it be that with the addition of Master Lu, the Six Direction sect is in danger instead? You're short-sighted. When the parallel universe you're in is destroyed and no one comes to save you, you'll know how hopeless it is. What's the point of saying all this? Even if we're willing to work together, it's useless if those big shots don't agree. Besides, how are we supposed to work together? It was not easy to connect parallel spacetime. Just by relying on the Stargate, wouldn't it be like the endless battlefield? They can be easily destroyed by the Eternals. We can move to the origin space. If we go, what about those ordinary people? Do you know how many ordinary people there are in each parallel universe? I can't even calculate it. It's simply unrealistic. That's right. Forget it. What's the point of thinking so much? Let those big shots worry about it. During this period of time, the Six Direction Society had made enough noise. Previously, it was disadvantageous to the primordial space, but now it was advantageous. No one knew where these voices originated from, and no one bothered to investigate. Regarding the content of these voices, many members of the Six Paths Guild fell into deep thought. Was it really feasible to connect the parallel spacetime of the Six Directions together? No one had ever thought of this before. The Six Direction Society seemed to be equal, but the reincarnation spacetime was the dominant force. No one dared to say what would happen if the other parallel universes were connected to the reincarnation spacetime. Moreover, the conflicts between the two universes were only suppressed by the eternal race. Once they were connected, it might not be a good thing. However, now that the Eternals' true strength had been exposed, the scattered six-way guilds appeared to be very weak. If the Eternals attacked a single point, the other parallel universes would not be able to reinforce them in time, and they would be easily destroyed. If Lu Yin had not returned alive and his strength had not undergone a transformation, the Heaven Above Heaven sect would have been in danger. The Eternals had cut off all reinforcements from the Above Heaven sect. This was the same reason why the six factions were unable to provide immediate reinforcements. This seemed like a simple logic, but if it were the everlasting race of the past, This logic wouldn't have worked in the six-party society. Back then, the everlasting race didn't give the six-party society the sense of crisis of extinction. However, things were different now. The Hung clan had 6 regions of calamity. Moreover, as the words divine commandment spread out, the six-direction society's sense of crisis intensified. Under these circumstances, many of the six-party society's cultivators headed towards the Genesis space, hoping to stay there. No matter how one looked at it, the Genesis space was the strongest among the six-party society, followed by the reincarnation spacetime. On the other hand, the void god spacetime and wood spacetime had fewer cultivators. Even the endless battlefield had some cultivators heading towards the Genesis space. In the above heaven sect, Lu Yin headed towards the kingdom of eternity. Along the way he saw more and more cultivators. Even though the Genesis space and the above heaven sect had fought the most battles, and the above heaven sect had been attacked twice, it was still the safest place for these cultivators. The Genesis space had more cultivators, while the six-direction society's other parallel universes had fewer cultivators. This way the sense of crisis would grow even stronger, and it would be possible for Lu Yin to achieve what he wanted. That's right, Lu Yin wanted to connect the six-direction society and integrate the entire six-direction society into the Genesis space. He wanted to create the above heaven sect that had reached the pinnacle of brilliance for the second time. This was the only way to resist the Eternals, no, to suppress them. He had already seen the Eternals' bottom line. The despair that they had once felt was gradually dispelled with the appearance of various extraterrestrial civilizations and the increase of his own strength. Lu Yin was now confident that he could eradicate the Eternals, and this was only the first step. It all depended on how the people in charge of the six-direction society would react. Lu Yin respected the Void Master, Wood God, and even the Lost Tribe's Grand Elder. However, there were some things that needed to be done, and he hoped that they would be able to see it clearly. In the Kingdom of Eternity, Lu Yin came to look for the Divine Lady. She had requested to see him several times, but he was either not around or did not have the time. However, he still had to give an explanation to the Divine Kingdom regarding the motionless Heavenly King Elephant. The Divine Lady was now equivalent to an ordinary person. The Divine Kingdom's original spacetime had been destroyed, and the 3 elephants had died. Now, the Divine Kingdom had become the weakest civilization, and they only had 2 half-progenitors at most. The peace that had once existed was also gone. Without the protection of a powerful force, that peace would be very fragile. Lu Yin's arrival alarmed the Divine Kingdom, and everyone there bowed. The Divine Lady slowly bowed. "Greetings, Master Lu." Lu Yin looked at her. "Are you used to this place?" The Divine Lady was calm. "There's nothing to be used to as long as I'm alive." Lu Yin nodded. "Many things in this world are coincidences. If I hadn't been schemed against by the Limitless Empire and thrown into the Divine Kingdom, the Divine Kingdom would have been destroyed by Di Qiong. However, Di Qiong attacked the Divine Kingdom because I joined forces with many experts to attack the Eternal Tribe, forcing them to seek help from the other regions." The Divine Lady interrupted. "Master Lu, there's no right or wrong in this matter. We can only say that we were not strong enough to stop Di Qiong. It has nothing to do with you." Lu Yin looked at the Divine Lady. The Divine Lady asked, "I just want to know what happened to the motionless Heavenly King Elephant." She looked nervous. If the motionless Heavenly King Elephant could return to the Divine Kingdom, she would have a way to borrow its power again. Even if she could not recover the combat strength of the 3 elephants, she would still have the ability to protect herself. In fact, her ability to borrow the power of the 4 elephants had nothing to do with whether she was recognized by spacetime or not. It was the inheritance of the Divine Kingdom. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person be recognized by spacetime? Lu Yin sighed. "I'm sorry, the motionless Heavenly King Elephant is dead." The Divine Lady's body shook. Even though Elder Chan had told her, it was still hard for her to accept the news from Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, "The motionless Heavenly King Elephant was taken as a mount by the Lu family's ancestor, Lu Yuan. A long time ago, during the era of the Above Heaven, which was also the Eternal Tribe's first war of the Divine Commandment, the motionless Heavenly King Elephant died along with the Second Mainland. It protected the Mavis family and the Fifth Mainland." The Divine Lady's face turned pale and her whole body trembled. It was over, it was completely over. The motionless Heavenly King Elephant was really dead. How could the Divine Kingdom survive without the power of the 4 elephants? Live under the control of the Genesis space forever? Even though they were all humans, civilizations were different. Their thinking, way of doing things and so on were too different. The Divine Lady only wanted to protect the Divine Kingdom and even leave the Genesis space so that she could no longer participate in these wars. But now everything was gone. The Divine Kingdom was not qualified to leave. Is it really dead? The Divine Lady murmured. Luyin looked at her. It's really dead. The Divine Lady was sad. The loss of the 4 elephants had completely knocked her to the ground. Luyin stood not far from her and watched quietly. The death of the 4 elephants had nothing to do with him. The motionless heavenly king elephant was the mount of the great ancestor Luoyuan. Luyin did not know much about it, but the Divine Kingdom's collapse had something to do with the Divine Lady's own thinking. The Divine Kingdom was targeted by Di Qiong, but they did not think of attacking and only focused on defense. They thought that they could stop the enemy. The first time Luyin and the others entered the Divine Kingdom, they were almost beaten out. At that time, the Divine Lady was high and mighty. She had the power to kill and seize. She was so arrogant. They had lost because they were conservative and conservative. They had lost because of their old thinking. If they had been willing to cooperate with the Above Heaven sect and asked for help when Di Qiong attacked the Divine Kingdom, the outcome would not have been like this. Nothing that happened in the universe was accidental. The Divine Kingdom would not be able to surpass everything. Luyin and the others entered the Zone of E and caused Di Qiong to destroy the Divine Kingdom. There was a connection, but it was not cause and effect. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-36. Muji thought for a long time and finally decided to go all out. He spun the wheel of life and death. When the needle stopped, they would live and die together. Muji cursed inwardly as he suppressed his impulsiveness and continued waiting. After a long time, the needle turned again and the needle stopped. So unlucky? Again. He had a narrow escape. Muji's eyes flashed. He didn't care anymore and charged forward. He leaped up and rushed towards the entrance of the first domain of disaster. Celestial Victor's eyes suddenly snapped open. He swept his gaze into the distance and grabbed the golden staff. Get out here. The long staff swept across and golden light flashed across the world as if the world was boiling. Muji's scalp went numb. This monster. He clenched his teeth and endured the strike of the golden staff. He felt as if all the bones in his body had been shattered, and his body was about to be sent flying. Not good. He could not block this power. It was impossible for him to enter the first disaster zone. Originally, he had not been that close to the entrance of the first zone of calamity, but Luyin had contacted him and asked him to keep an eye out. If anyone tried to enter the first zone of calamity by any means possible, he was to immediately kill them. Celestial Do Sheng was very attentive to Luyin's words, and he was just short of sitting at the entrance of first zone of calamity. When Muji rushed out, he immediately sensed it and attacked without mercy. Muji was sent flying. If he hadn't narrowly escaped death, this blow would have killed him. The difference between the true God Guard Captain and Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was too great. Heavenly Lord Victorious Battle was someone who could single-handedly fight against 3 High Lords and 6 Vast Lords. He was definitely at the level of the 7 Heavenly Gods. Just as Heavenly Lord Battle Victor was about to give chase, the Heavenly Hound ran out of the first calamity zone and charged at him. Celestial Victor's eyes were cold. This damn dog was the only one he didn't want to face. He couldn't beat it and didn't know what it was made of. However, he retrieved a foul object from his cosmic ring. This thing that Luyin had given him was the nemesis of the dead dog. The moment the stinky object was taken out, an indescribable stench instantly spread through the entrance of the zone of calamity. The Heavenly Hound howled and ran back to the zone of calamity with its tail between its legs, vomiting as it ran. The appearance of the stench had directly crippled it, leaving it with a psychological shadow. At this moment, the ancestor of the past walked out of the E-zone. He helplessly glanced at the Heavenly Hound beside him that had charged into the E-zone. He then looked at the Heavenly Lord of Victory. Even I am curious as to what this thing is. After the Heavenly Hound returned to the zone of disaster, Celestial Lord Victor hurriedly put away the stench. He couldn't bear it either. When the stench was put away, he waved his hand and grinned. I'm also curious, but that's not important. Why did you come out? Ancestor, she looked into the distance. If someone wants to come in, I will let him in. Heavenly Lord Victor tightened his grip on his golden staff. Then we can't do as you wish. That fellow won't be able to enter. Ancestor, she shook his head. Since he wants to come in, I already understand. There's no meaning in you stopping him, isn't there? The Heavenly Sovereign was stunned, and he recalled Luyin's words. When Lu Yin had asked the Heavenly Sovereign for help in stopping those who wanted to enter the zone of E, Lu Yin had said that if the Heavenly Sovereign's actions were to be seen by the 3 chiefs, the 6 seas or the 7 sky gods, then it would be pointless. Thus, the Heavenly Sovereign had tried his best not to be seen by those people. This was also why the Heavenly Sovereign had attacked with his full strength. He had wanted to kill Mu Ji with a single strike, but unfortunately he had not succeeded. Mu Ji had actually been able to withstand his attack. He looked into the distance. Who was that guy? This woman had come out to take him away. Seems like you also know that it's meaningless. The ancestor of the past said indifferently. The Heavenly Sovereign sneered, I know, but it's impossible to bring him back so easily. The ancestor of the past was not surprised. I know. At the entrance of the zone of E, the Heavenly Sovereign gripped his golden staff tightly. Blood flowed down his staff as he stared at the entrance. That woman was very strong. Within the first zone of E, Mu Ji stood in front of the ancestor of the past and spoke with tears and blood. After hearing Mu Ji's words, the ancestor of the past said indifferently, So, you're not a spy? Mu Ji wailed, I'm innocent. Ancestor of the past, it's not me. It's definitely not me. Then who is it? The ancestor of the past looked at him. Mu Ji did not mention that Yi Bo was Lu Yin. Instead he said, I don't know. If I was a spy, how could I have returned? If I attacked the first zone of E with those from the above heaven sect, how could I have returned? The Heavenly Sovereign almost killed me with one strike. Ancestor of the past, please help me. I really didn't betray the clan. I definitely didn't. Why did you attack Yi Bo? The ancestor of the past asked. Mu Ji wanted to say that Yi Bo was Lu Yin, but he thought for a long time on his way back to the zone of E and decided not to say it. I don't know. The ancestor of the past looked at Mu Ji. Mu Ji wailed, I really don't know. I don't know what I did at that moment. Yi Bo shouldn't know either. When I reacted, I had already entered the void crack. The ancestor of the past looked at Mu Ji. Mu Ji suddenly slapped his head. Right, ancestor of the past, I have something to tell you. Wu Ho is a spy. Far away in a tall tower, Hui Wu stood quietly and looked into the distance. He saw that Mu Ji had returned, which meant that his days were over. Father, I've done everything I can. I'll leave the rest to you. Soon, the ancestor of the past appeared below Hui Wu's tower. He looked up and saw Hui Wu looking down at the ancestor of the past. Corpse King or Berserk Corpse, choose one. This was the choice the ancestor of the past gave Hui Wu. Hui Wu was a spy. Hui Wu looked up at the ground of the zone of E. Whatever, it's the same anyway. The ancestor of the past praised, I admire your father's wisdom. He even sent his own son here. I've seen him before when he was still young. At that time he wasn't so heartless. Hui Wu laughed. The light-sifting sword sky has survived since the era of above heaven. Could it be that you still want to persuade me to betray the human race? If I wanted to betray, I would have done so long ago. The ancestor of the past said, I'm just curious why you aren't controlled by godly power. Hui Wu sneered, my Hui clan's golden meteor battle technique was nurtured by my father. If we work together with Lu Tianyi we can achieve it. Unfortunately, after so many years, I was the only one who managed to sneak into the eternal race. Although my father did it, he miscalculated. He underestimated his own reputation. Because I'm the son of Hui ancestor, the eternal race never trusted me. They tested me many times, but even if I passed, I could only become a half-ancestor. If not for the lack of true God Guard captains, I wouldn't have been able to break through until now, right? The ancestor of the past turned and left. Berserk Corpse clean. The voices of the 6 parties wanting to be connected became louder and louder. No one wanted to leave their own spacetime. For safety, the cultivators who had to go to other spacetime parallel to the Genesis space were the most enthusiastic. If the Genesis space was connected, they could return to their hometowns. These people were only responsible for making noise so that more people could hear them. As for how to solve the problem, it was not within their consideration. At this moment, even above heaven would find it difficult to stop them. These people would target anyone who tried to stop the connection of the parallel spacetime. Sometimes humans were selfish. However, they were not wrong. They were all doing this to survive. Connecting all the parallel spacetime was the best way to deal with the eternal race. The eternal race did not sit around and wait for death. They also allowed the spies who had not been exposed to make noise to stop the connection of the parallel spacetime. This move was too stupid in Wangwen's eyes. Humans should do what the eternal race did not allow. This was absolutely true. When Lu Yin said this to the Void Master, the latter felt a headache coming on. He looked at Lu Yin. I would never have thought that the little guy who did not dare to reveal his identity in front of me and tried his best to stay in the Void God spacetime would reach this step. Now you're starting to force me. Lu Yin was helpless. Senior, you're definitely not forcing me. You also want to defeat the eternal race. After several fierce battles, the first zone of disaster, the corpse god, and the end of ruins, don't you understand? Only by working together can we win. The eternal race's so-called God's commandment is the same. We have to work together to eliminate the scattered enemy civilizations. We humans are best at remembering history and not letting it repeat itself. The Void Master rolled his eyes. There's no point in talking so much. Let me tell you, if I don't want to, no one can swallow the Void God spacetime. Lu Yin raised his brows. But if I want to, no one can stop the Void God spacetime from merging with you, the Void Master quickly added. Lu Yin was speechless. Senior, you're so generous. The Void Master opened his mouth to say something, but thought for a moment. How do you plan to merge? What about me? What do you plan to do? Those who could cultivate to the level of the Void Master and Wood Deity were not fools. They had already seen through the situation, but they did not have the ability to achieve it. Lu Yin's appearance was also what they wanted. Even if the civilizations were ruled by the above heaven sect, it was better than being wiped out by the eternal race. Lu Yin looked at the Void Master with bright eyes. Of course I have plans. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After Lu Yin left the Void God spacetime, Wood Deity appeared. You agreed. The Void Master exhaled. Didn't you agree too? We had a discussion before. If we want to defeat the eternal race, we have to work together. But we couldn't do it at that time. We all had our own ideas. The arrogance of the 3 venerables and 9 sages in the reincarnation spacetime, the unparalleled cultivation of the Grand Celestial Luo Shan's scheming, and Shaoyin Divine Lord's tricks made it impossible to work together. Forming the 6-party society was already the limit. Wood Deity looked into the distance. Who would have thought that the desolate origin space would stand up again? In fact, only the origin space can suppress the reincarnation spacetime. The Void Master looked at Wood Deity. Can we really defeat the eternal race if we work together? Wood Deity's eyes flashed. If we don't work together, we'll never win. If we really defeat the eternal race, what's next? The Void Master asked. Wood Deity was silent for a moment. I'm tired. After so many years, I've wanted to let go. Are you trying to avoid it? What about you? What do you want to do? The Void Master was melancholy. If there are enemies outside, there will be harmony among us. We have the same goal. If there are no enemies, there will be conflicts. Who do you think the enemy will be? Wood Deity smiled. It has nothing to do with me. As long as we defeat the eternal race, I will disappear and never care about the world again. The Void Master rolled his eyes. Cunning old thing. Fine, call me when the time comes. We'll go together and not get involved in these trivial matters. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-37. On the other side, Lu Yin arrived at the Lost Clan's spacetime and met with their Grand Elder. The Lost Clan's presence was the lowest among the 6 directions, even lower than the 3 sovereigns' spacetime. This was not because they were weak, but because they were too isolated and incompatible with other civilizations. Due to Shaoyin's deliberate instigation, the Lost Clan did not have a good impression of the reincarnation spacetime and were unwilling to communicate with other civilizations. However, they were friendly to Lu Yin. In the Grand Elder's heart, Lu Yin was the person who could draw out the ancient card. After quietly listening to Lu Yin, the Grand Elder finally shook his head. I'm sorry, Master Lu, but we do not agree to connect spacetime. Lu Yin was surprised. What? Shaoyin is a traitor, and other civilizations can get along well with the Lost Clan. Especially after the establishment of the 6 Directions training grounds, many people have chosen the Lost Clan's cultivation method. The Grand Elder raised his hand to stop Lu Yin. Getting along with other civilizations is not a problem, but connecting spacetime is out of the question. Can you tell me why? Lu Yin asked. Grand Elder Xianxia stood up and thought for a moment. If someone else asked, I would only say no comment, but since it's you, Master Lu, you're making things difficult for me. Lu Yin looked at Grand Elder Xianxia. The everlasting race is the mortal enemy of mankind. Now that there is hope to defeat them, why not do it? Grand Elder Xianxia turned his back to Lu Yin. Can we really defeat them? Lu Yin answered in a low voice, yes. Grand Elder Xianxia laughed and looked back at Lu Yin. The only true God cannot be defeated. If we don't do it, we won't even have a chance to defeat them. If we haven't done it before, why not give it a try? Does Grand Elder really want to restore the previous situation? The boundless battlefield of the millstone of life and death, the border battlefield with danger at every step and the spies everywhere. This is not good for the Lost Clan. Once the Six Directions Association is destroyed, the Lost Clan will not be able to survive alone, Lu Yin said. Grand Elder Xianxia nodded. Very persuasive, but I still refuse. Lu Yin frowned. I want to know the reason or I won't give up. In Lu Yin's opinion, the Void God spacetime and the Wood spacetime were not too big of a problem. Void Master and Wood God were aloof from worldly affairs, and they also sincerely wanted to defeat the everlasting race. The reincarnation spacetime was powerful with a Grand Empyrean Overseer, so Lu Yin did not care whether it was connected to the origin space or not. Therefore, he put the Lost Clan at the end because he felt that the Lost Clan was the hardest to convince. This was indeed the case. It was one thing for him to be difficult to convince, but he wasn't even willing to tell him the reason. If not for the fact that the Lost Clan was human, Lu Yin would have suspected that this civilization was in cahoots with the everlasting race. Grand Elder Xianxia sighed. Even if you defeat the Eternals, what happens next? The war will never stop. The Above Heaven sect will have its glorious moments and also its weak moments. In any case, it is war. Rather than humans killing each other, why don't we deal with external enemies? Lu Yin frowned. So the Eternals are allowed to exist? Great Elder Jianghu didn't say anything, remaining silent. Lu Yin laughed in exasperation. This reason is too far-fetched. No matter what happens to the human race in the future, the blood debts of the past must be repaid. What about those who risked their lives for the human race and fought against the Eternals? Speak. If you have the same thoughts as Great Elder, then there is no need to fight with the eternal race. You can even join the eternal race. In any case, you can keep your human identity, so why not? Great Elder, your words are the greatest insult to those who died in battle. These words showed that Lu Yin was really angry. He could understand the fear of death, the avoidance of responsibility, and even the betrayal, but he couldn't understand Great Elder Jianghu's negative attitude. This attitude was even more hateful than those traitors. Those traitors were just a part of the war. Since there was a war, there would be traitors. Everyone knew that traitors couldn't escape the war, but such a negative attitude could easily lead to the collapse of the war. In the past, Lu Yin had respected Great Elder Jianghu very much. He felt that the Lost Clan's ancient card was very likely to bring about a breakthrough for the human race. It was a bargaining chip to defeat the Eternals in the future. Moreover, Great Elder Jianghu had treated him well. He had helped him hide the matter of the ancient card and had even given him eternal darkness. The Lost Clan had also helped him in battle. For this reason, Danpu had died in battle. In the Six Directions Society, the Lost Clan had supported him earlier than the Void God universe and the Wood universe. However, support was one thing, and whether or not they were willing to connect with other parallel universes was another. Lu Yin knew that the Lost Clan was xenophobic, so he had been thinking about how to persuade Great Elder Jianghu, but he hadn't expected Great Elder Jianghu to have such thoughts. This showed that they didn't want to fight against the Eternals at all. Everything they were doing now was because they were forced. Lu Yin stood up and stared at Great Elder Jianghu. Senior, I don't know what the Lost Clan has experienced, but I know that no matter how desperate it is, there will always be a way out. There are no absolutes in the universe. Since we humans were born, we won't die so easily. With people there will be disputes, but this is not a reason for the Eternals to continue to exist. At this point he remembered what Hongyan Mavis had said. Lu Yin had asked her why the Above Heaven era hadn't destroyed the Eternals and allowed them to grow. Hongyan Mavis agreed with the progenitor's reasoning. Even if the Eternals weren't an enemy, there would be other enemies. Perhaps she had said it, or perhaps it had been the progenitor who had said it. No species could be eternal. Without the suppression of an enemy, humanity would definitely reach the peak. This was not in accordance with the laws of the universe, which was why the Eternals were the enemy. If the Eternals didn't exist, there would be other enemies. This was the reason why the progenitor had allowed the Eternals to continue to exist. However, Great Elder Jianghu had denied humanity's existence. This was the reason why the Eternals continued to exist. No matter how dignified or reasonable these reasons were, in Lu Yin's opinion, they were all nonsense. Whether it was the Eternals or other enemies, they would deal with them when they appeared. If they appeared, they would fight them. If they appeared, they would kill them. Were they supposed to wait for their enemies to grow stronger and suppress humanity instead? This was the right way to go. Lu Yin didn't agree with the progenitor's philosophy. If he had been the progenitor, he would have destroyed the Eternals and any species that appeared in the universe that threatened humanity. Even if the outcome was worse, could it be worse than the present? The progenitor couldn't predict the future. The bridge that fate had built in the river of time had an end, but the river of time had no end. No one could foresee what would happen to humanity in the future. Perhaps they would destroy their enemies, or perhaps they would be destroyed by them. Regardless of the situation, the most important thing was to take care of the present. Lu Yin only wanted to destroy the Eternals. He didn't want humanity to reach the peak of glory. He only wanted to live an ordinary life. Even if it was just a short period of time. If the Eternals were destroyed, then there would be an internal war. So what? That was humanity's own choice. However, there was a precondition: the Eternals had to be destroyed. If all the cultivators of the Six-Way Society were to vote, I believe that all of them would want to destroy the Eternals. Even if the outcome was an internal war, dying at the hands of humanity would still be better than dying at the hands of the Eternals, Lu Yin said solemnly. Great Elder Dangu turned around and looked at Lu Yin. We can't find our home. Lu Yin was stunned. What did he mean? Great Elder Dangu's expression was complicated, and there was an indescribable sorrow in his eyes. We can't find our home. We had a home, and it was a magnificent world. There weren't just one or two people at my level of cultivation, but there were also people who were far stronger than me. However, all of them died. At this point, Great Elder Dangu seemed to recall something, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. For a powerhouse like him, as long as they were not facing death, fear should have long since left their minds. We struggled and fought, and we went through a great war between different races. In the end, we defeated our enemy. That enemy seemed even more terrifying than the Eternals, and they had countless powerhouses. We won, and our world was preserved. But the moment we saw the glory of victory, everything changed. They died right in front of our eyes. Great Elder Dangu clenched his fists, and blood dripped down from his fingers onto the ground. That unimaginable existence was furious. Our enemy was that existence's servant, and he was furious. He said that we shouldn't have won, that we should have been destroyed, and that he wanted everything to start over again. However, we won, so he wanted the ending to follow his plan. He set everything on its path. At that moment, I saw the truth of the universe. It was laughable, truly laughable. We thought that we had won, but how much did we pay? So many powerhouses who returned from the past died in that battle, but in the end, this was the result. Great Elder Dangu suppressed his voice. He had lost his composure, and this was the first time Lu Yin had seen him lose his composure. His entire being sank into confusion, grief, and hatred. He stared at Lu Yin. Those powerhouses who have survived since ancient times, those ancestors, and those who have protected us are all dead. None of them can move in front of that existence. Not a single one. He growled. Why? Those powerhouses were so powerful that even I couldn't reach them, but they were easily wiped out by that existence. They had no chance of surviving, just so that the ending he had set wouldn't be disrupted. That's all, that's all. Ha ha ha, laughable, laughable. Tell me, why did we risk our lives? Was it just to complete someone else's game? Ha ha ha, everyone has put in countless years of hard work, but it all turned into bubbles in a single day. Only us remnant races managed to escape. This is the only pity left by that existence. Maybe in his eyes we can't even be considered as ants. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. When did this happen? Great Elder Dangu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. After a long time, he calmed down and waved his hand tiredly. Master Lu, please do as you wish. I'll rest for a while. Lu Yin stood where he was, not daring to believe that he had heard wrongly. Powerhouses who far surpassed Great Elder Dangu had been easily wiped out by some existence? Such an existence existed. Great Elder Xianxia was stunned. Lu Yin's words were too rude. No one had ever spoken to him like this. His temperament gave people the feeling that he was an otherworldly expert. When he had first met Lu Yin, he had intimidated Lu Yin and had even said a bunch of things that extreme powerhouses could not do. This had given Lu Yin time to think. Such a person should be a teacher, a senior expert, and someone who would be respected by others. However, he had never expected that one day a young man would say to him, "What does this have to do with you?" Lu Yin looked at Great Elder Xianxia in amusement. Senior, aren't you thinking too much? Are you the savior of humanity? Do you have the responsibility to save all of humanity? Just take care of yourself. If that existence wants to set the trajectory, that's his business. You're unlucky to have met him, but we might not be so unlucky. Even if we were unlucky, we've already met him. If we die, everything will end. What does the rest have to do with you? Aren't you thinking too much? Or are you worried that the Lost Clan will be exterminated as well? If that's the case, then the Lost Clan might as well commit suicide. After all, we're all under someone else's control. Great Elder Xianxia stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin continued, is that existence something you can deal with? Is it something we can deal with? Since no one can, then let him be. If he really appears one day and wants our lives, then we'll just give it to him. Is there a need to be so scared? You don't even dare to connect with other civilizations. Great Elder, are you getting old? The older you get, the more afraid you are of death? Lu Yin's words were not polite, but he was actually venting. If there really was such an existence as Great Elder Xianxia had described, who would not be afraid? It would be strange if they were not afraid. Lu Yin was also afraid, but what could he do? Was he supposed to do nothing like Great Elder Xianxia and just play with the Eternals? To kill time? Wait until he died and leave the problem to the future generations? Lu Yin could not do that. Master Lu, if we destroy the Eternals one day, and that existence appears to wipe out all of humanity, then the trajectory of the universe will be redrawn. What should we do then? Great Elder Dangu asked as he stared at Lu Yin. This was a question that he had pondered for a very long time. He had always wondered what he would do if he were to return to his hometown and meet his seniors, old friends and comrades. Would he stop them? Lu Yin sighed. If we can beat them, then we'll fight them. If we can't, then we'll curse them and die. Great Elder Xianxia was stunned. Curse them? Curse them? Lu Yin smiled. As a person, one should have a clear conscience. Who cares if they have other enemies? Who cares if there's an omnipotent existence? How many of our seniors have fought to the death with the Eternals? Burial Garden, the boundless expanse, those skeletons, those sounds of battle. Are they just for fun? Just for fun? I want to destroy the Eternals. Even if the final price is mutual destruction, it's still better than being tortured to death by the Eternals. I want to be worthy of those who participated in the war, and those who died for humanity. Perhaps I'll be one of them, but one day that omnipotent existence will be destroyed. It's not like he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I don't believe that he's invincible from the moment he's born. Great Elder Xianxia had a complicated look in his eyes. He had thought about this for many years, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized that his words were meaningless. That existence could erase everything, and it was truly omnipotent. Lu Yin frowned. This old man was really stubborn. But then again, after living for so many years, he had heard all sorts of things. Lu Yin's own words were nothing special. I've met the primogenitor. Great Elder Xianxia was shocked, and he looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. The primogenitor of the primordial space? Lu Yin nodded. He said that there is no limit to the universe. If there's no limit, then it's not in line with the laws of the universe. The existence you're talking about is already a kind of limit. Do you think such an existence can really play around with the universe and be omnipotent? If that's the case, then what's the point of the universe existing? Great Elder Xianxia's body trembled. There was no limit? Was there really no limit? Everything has its own counter. If that existence you speak of is omnipotent, then why did the enemies of your homeworld appear? Why did the Eternals appear in our universe? He might be very strong, so strong that no one can resist him, but there must be a limit. Lu Yin was certain, and he looked at Great Elder Xianxia. Perhaps you defeated the enemies of your homeworld and placed some kind of restriction on him, which is why he destroyed your homeworld. You can't see it, but that doesn't mean that it didn't happen. Perhaps he doesn't see you as ants and doesn't care if you escape, but rather that he doesn't have the ability to kill you. Great Elder Xianxia wanted to refute this, but he couldn't find a reason to do so. Everything was just his own guess. Lu Yin stared at Great Elder Xianxia. Do you know what realm the primogenitor is at? Great Elder Xianxia shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. Eternal life. Impossible. There are no eternal powerhouses in this universe, Great Elder Xianxia blurted out. Lu Yin laughed. The primogenitor alone suppressed everything in this universe. He controlled the sequence of strings. Great Elder Xianxia's pupils shrank. Others might not understand. Even if Void Master and Wood God knew about the selection of sequences, they might not understand what it meant to control the sequence of strings. However, Great Elder Xianxia knew. In his hometown, there had been a grand war that revolved around the sequence of strings of the universe. The last war was also related to it. The primogenitor controlled the sequence of strings? Lu Yin's voice was low. That is the origin or end of all the sequence of strings. In short, the primogenitor alone controlled it. Otherwise, the Eternals would have already destroyed this universe. Why do you think the primogenitor didn't appear? Great Elder Xianxia was shocked. He had always thought that the primogenitor of the primordial space was dead. This opinion came from the Grand Empyrean. He had never come into contact with the primordial space and had never seen the era of the above heavens. Now, Lu Yin was saying that if the primogenitor really controlled the sequence of strings, then he might really be an eternal powerhouse. There was actually such a powerhouse in this universe. Lu Yin suddenly raised a finger, which startled Great Elder Dan Gu. What? Great Elder Xianxia was confused. Lu Yin raised another finger. Twice. Then he raised a third finger. Thrice. You destroyed the trajectory set by that existence again and again. Do you think he is really safe? Great Elder Xianxia stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin gritted his teeth. I don't believe it. There is no limit in this universe. This is what the primogenitor said. Limits go against the universe. If there is a limit, then there will be restrictions. Your homeworld won once and that existence took action. The restrictions must have affected him. If you win again or even twice, even if you can't kill him, you can still take revenge. Great Elder, the blood of your comrades will never be cold. They need to be poured on that existence's face. Even if you can't kill him, you need to disgust him. We in this universe will accompany you. Even if the human race is destroyed, even if the universe is rebooted, we will do our best. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 31-39. Lu Yin had said a lot, even more than what he had said to the 9-star civilization's mentor, Xuanhuan. Although all of his words were guesses, Great Elder Gu's worries stemmed from his fear of that existence. The lost race had to be connected to the Genesis space, and the sect above heaven needed to gather the strength of all civilizations to defeat the everlasting race. The everlasting race no longer had the ability to destroy civilizations one by one. Everything Lu Yin was doing was speeding up the everlasting race's destruction. The premise was that the everlasting race did not have an invincible powerhouse. 2 of the 3 masters and 6 voids had not appeared, which was an uncertain factor. Other than that, they had paid a huge price to see the everlasting race clearly. As for those who could not see clearly, such as Wei Wu Tian had stayed in the 3rd Calamity region in Wei Nu, they could not wait any longer. They would take the initiative to see clearly and uncover the mystery. When Mr. Mu handed the 8 astral gates to Lu Yin, it was equivalent to telling Lu Yin that it was time to act. It was time for the humans to unite and truly wage a decisive battle against the everlasting race. Great Elder Dan Gu looked outside silently. Lu Yin's words kept echoing in his mind. He knew that Lu Yin's words were mostly guesses, but at their level of cultivation, guesses had to be based on facts. There shouldn't be a limit. That existence could indeed be contained. Should they use victory after victory and risk the extermination of their clan time and time again to resist that existence? Great Elder, I have 2 points to make. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. Great Elder Gu looked at him. Lu Yin met his gaze. First, you don't have to worry about the people of our universe. We have our own ideas. We are willing to fight and live with the backbone of humanity. That is our business. Since the lost race does not belong to our universe, you don't have to care about us. Our life and death have nothing to do with you. Second, on the basis of the first point, although the lost race does not belong to our universe, we have not given up on you. Otherwise, you would have faced the everlasting race alone. Now that we have united to fight the everlasting race, you cannot stay out of this. Otherwise, I have my own methods. Don't blame me for being rude. I respect you very much. Your lost clan has helped me a lot, but this is not a reason for you to watch the show from the back and let us fight to the death. You have to join forces with us. This spacetime must be connected to the primordial space. I've already told you so much. If you are still not willing, don't blame me for being rude. Great Elder Dan Gu didn't get angry and he just calmly looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stared at him. You can take it as a threat, but you can also take it as a final piece of advice. I've already told you enough. If you still can't figure it out, then I'll have to use my own methods. I will repay the kindness that your lost clan has shown me. I will repay you personally. Connecting you to the primordial space is to deal with the overall situation of the Eternal Clan. Don't be confused about this. Great Elder Xiangu looked deeply at Lu Yin. Master Lu, there's no need to say anything more. We are willing to connect. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. What was the meaning of this? Was everything he had said before nonsense? Great Elder Xiangu's gaze was complicated. Actually, I would have agreed even if you didn't have to threaten me. You're right. I'm afraid that I will lose everything again. But what is there for me to care about? I don't belong here. I have always been xenophobic because I don't want to lose anything. Now, I have nothing to lose, so I don't have to be afraid of anything. As for the lost clan, we have already escaped. However, the Grand Empyrean had never mentioned it. Clearly, the ancient card was not important enough for her to care about. Back then, everyone had thought that the Grand Empyrean was an apex expert. The Void Master had even said that he could see the difference between them and the Grand Empyrean, but the Grand Empyrean was actually undergoing bitter adversity. The difference that the Void Master saw was just what he thought it was. Back then, they had all thought that the ancient card surpassed apex experts, so it naturally surpassed the Grand Empyrean. However, they were all wrong. The Grand Empyrean was above the primordial realm and was on the same level as primogenitors. The Lost Clan's ancient card was once believed to be the opportunity for the humans to defeat the Eternals. Now, it seemed that some people were right. It was just a method for the Lost Clan to raise their status. The higher they raised themselves, the less people dared to provoke them, and the more stable they would be. Seeing Lu Yin's expression, Great Elder Xiangu smiled. Are you very disappointed? Lu Yin didn't hide anything. A little. The Grand Empyrean is undergoing bitter adversity, which surpasses the primordial realm. If the ancient card only corresponds to the primordial realm, then how can it help that existence? He didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. It wasn't worth much. It wasn't worth it to attract that omnipotent existence over such a worthless card. Great Elder Xiangu said, the ancient card does correspond to the primordial realm, but what if it isn't an ancient card? Lu Yin was surprised. Not an ancient card? Great Elder Xiangu lowered his voice slightly. Can the ancient card attract the attention of that omnipotent existence? That card carried my clan to this universe. It can be said that the survival of my clan is related to it. As for what level it is, you can think for yourself. However, for now, it is an ancient card and it can only be an ancient card. Lu Yin understood and didn't say anything more. The Lost Clan had given him a pleasant surprise, and they might give the Eternals a pleasant surprise in the future. After dealing with the Lost Clan, Lu Yin finally calmed down. Next was the Limitless Empire. He didn't plan to use the Stargate to connect the various parallel universes. That was the connection method of the endless battlefield, and it wasn't safe. During the Above Sky sect's bitter adversity expedition, the Stargate of the Nine-Star Civilization had been destroyed by the spies. The spies' cultivation wasn't high, but because the Stargate belonged to the Eternals, they had a way to destroy it. In Lu Yin's opinion, the Stargate could only be a temporary passage. To truly connect the various parallel universes, it was either a coincidence like the Three Monarchs universes and the Fifth Mainland, or the Limitless Empire's method of connecting the universes. It wasn't difficult to find the Limitless Empire. Lu Yin returned to the Above Sky sect. He saw Master Shan, Bu Qing, Fei Fei and Hong Yi. After capturing them, Lu Yin had an idea. He wanted them to cultivate, and then use the energy source to tear through spacetime and find the universe where they were born. That universe was naturally the universe where the Limitless Empire was. Although the Limitless Empire had run away, these few were left behind as road signs. Young Master, the rest are dead. Only the three of them survived, Master Shan said. Lu Yin was surprised. How did they die? Master Shan said, they don't have strong wills. The Limitless Empire uses energy to fight, and if they cultivate, it will conflict with the energy. That's why the people of the Limitless Empire don't cultivate. Once they do, if their wills aren't strong enough, it's easy for them to be affected by the energy of the past, which will lead to chi deviation and death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3140. Bu Qing and the others looked at each other with excitement and apprehension. They could finally return, but luring such a colossus to the Limitless Empire would only bring disaster to them. However, they had no choice. If they did not bring him along, they would die. Hong Yi had no misgivings as she was the first to join Lu Yin. Her father had reached the peak of the Limitless Empire, and he would either have to step down or be crushed to death by his competitors. There was no third option, but the appearance of the Above Heaven sect had shown her a third option. By joining the Above Heaven sect and borrowing its power, they would be able to go even further in the future. Father, I'm back. Master Shan led them away while Lu Yin went to the Wood Spacetime Continuum, the Void God Spacetime Continuum, and finally the Astral Tree Spacetime Continuum. The Limitless Empire was not for fun. There would definitely be a huge battle, and they would not cooperate until the Limitless Empire was subdued. Lu Yin did not plan on wasting time with the Limitless Empire. They were not a gift from Mr. Mu, so there was no friendship between them. 5 days later, Master Shan brought Bu Qing and the others back. At this moment, the three of them had improved their cultivation by quite a bit. Due to the different flow of time in the parallel spacetime, they had been able to cultivate for more than 5 days. Furthermore, they were already very familiar with the use of energy sources. Let's go, Limitless Empire. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back as the progenitors looked on expectantly. Bu Qing looked at them and felt like he had invited a wolf into his house. It had always been the Limitless Empire that made other civilizations feel this way. Now they were about to taste their own medicine. Using the energy sources, Bu Qing tore through the void and found the spacetime where he had been born. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he stared at her. She took a deep breath and took a step forward, entering the spatial tear and disappearing. Right after that, Xianxia stepped out and was the second to enter. Then he quickly followed suit, followed by Hong Yi, Su Wuwei, Big Sis and Wood Carving. Finally, Lu Yin stepped out and disappeared. They had entered the Limitless Empire's spacetime. It was impossible to determine where they would appear after tearing through spacetime, but it was most likely in outer space. This time they had appeared in outer space as well. Lu Yin walked out of the spatial tear and looked around. There was no cultivation energy in this spacetime, which meant that no progenitors who could change the heavens and earth had appeared here. In fact, this was the situation in most parallel spacetimes. Not every parallel spacetime could produce such powerhouses. Not every spacetime was suitable for cultivation. It didn't take long for Bu Qing and the others to find a direction and lead them into the distance. Not long after, she reminded them, "We'll reach Limitless Emperor's capital if we continue forward. It seems like there's nothing in space, but it's actually being monitored. It won't be easy for us to enter." Lu Yin summoned the 7-star mantis and had everyone mount it. He then spread out his 6 wings and flew at a speed comparable to the speed of time. Not even a progenitor would be able to detect them if they were standing in front of him. Bu Qing and Fei Fei were stunned. What kind of speed was this? The surroundings were actually still? Wood Carving, Void Wuwei, Big Sister, and Xianxia, the 4 progenitors, were not too surprising. Xianxia had once possessed the power of time, so the other 3 progenitors would not be too shocked in the face of such speed. Soon after, Lu Yin and the rest saw a huge city. It was grand and majestic as it stretched across the heavens. It was similar to the Above the Heavens but not as large. From a distance it looked like a horizontal mirror. The closer they got, the clearer they could see the layout of the city. It was clearly a city of science and technology. The city was built in the starry sky. The 7-star mantis could easily charge into the city, and the Imperial City could not stop its speed. However, Lu Yin did not underestimate this place. The Imperial City could not stop the 7-star mantis because it was too large, but it would be different if they went to Emperor Shang's territory. There were mechas there that could fight against Sequence Law's powerhouses, and Emperor Shang's unlimited mecha was known as the Sovereign. It was said that it was indestructible, and it was protected by Optimus Prime and the other 12 ring mechas. It would not be easy to deal with, which was why Lu Yin had brought Wood Carving and the rest along. The Limitless Empire was a powerful civilization that was qualified to fight against the Eternals. There was no need to start a war right away, so it was best to understand the situation first. Their target was the Empire's chief minister, Hong Yan. After entering the capital, Hong Yi easily found his home. There was a courtyard in the capital near Emperor Shang's imperial court. It was simple and unadorned, completely different from the futuristic style of the entire city. This courtyard was not the only one, as there were many similar courtyards all around. It did not seem to fit in with the rest of the city, but it was second only to the imperial court in the entire Limitless Empire. It was only separated by a single wall, and the people who lived here were the noblest people in the entire Limitless Empire. Hong Yi's home was in that courtyard. The chief minister of the empire was in charge of logistics. He did not seem to be very powerful, but his authority was immense. He could even directly influence the empire's expeditionary army, and he was undoubtedly one of the higher-ups in the entire Limitless Empire. Within the courtyard, Hong Yin was lost in thought as he stared at a star chart that depicted the 6th mainland. He only had one daughter, and now that she had been captured, he would look at the star chart every day, hoping that one day, the limitless empire would be able to kill their way into that spacetime and rescue his daughter. He was different from Fei Yan. Fei Yan's actions were too obvious, but Hong Yan could not. He was the chief minister of the empire, and if his actions were too obvious, he would lose his position. But how could he get the limitless empire to kill their way into that spacetime? The only way was to use the 13-ring energy. That spacetime had the possibility of giving the limitless empire 13-ring energy, and as long as he could turn this possibility into reality, Emperor Xiang would definitely not ignore it. Therefore, apart from meeting Emperor Xiang every day, he would go to the research institute to test the energy of that spacetime. As long as he could obtain the 13-ring energy, everything would be fine. Even though that spacetime was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Father. Hong Yan was startled. He seemed to have heard his daughter's voice. No, it was an illusion. He smiled bitterly. He missed his daughter so much that he was hallucinating. Thinking back to the time when she was born, and her naive and adorable appearance, Hong Yan's eyes turned red. He hid his emotions in the bottom of his heart, and he could not let Emperor Xiang discover them. However, he had to find the 13-ring energy. Thinking of this, his gaze was firm. He turned around and was about to go to the research institute. Suddenly his expression changed drastically. A few people had appeared behind him, and among them, he saw his daughter. Little Yi. Hong Yi was excited. Father. Hong Yan stepped forward to hug his daughter, but instinctively stopped him. He looked at the people beside Hong Yi, Bu Qing and Fei Yan. They were all here. However, he looked at Mu Feng, big sister, and the others. Who are you? Is this the star chart of the 6th mainland? A voice came from behind and Hong Yan turned around. Another person had appeared in front of the star chart. He was very young and he was looking at the star chart with great interest. Hong Yan's eyes narrowed, and he suppressed his excitement at seeing his daughter. He regained his composure. Are you from the 5th mainland? Lu Yin looked at Hong Yan and smiled. My name is Lu Yin, and I'm the Tao Master of the 5th mainland's above heaven sect. You can call me Master Lu. Humans needed light, and Limitless Empire also had light. Where there was light there was also darkness. The sky darkened and Big Sister and the others were no longer in the courtyard. They had gone out shopping and Bu Qing and the others were leading the way. Only Lu Yin stayed behind to talk to Hong Yan. Hong Yan already knew what had happened, but he could not accept it. It had always been the Limitless Empire that invaded other parallel spacetimes, conquering and occupying them. But now they were being targeted by someone else. Of course, such things had happened before, and the Limitless Empire had also been invaded by powerful enemies, but they had not done this. That powerful enemy had attacked as soon as they entered this spacetime, and war had immediately broken out. At this moment, Hong Yan looked at the man in front of him. This person was not seeking revenge as he had not suffered any losses. He just wanted to obtain the Limitless Empire. Is that Dizun mecha that powerful? Lu Yin was curious. Hong Yan respectfully replied, very powerful. Even when the enemy attacked the Empire and destroyed Optimus Prime, they were unable to destroy the Dizun mecha. In the end, it was Emperor Xiang of that generation who dealt with the enemy. Lu Yin was interested. The mecha is powerful, but your bodies are your greatest weakness. Do you think that if I suddenly attacked Emperor Xiang, he would have time to enter the mecha? Hong Yan bitterly replied, of course not. As long as you can enter the imperial court without being discovered, you can control Emperor Xiang. The Dizun mecha is in the imperial court, and Emperor Xiang only needs 1 second to enter. You can only control Emperor Xiang for 1 second. Lu Yin's lips curled up. That's enough. Hong Yan sighed. He knew that the Limitless Empire was finished. This empire might not have been a match for that spacetime, but now that enemy had quietly entered the capital. Even if Emperor Xiang was not controlled, what about the others? He did not really think that those powerhouses had gone shopping. They had all scattered, and they had understood the capital in the shortest time possible. This Limitless Empire might have a new master. However, would Optimus Prime be so easy to control? Hong Yan felt uneasy. He was standing on Lu Yin's boat. If Lu Yin controlled the Limitless Empire, he could be considered to have contributed. If he failed, Lu Yin and the others would definitely be able to leave, but he would be in trouble. Master Lu, are your people going to control Optimus Prime? Hong Yan asked. Lu Yin did not hide anything. Of course. Didn't you say that Optimus Prime was protecting Emperor Xiang? If we don't deal with them, how can we deal with Emperor Xiang? Hong Yan was worried. It's not easy to control Optimus Prime. Luin looked outside. Let's try. If it doesn't work, we'll use force. Hong Yin was nervous. He did not know what was waiting for him. He did not blame Hong Yi. Originally, the Limitless Empire's people could rely on the enemy. This was a life-saving method, and Emperor Shang had tacitly agreed to it. However, he had been implicated. Whether it was because of his daughter or his own life, this was the only path left for him. He had no other choice. The Limitless Empire's capital was divided into 5 rings with the Imperial Court as the center. The Imperial Court was not counted. The first ring was where Hong Yin's family's courtyard was located. As for Optimus Prime, it was the power that guarded the Imperial Court. It was distributed in 5 directions. Thank you. Desert Dust, brother, I'll give you the reward. Thank you. I've been socializing for the past few days. My head hurts. I can't even stay up late to write. I'll have to go on a business trip in 2 days. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. The next volume, Invincible, is about to start. He was controlled and returned to the mecha late, which naturally led to the alarm. No one except Optimus Prime and the other 4 knew about this. Even the eldest Prince Shang Tianzong, the 5th Prince Shang Qing, and the 9th Princess Shang Anan didn't know, let alone Hong Yan. But now it didn't matter whether they knew or not. Jiao Feng was in trouble, and the entire imperial capital was mobilized. In the center of the imperial capital, Emperor Shang's body sank and directly entered the mecha. After so many years, the limitless imperial capital welcomed another enemy. Boom. The earth shook and a mecha landed beside Jiao Feng. It stood on the ground outside the city wall and stared at Jiao Feng. Jiao Feng still couldn't move. Su Wuwei was helpless. He didn't expect that something would happen here. In this case, he could only attack. This mecha wanted to grab Jiao Feng. Jiao Feng couldn't move. Obviously, he was controlled. He had to take him away first. At this time, Su Wuwei attacked. The Taishan field was released in the entire imperial capital. Ordinary people couldn't see the lines in the space. Su Wuwei wouldn't attack ordinary people. Instead, he attacked the mechas at the same time. There were at least 20 unlimited mechas in the imperial capital. Except for Optimus Prime's mecha, the rest were outside the imperial capital. When Su Wuwei attacked, half of the mechas fell to the ground. Not every mecha could fight against such a strong person. To fight against Su Wuwei, one had to have at least 12 rings. Su Wuwei was a strong person with sequence rules. The unlimited mecha that wanted to take Jiao Feng away was Huangsha. Huangsha was attacked by the Taishan field. The destructive force formed by the collision of the virtual god's power forced him back. The surface of his body and ring energy shield were distorted. In Huangsha, a middle-aged man was shocked. Such strong destructive power? The mechas were all sounding the alarm. A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He slashed at Su Wuwei, who was locked on by the mecha. Above Su Wuwei's head, a pot appeared. It was his natal virtual god. The virtual god's power surged wildly. However, it was cut open by the sword. The sword went straight for the pot. Su Wuwei couldn't believe it. His virtual god's power was cut open? What a sharp sword. The blade cut through the void effortlessly and landed on the wok with a loud sound. Cracks appeared on the wok, which made Su Wuwei feel as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. It was too sharp. It was not that his strength was inferior to the Imperial Killer, but that the blade was too sharp. It was unimaginably sharp. However, no matter how sharp the sword was, it was fine as long as it didn't cut. At this moment, a slash appeared from afar, slashing horizontally at the side of the Imperial Killer's saber. The saber of the Imperial Killer was incomparably gigantic. Compared to it, this slash was so small that it was almost invisible. However, it was precisely this slash that managed to push the gigantic saber away. The terrifying slash force caused everyone to look over. Another expert had arrived. At the same time, battles broke out in 2 other directions. The red spider lilies bloomed. Big Sister attacked the Infinite Agony mecha. Xiaxinji fought against an Infinite Agony mecha that was engraved with flowers. This Infinite Agony mecha was called Flower Rain. The owner of this mecha was Emperor Shang's younger sister, Xianxia. Fierce battles broke out in all directions of the imperial court. The entire imperial capital was alerted and everyone evacuated. Hong Yin stood in the courtyard, looking at the battle in the distance with a pale face. He was watching the wooden carving battle against Huangsha. He was very clear about how strong Huangsha was. He had seen many empire scrolls and knew that Huangsha wasn't created solely for Huanzhan. Instead, he had been created a long time ago. Huanzhan was only the master of this generation's Huangsha. Huangsha had an unparalleled blade that was so sharp that it could slice through the void. Ordinary people would be injured just by looking at it. It was the sharpest material in the history of the Limitless Empire. It represented the Empire's blade. But at this moment he actually saw someone fighting against Huangsha head-on. Huangsha's every slash was blocked by that person, and Huangsha was forced to retreat with each slash. Who were these people exactly? They were simply terrifyingly strong. Hong Yin looked back at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was also watching this scene. Interesting as expected of a 12-ring soul arcana. That limitless mecha had actually withstood Lu Yin's attack. Senior had even used the laws of the sequence. Although he couldn't see the particles, Lu Yin could sense that they were the laws of the sequence. However, it had still been blocked by that giant blade. A 12-ring soul armature indeed had the strength to fight against the sequence law powerhouse. However, it would still be defeated before long. A mecha wasn't a human and it had a limit. Blocking Senior was already its limit. The Imperial capital was in chaos. The battle between Optimus Prime and a progenitor caused spacetime to be unable to calm down. Lu Yin was calm. Hong Yin. Hong Yin hurriedly looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu? Let's go to the research center. Hong Yin was stunned and looked at the battle in the distance. Coincidentally, Huangsha's sword sliced through the void and split it in two, revealing a world of nothingness. Hong Yin was stunned. If this had been his unlimited mecha, it would have been destroyed. Lu Yin didn't care. Lead the way. Hong Yin admired Lu Yin's spirit. He was able to remain calm in the face of such a magnificent battlefield. Hong Yin didn't know what Lu Yin had experienced. Was this battle very intense? No, it was far from enough to make Lu Yin pay attention. This was just a small battle, nothing more. He could leave it to Senior Woodcut and the others. He just wanted to see the research center. If a 12-ring soul armature could fight against a sequence law powerhouse, then what level could a 13-ring soul armature reach? 7 sky gods? Or the primordial realm? The primordial realm wasn't likely, as that was another level. However, it should be able to fight against the 7 sky gods. If it was possible, Lu Yin would fully support the research and strive to have more powerhouses on his side. The Eternals wanted to use numbers to suppress the humans, but Lu Yin wanted to use numbers to suppress the Eternals. He would use all means. Thus, the Limitless Empire couldn't be destroyed. He specifically reminded them that the Optimus Prime mecha was very precious. Hong Yin led the way, and Lu Yin took him to a parallel timeline and entered the Imperial Capital's research center. Within the Imperial Capital, the Limitless Empire attached great importance to the research center. After all, it was the foundation of their power. Lu Yin followed Hong Yin all the way to the research center, but he couldn't understand what he saw. There were all kinds of powers that the Limitless Empire had gathered from various parallel universes. There were many people here, all of whom were geniuses of the Limitless Empire's research center. The ground shook from time to time, causing dust to fall. These people were indifferent. It wasn't that they weren't afraid of death, but that the research center was so sturdy that they weren't afraid of the war outside. The white-haired old man laughed. It seems that you know our Limitless Empire very well. Probably. Lu Yin sized up the white-haired old man. You can do as you please. I'm not stopping you and I have no intention of stopping you. You can only truly communicate with me after you've exhausted all your means. The white-haired old man's gaze turned cold. You are very confident. Lu Yin smiled faintly. So far there is nothing in this space-time that can threaten me. The white-haired old man glanced around, and everyone looked at Lu Yin with surprise and apprehension. What are you looking at? Do your own thing, the white-haired old man shouted. He had great prestige here. Although everyone was afraid of Lu Yin, they still did their own things. The earth shook, and a wisp of dust flew in front of the white-haired old man and Lu Yin. The white-haired old man slowly walked to a corner and said as he walked, "This place has the ability to protect itself. If you can break my self-defense mechanism, I will surrender to you according to the Empire's principles. I hope you won't harm the Huan Energy Research Institute." Lu Yin nodded. Of course. In the entire Limitless Empire, the strongest defense was the D-Zun mecha. Although there were self-defense mechanisms here, they couldn't surpass the D-Zun. This wasn't because Lu Yin understood the Limitless Empire, but because he understood human nature. If Emperor Shang died, the research institute would still exist. It would just be a wedding dress for someone else, and it would be meaningless to Emperor Shang. Therefore, the Dizun Mecha was the limitless empire's strongest defense. If Lu Yin couldn't even break the self-defense mechanism of the research institute, how could he break the Dizun Mecha? What he wanted was to suppress the entire limitless empire. This was also why he didn't want the 5 mechas of Optimus Prime to be destroyed. Even if it was an external force, it was still a powerful force that could fight against the sequence law realm master. The white-haired old man had walked to the corner and looked back at Lu Yin. Seeing that Lu Yin really didn't intend to stop him, his heart sank. This person was either confident or arrogant. No matter which one it was, it meant that he had great strength. He had never experienced this feeling before. Let this old man see whether you're confident or arrogant. As he thought about it, he did something. Light spots appeared in the entire Huan Energy Research Institute and then gathered toward Lu Yin. They condensed into light walls from all directions, like a prison, trapping Lu Yin and Hong Yen inside. These light spots could be controlled and appeared anywhere in the Research Institute. This was the Research Institute's self-defense mechanism. Hong Yen was shocked. Wall light? Didn't you say the research failed? The white-haired old man sneered. Since the Empire has a mission that allows people to surrender, it naturally has methods to prevent betrayal. This wall light is one of them. Sir, as long as you can walk out of it, I will be convinced. Hong Yin's face was ashen. Lu Yin looked at him. What happened? Hong Yen scolded Lu Yin for being careless, but he didn't dare to show it. He said in a low voice, "The wall light is the most advanced technology that the Empire once discovered in a civilization. I can't explain the specific technology. After all, I'm not a member of the Research Institute. However, this wall light defended against the Empire's attack and blocked the attacks of 3 12-ring mechas. In the end, it was broken by Huangsha's slash. It may not be as strong as the Dizun mecha, but it's already the most invincible defense in the Empire. If it's not as sharp as Huangsha, it can't break the wall light." The white-haired old man nodded. "You didn't come to the Research Institute in vain. You're right. This wall light is indeed second only to the Dizun mecha's defense, but it's not much worse. If you can break it, it means that you can also break the Dizun mecha's defense. If you're strong, the Research Institute can surrender." Lu Yin raised his hand and placed it on the wall light. He exerted force, but it didn't budge. Interesting. He continued to increase his strength until it was the strongest he could reach without using his unlimited inner world and visualization. However, it still couldn't move the wall light. The white-haired old man was proud. He had researched the wall light for more than 10 years. Although it couldn't compare to his mentor's 12-ring research, it was enough to go down in history. After all, before the wall light, the Limitless Empire's defense either came from materials or ring energy shields. However, he had innovated the Empire's defense method. Although it couldn't be popularized yet, there was always the possibility of it being popularized in the future. It would bring about a leap in the Empire's strength. Hong Yen looked at Lu Yin nervously. He had to break it. If he couldn't, it would be troublesome for them to be trapped here. This wall light could block the attacks of all 12-ring mechas except for Huangsha. It was also a problem whether this person's subordinates could break it. He didn't want to be punished by the Empire for betraying them. Lu Yin praised, "It's a pretty good defense. To be honest, it's very difficult to break. Even sequence law powerhouses would find it troublesome." The white-haired old man wasn't happy about Lu Yin's words. Instead, he felt uneasy because Lu Yin was too calm. This was not the attitude of someone who had been imprisoned. The calmer Lu Yin was, the colder the old man felt. Lu Yin glanced at the old man and then pulled out many weapons from his cosmic ring. There were all sorts of strange weapons, but they all had one thing in common: they were difficult to use. That's right, these were the weapons that he had obtained from the monster ancestor. The monster ancestor had created many weapons for himself, and he had used the rarest of materials. Even the Daosaur sect had been distressed by these materials, and Lu Yin had finally obtained them from the bottom of the Astral River. He had wanted to dissect them, but he hadn't had the time to do so. Some of these weapons were extremely large, while others were extremely small. In any case, they weren't suitable for use. Lu Yin began to experiment, and he used these weapons to cut at the wall light one by one. He could break through the wall light on his own, but he wasn't confident that he wouldn't injure the research center. Since he had weapons, then he might as well use them. The white-haired old man, Hong Yen, and the people from the research center all stared blankly at Lu Yin as he tried out various weapons. There was a slash and there was a stab. Although these weapons couldn't be used no matter how one looked at it, The wall light was pierced through. The white-haired old man's mouth fell open. How could such a thing happen? Hong Yin was stunned as well. The wall light was a defense that only Huang Sha's sharpest blade could break through, but Lu Yin had actually managed to tear a hole in the wall light by using all sorts of strange weapons. Lu Yin smiled. Sorry, there are too many weapons and some of them are very sharp. They broke through. The white-haired old man had considered the possibility that Lu Yin could break through the wall light with his own unimaginable strength or take out a peerless weapon. Either way, it would have been shocking, but it wouldn't have been too surprising. However, in this situation it seemed like Lu Yin had used a trick. Did this count? Even Hong Yin felt that Lu Yin was lucky to have so many sharp weapons. Lu Yin put away the monster ancestor's weapon. Actually, there was another weapon that could easily tear through the wall light, and that was Death God Golian. Lu Yin didn't know what material Golian was made of, but it was extremely sharp, and it was definitely much sharper than Huang Sha's. Using Death God Golian would be able to tear through the wall light like paper. However, there was no need for that. No matter how sharp a weapon was, it was useless if it couldn't be used. Enemies wouldn't just stand there and let you cut through them like the wall light. Otherwise, there was no need to cultivate, and it would be better to just look for materials. What greeted him was a divine sword domain. The huge blade slashed down from above. Bang! With a loud bang, a wall appeared around the D-Zune. The divine sword domain couldn't break through it. A long sword formed in the D-Zune's hand, and it broke through the divine sword domain. Then it slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. So strong? He had originally thought that this civilization would be easy to deal with. Lu Yin hadn't underestimated the limitless empire. After all, they had the confidence to tear through parallel universes and plunder countless resources. That was why he had brought senior brother Wood Carving and the others here. But now, it seemed that even if they worked together, they still wouldn't be able to break through the D-Zune. The white-haired old man from the research facility sighed. The D-Zune was indeed terrifyingly strong. It was enough to turn the situation around. If they could research the 13 rings and use the D-Zune to drive it, what would happen? The white-haired old man's eyes blazed. Hong Yin's face was ashen. She had once again witnessed the D-Zune's invincible might. This civilization was strong, but they still couldn't defeat the D-Zune. No, even if these people left the limitless empire, she had to follow. The D-Zune's sword tore through the void, and Xianxia hurriedly fled. In another direction, Su Wuwei attacked the D-Zune with his void spirit power, but the D-Zune didn't move. A bead appeared behind Su Wuwei and charged towards him from a mecha in the distance. The mecha's name was Qiu Dao and its owner was Yi. This mecha didn't have strong destructive power, but it was the best at analyzing energy in the entire limitless empire. It was also the best at analyzing an opponent's weaknesses. When Su Wuwei attacked the D-Zune, this mecha attacked at the right time. Fortunately, Su Wuwei was able to dodge with his control of space. Even so, he couldn't participate in the battle against the D-Zune. Big Sis' opponent was the Rain of Flowers mecha. Her original mecha had already fallen, so this Rain of Flowers mecha was no match for her. But if she wanted to win, she would need to spend some time. The D-Zune obviously wouldn't give her that time. He raised his sword and slashed. In the underground research facility, Lu Yin's eyes grew cold. It seemed that it was time to act. He took a step forward and his body disappeared. The white-haired old man saw Lu Yin disappear. He's going to act? He's just a young man. Hong Yin's face turned ugly. He's the master of that cultivation civilization. The white-haired old man was shocked, but he didn't say anything else. Because Lu Yin had already appeared in the light screen, standing in the sky above the imperial capital. The D-Zune cut the red spider lily with his sword, and Big Sis hurriedly dodged. On the other side, Mu Engraving's blade swept past and slashed on the D-Zune's wall light. The wall light was cut by the sequence law, but the D-Zune mecha was unharmed. Emperor Shang had been waiting for Mu Engraving to act. Among these people, Mu Engraving posed the greatest threat to him. Mu Engraving's slash was a deliberate flaw. When Mu Engraving slashed, the wall light appeared again, trapping Mu Engraving's blade inside. Even if Mu Engraving could pull out his blade, it would take time unless he gave up his own blade. It was almost impossible for such an expert to give up his blade. Emperor Shang saw this point and threw a punch at Mu Engraving. Mu Engraving's eyes narrowed. He didn't do anything, but his body suddenly disappeared, just in time to avoid the D-Zune's punch. Within the D-Zune, Emperor Xiang was confused. What's going on? How can he avoid this punch? Lu Yin saw clearly that Mu engraving had used tracing the past. The battle was in a deadlock and only he could break it. Slowly clenching his fist, Lu Yin's eyes suddenly widened as an endless inner world appeared. Lines of power collided, and time froze as he punched at the D-Zune. In an instant, a warning sounded from within the D-Zune, and Emperor Xiang immediately locked onto Lu Yin. What is this? Before he could react, Lu Yin's punch had already broken through the wall light and landed on the D-Zune's body with a loud bang. The entire void exploded, the ground shattered, and the sky cracked. Dark cracks spread out in all directions. It was as if thunder had exploded above the limitless empire's capital. The D-Zune retreated step by step, almost losing his footing and sinking deep into the ground with each step. Lu Yin looked at his own fist and saw that it was still ineffective. The power of his punch was about the same as Mu engraving's void slash. Mu engraving couldn't break through the D-Zune and could only break the wall light. He looked at the D-Zune in amazement. It was really tough. No wonder it was confident that it couldn't be destroyed. Lu Yin's punch had shocked too many people. Not to mention the people from the limitless empire, even Emperor Xiang was stunned. Was this a punch that a human could throw? The white-haired old man and Hong Nian were also stunned. They were just ordinary people, and they didn't think that a person could have such destructive power without using any weapons. Breaking the wall light with one punch? It turned out that this person was just playing a game. He had the ability to break the wall light without using any strange weapons. At this moment, even Mu engraving was shocked by Lu Yin. He hadn't seen Lu Yin's strength after returning from the Mirage domain. He had only heard that Lu Yin had defeated Di Qiong and suppressed the 9th grade Lotus Sovereign, but hearing and seeing were two different things. This punch had shocked Mu engraving, Xia Xinji, Su Wuwei, and even Big Sis. All eyes in the capital were focused on Lu Yin, and all of them were filled with disbelief. Lu Yin looked at his fist. I can't break it. I can only suppress it. He looked at the D-Zune. I'll treat you like one of the 7 sky gods. But there's one thing you can't compare to. You're too clumsy. After he finished speaking, he visualized the starry sky land in his heart. At the same time, the starry sky of the limitless empire was released. Emperor Xiang instinctively felt danger. This D-Zune gave him a feeling that he couldn't protect himself. He stared at Lu Yin. Who are you? Why did you attack the limitless empire? Lu Yin looked at Emperor Xiang. I'll tell you after I kill you. Emperor Xiang gritted his teeth. What a joke. Can you break the D-Zune? Lu Yin raised his hand and the land expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire capital. It was as if the land was flipping over. Suppress. The land pressed down on the D-Zune. The D-Zune was the tallest person in the capital. No one was taller than him. He could only withstand the land's suppression. The D-Zune raised his arms and pressed against the land. With a boom, the terrifying suppression forced the D-Zune to one knee. Inside, Emperor Xiang's expression changed. What kind of power is this? It was as if the D-Zune wasn't pressing against a piece of land, but against the entire universe. The weight was still pressing down. Your Majesty, let me do it. You controlled the Mecca and attacked the land. The rain of flowers also attacked the land. But it was useless. The land couldn't be moved. Lu Yin was calm. Even Count of the Wind vomited blood, let alone them. But it was still not enough. Although the D-Zune wasn't as strong as Count of the Wind, his defense was extremely strong. The wordless heavenly book appeared, and golden light covered the limitless empire, bringing vitality to the land. Having vitality and not having vitality were two different concepts. When vitality appeared on the land, the D-Zune's arms fell and cracks appeared. Emperor Xiang's face turned red. He couldn't hold on. The D-Zune couldn't hold on. How could there be such a terrifying person? When the limitless empire was in danger, it was the D-Zune who turned the tide. But now, even the D-Zune couldn't do anything. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3144. The research facility continued to crack. The white-haired old man looked on in shock. He knew that cracks had already appeared in the D-Zune, which meant that it had surpassed its limit and could not hold on any longer. Besides Emperor Xiang, he understood the D-Zune the best. Hong Nian clenched her fists and looked on excitedly. She had made the right bet by surrendering to these people. Your Majesty, give up, the white-haired old man said. The white-haired old man spoke, his voice transmitted into Emperor Xiang's ears. Emperor Xiang was filled with grief and indignation as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the crack growing bigger and bigger, he helplessly roared, "I've lost." Darkness enveloped the limitless empire, bringing despair to the capital. Lu Yin was like a god in the eyes of countless people in the limitless empire. He was a god that could make the Dizun kneel. Hearing Emperor Xiang admit defeat, Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lu Yin, above heaven's path master from the primordial space. From now on, the limitless empire will listen to me." Emperor Xiang's expression turned ugly, but he did not refute. In fact, they knew that they would encounter an unimaginably strong enemy one day if they kept on conquering parallel universes. But what could they do? The limitless empire needed resources, and if they did not do this, they would not have any resources. Without resources, they would not be able to maintain their internal consumption. This was a vicious cycle, and the end point was destruction. However, they were also lucky that they might not encounter a civilization that could destroy them. Even if they did, it would not be in their generation. But this day had still come, and it had come so suddenly. The land disappeared, and the sky regained its brightness. Within the imperial court, Lu Yin sat on Emperor Xiang's throne and looked around, feeling rather curious. He had never sat on such a chair before, one that dominated everything. Of course, he did not want to sit on it as it was too exaggerated. Below, Big Sis looked on in amusement. Su Wuwei rubbed his shoulders. This battle had been intense enough. The problem was that his opponents were not humans but mechas. He did not even know what to fight. On the other side, Emperor Xiang and the rest were present. Their mechas had been repaired, and their appearance here meant that Lu Yin could kill them as he pleased. They were all ordinary people and could not resist. This included Optimus Prime's people, the white-haired old man Hong Yen, Shang Tianzong, Shang Cheng, and Shang Anan. Shang Anan looked at Bu Qin, who was standing beside Hong Yen. These people had found this place because of them. She then looked at Lu Yin. This person had actually managed to suppress her father's emperor all by himself. How could a human reach such heights? Shang Tianzong was unwilling to accept the fact that he had lost the throne before he even sat on it. Shang Qing was helpless as he had no choice but to fight for the throne. If he didn't fight for it, he would die even faster. If he did, he would still have the power to retaliate. Now that Lu Yin was in control of the limitless empire, Shang Qing was the most optimistic. Lu Yin swept his gaze across the crowd and finally looked at Emperor Xiang. "How is the sovereign?" Everyone's expressions changed and they stopped sizing each other up. Emperor Xiang replied, "It has already been sent for maintenance." Where did its defense come from? Lu Yin was curious. This was also what Woodcut and the others were curious about. The wooden carving had a deep understanding of the defensive power of a venerable sovereign. Even a saber could not cut through it. Emperor Xiang said, "Yes, materials. We can turn the energy into energy rings and use it." He took a deep look at the passage and then turned towards the astral tree domain. There was something he had always wanted to do but had never done: communicate with Shening and Zhu Meng. These two behemoths were clearly in the astral tree domain, and when the eternal race attacked, they had not acted unless absolutely necessary. They were just there for show, and Lu Yin would not allow this. He wanted to see what these two behemoths wanted to do. First it was Shening and then Zhu Meng. Lu Yin remembered that when he and Baisiener had gone to Zhu Meng to deal with the undying god, Zhu Meng had recognized his Lu bloodline and spat at him more than once. If he had not taken out the progenitor's sword, who knew how many times that fellow would have spat at him? Lu Yin did not know what grudges there were between Zhu Meng and the Lu family, but no matter how he looked at it, Shening should be easier to communicate with, even though it seemed rather arrogant. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the astral tree domain and walked straight to the sovereign realm, which was the mother tree's canopy. He saw the branches stretching far into the distance, and he saw traces of a progenitor's existence. Now that he thought about it, placing Ancestor Ku in the canopy was probably the funniest thing. He was a monster that could enter the zone of disaster without dying. But if not for that, Lu Yin would not have been able to obtain the reverse effect. When things reach an extreme, they can only move in the opposite direction. It had played a huge role in his cultivation. He crossed the sovereign realm and arrived at the top of the mother tree, where he saw Shening. Majestic, mighty, domineering, and arrogant, this was the divine eagle. It had stayed in this treetop for countless years. Humans had gone through many generations, but those who could survive from the era of above heaven were too few. The divine eagle and ancestral Mang had both survived from that era. Their age shouldn't be much younger than the primogenitor. Lu Yin appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia did not look sideways, looking into the distance like a statue. Lu Yin should have appeared in its line of sight, but it did not react at all, as if it did not see him. After staring at each other for a while, Lu Yin felt that he could not endure this, so he said, "You should be able to understand what I'm saying, right?" Xianxia did not react, and it continued to look forward. Lu Yin raised a brow. "I'm talking to you." Xianxia did not react. Lu Yin frowned and suddenly shouted, "Xianxia." Xianxia did not react. Lu Yin stared at it, but it continued to stare into the distance. Its gaze did not waver at all. Did it die? Lu Yin waved his hand tentatively, and the wind from his palms swept towards Xianxia. Its feathers fluttered, but Xianxia did not react at all. Lu Yin suddenly looked down and saw a figure approaching. It was Nongyi. Nongyi had heard the commotion and rushed over. When he saw Lu Yin, he bowed slowly. "Greetings, Pathmaster." Lu Yin grunted. "Why are you here?" Nongyi replied, "I just happened to come to the sovereign realm and heard the commotion. Your voice is very loud." Of course, Lu Yin knew that his voice was loud and he wanted to scare Xianxia, but it did not react at all. Pathmaster wants to talk to Xianxia? That won't be easy. Xianxia is arrogant and ignores everyone. Back then, the four-way balance's ancestor tried to communicate with it, but to no avail. He even stayed here for hundreds of years, Nongyi reminded him. Lu Yin nodded and sized up Xianxia. "Arrogant? You can't be deaf, right?" Xianxia's eyes twitched, and its sharp gaze suddenly stared at Lu Yin with a chill that made one's scalp tingle. It was powerful, and it had been able to survive from the era of the Above Heaven sect until now. Even if it was not as strong as the 3 realms and 6 paths, it was not too far off. Wu Tian's martial arts had the scene of Xianxia catching a fish on a ship. Anyone who was stared at by such a creature would be terrified. However, Lu Yin did not care. He was someone who had died before. Even the sole true god had not been able to kill him, let alone a mere Xianxia. "It seems like you can understand me." Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin, and the chill in its eyes intensified. "What's the meaning of this gaze? Are you unhappy that I said you're deaf?" Lu Yin asked. Below, Nongyi ran away, but before he left he said, "Back then, a progenitor who betrayed the humans fought in the sovereign realm. He cursed Xianxia and was torn to shreds by Xianxia. Pathmaster, it seems to hate being cursed at." Lu Yin was amused. "Who liked being cursed at? Let's see who the person who cursed Xianxia was." There was another death, and Xianxia's gaze grew even colder as it stared at Lu Yin. The terrifying pressure around them gradually increased and the light dimmed. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.